Redditors who grew up with strict parents, what was the craziest rule or punishment you had to deal with? My mother is a malignant narcissist, obligatory plug to r/race ed bin narcissists, so the rules in my childhood home went from bad to straight up disturbing. Could only shower twice a week. We lived on a pig farm. I loathed that rule. Had to wear my clothes at least 2 to 3 days in a row, regardless of playing outside, working or getting dirty. School was not fun, but I did get in a system where I wore different clothes underneath and shed the outer layers on the bus. Eventually in my later teens she slightly loosened this rule. No phone calls. If my friends ever called I almost always had to say I will see you at school and hang up. Clean your plate rule. I wouldn't give a dog what my mother cooked. If I wasn't finished my meal first she would grab my chair and throw it across the room. I then had to take my plate and go to the chair to finish my meal. I never stood a chance. My siblings could inhale a buffet like a shop vac, and she always gave them whatever portions looked the most appetizing first. They were of course allowed to belittle me when this happened. If I wasn't the first person in the kitchen in the morning to set up breakfast I would have to take my clothes off and eat naked while everyone else ridiculed me. My father worked 16 hours a day on the farm and wasn't around for most of this. When he saw it one day he put an immediate stop to it. Damage was done though. Again, the game was rigged for me to lose. I had severe insomnia for years, laying awake every night for hours going over and over about whatever crap sheet had happened that day and how to fight the next crazy storm coming. I could never wake up in the mornings and just bound out of bed. We were not allowed to set our own alarm clocks, so as soon as the signal went off the rest were already halfway down the stairs before I even realized what was going on. I was not allowed to watch the endings of TV shows/movies, and what we watched was strictly controlled. This is one that actually left huge mental scars for years. It may seem petty, but it's also been well proven that children grow much more attached to a storyline in TV/films than adults do. I need to know how that last plot twist ends, even if to an adult it is cheesy and predictable. My mother knew this and would always barge into the den at the cliffhanger commercial break and turn off the TV. It was a form of hijacking information to deliberately keep me confused and reinforcing her absolute control over every aspect of my life. To this day I find TV shows I watched as a child and binge the series just to see how each episode ends. Ridiculous timings. To complete a lengthy list of chores, I would have 20 minutes to get the house clean, dishes washed/dried/put away by hand, vacuum, dust, sweep, laundry started and bathrooms cleaned. Not being done meant a beating, and even worse was that I was not allowed to go back and finish it afterwards. Our house always looked like half a pig pen. Drove me nuts. No using the dryer for laundry unless it was below freezing outside. This was in central Canada. Also on that note, not turning on the heat at night, even in the dead of February, in faking central Canada. She gave my siblings electric heating blankets. I was told to shut up. Our house was very old and hardly insulated. I now live in a temperate climate where there is no winter. My mother would frequently sign me up for clubs and activities and refuse to take me to them in the car. We lived at least 10 miles from anywhere, and the vehicle's gas usage was a business tax write-off for the farm. She would yell at me to call the other kids in the group for a ride, which was not an option as I either didn't have a clue who the hell was in the group, and if it was any of my classmates they all hated me. There was no way I could call and beg for rides from my very out-of-the-way location. Made me get a summer job when I was 8, picking rocks out of neighbors' crop fields before the planting was done. Technically it paid $50/W, which is richer than Bill Gates when you're 8, but I wasn't allowed to have my money. I have worked at least a part-time job since I was 12. By 13 I had to buy my own clothes, school supplies, field trips and summer camps, which she would also sign me up for, and then give me a bill for the cost, because you're working now so learn to pay for it. She also forced me to sign up for a possible year-long exchange student program in Europe and insisted I pay for entirely myself. It was $6,000, which I didn't have even a fraction of, and she would have certainly made me pay it or forced me into a loan with her with unimaginable strings attached. Thankfully I signed up too late and was denied. A year later she paid for my brother to go on the same exchange. None of this includes the daily battles just to get anything done, the fights that were created out of thin air, arbitrary things being turned into WW3, the constant stress of knowing the next battle is coming soon. I had the shock of my life when I moved out, and it was 100x easier. Not saying things went smoothly, they certainly didn't, but not having a raging control freak over your shoulder makes everything much easier. I left at 17, never went back. I'm on VLC very low contact right now, and it's working well. Edit. Obligatory. RIP my inbox. This totally blew up. Info for those interested. My mother has narcissistic personality disorder. One of the behaviors people with NPD displays, that they pick one child as a scapegoat gets the blame for everything, and another child as the golden child can do no wrong. I was not the golden child. I have not included the worst of it in this description. It took years of therapy to deal with this all, but I'm fully able to talk about it, and I believe in education and awareness that mothers can be abusers too. Edit #2. Okay, I have to go to bed now. It's midnight here, and early call-in tomorrow. I will try and respond to all of you soon. Edit #3. Wow, thank you all for your replies and your support. I will do my best to get back to everyone throughout the day. RIP my inbox. Again, for those who are requesting an update. My father is a great man, still works 16 hours a day on the farm. My narc mother was sure to keep the worst of her behavior hidden from him, so he never witnessed with really bad stuff. He is hard to contact as he is not tech savvy. I did make a brief visit last year to see him, and he did reveal he knows something is off about her. They may be legally married, but they do not live in the same parts of the house. It's more like roommates. He will never, or leave/kick her out, because she would take him to the cleaners and ruin his life's work and legacy. She hardly helps out, and when she does it's the bare minimum. Relationship with my siblings, almost non-existent. My brother and I have nothing in common. He has been so ingrained with treating me like crap that I believe he is hardly aware of how mean and condescending he is when he speaks to me. Having a conversation is impossible because it just turns into him listing off a dozen ways he would improve everything I do, whether I want to know or not. It's hard to counter any arguments he makes as he has a near genius IQ and was teaching computer science at our local college when he was 14. On the rare occasion we are in the same room, it feels like he is a total stranger to me. With my sister it's slightly better. She really grew into her own person after she left for college and was on her own. She has found happiness and success in her life and I'm very proud of her. It is still strained in the sense that she still plays a role of the good kid and stays on script so as not to risk being swapped with my position as scapegoat. We all know my brother is untouchable up on his pedestal, but that rule does not apply to the girls. As for my mother, I'm too busy living my amazing life, with a great career and fantastic friends, to worry about what she just up to. It did take me a few years of therapy to work through the after effects. Mostly her grooming and conditioning of me left me primed for being plucked by manipulative and abusive men. After a few train wrecks in that department I went to some intensive counseling and broke the cycle. It was a difficult process, but very worth it. For me, now, seeing that my mother will never have joy in her life is what makes it sad. I almost pity her, because she will never know that feeling. Almost, to anyone experiencing abuse in any form, please know it is not your fault, and reach out to any resources you may have. Breaking the cycle is worth it, because you are worth it. Oh. One I can answer. My mother is an honest to God narcissist. I graduated from high school early at 16 and didn't go to college immediately, so I worked a part-time job while all my friends went to school. Anyways, when all my friends graduated high school we celebrated by going to the movies. My friend's mom dropped us off and another friend's father was going to be picking us up. My mom was very upset at me going to the movies anyways, since it wasn't going to be over until after 9 p.m. by bedtime at the time. Anyways, finally she lets me go on the condition that friend's dad gets me home by 10 p.m. My friend's father ran into late night construction on the way home with me and several other friends in the van, and the closer it got to 10 p.m. the more I started freaking out, telling everyone I was going to be in huge trouble if I didn't get home like right now. My friend's father assured me he would speak to my mom and all would be fine. I was the first BB dropped off because I was panicking so severely. The moment the van pulls into the driveway, my mom comes barreling out of the house telling me she was going to kick my ass for being late and keeping her up. My friend's dad tries to calm her down and separate her from hitting me. That is when she realizes I'm chewing gum. Now my mother hated gum. Said the only reason you would ever chew gum was to hide something. So naturally she makes the assumption that I was late/chewing gum because I was busy sucking my friend's dad's dick. Yup. That was the only explanation in her mind. She grounded me for 12 weeks. An entire summer. I wasn't allowed to have a phone, cell phone, TV or books the entire summer. Every morning my mom would take the cable box, home phone handset, and keyboard to make sure I couldn't do anything. Needless to say, my friends never invited me anywhere again in fear that my mom would call the cops and accuse me of sucking their dad's dick. She also used to report my car stolen if I didn't call her back when I was in college. I had all the usual punishments: no video games for a week, no TV for X nights, no pocket money this week, groundings, you name it. I probably had it at one point or another. One particular punishment tops the rest though, for creativity and cruelty. One day I was at a friend's place with my parents and discovered that if we opened his bedroom window all the way, we could squeeze out of it and climb onto his roof. His bedroom was on the second floor of their house and they lived on top of a hill. So if we had fallen, we would have fallen probably 7 to 8 meters, then tumbled another 20 to 30 meters to the bottom of the hill. Anyway, both sets of parents walk outside at one point and hear us talking from the roof. They flip their lids and call us back inside. We scramble back into his bedroom and are sitting there terrified when our parents storm in. We get called down into the kitchen and are told to sit down at the kitchen table and await our punishment. My friend's dad opens up the pantry and starts pulling things out, things to make a sandwich. Then it hits us like a ton of bricks. Our punishment is to eat a sandwich made of the most ill-complementing, grotesque food combinations that he had at his disposal. The final product ended up being an unholy blend of Vegemite, oysters, anchovies, cheese, creamed corn, raw beef mince, and hot English mustard. I actually don't really recall what it tasted like, other than being awful. Looking back on it as an adult, I reckon it was just as much for their entertainment than our punishment, but damn if it wasn't creative. I have a literal book worth of stories of the abuse I survived through, but one time Dr. Phil's show told my mother that having a bed was a luxury for kids, so she immediately took mine away. I slept on a cold wood floor until I escaped that hellhole and cut off all contact. My dorm in college was the first real bed I'd slept in for 10 years. I didn't own a bed when I moved into my first apartment after college, so I was back on the wood floor. I'd moved in with the clothes on my back, my cat and her stuff, and my laptop, which I used to make money by transcribing at night while I worked for 7 an hour 12 hours a week at a deli. It was the only place that would hire me. Since I didn't have access to my own car, I cried myself to sleep every night on that wood floor. It was a reminder of how much I'd failed, leaving myself back in that position. My roommate must have heard me crying one night and figured it was back pain because they lent me an air mattress to sleep on. It was like I'd moved into a 4-star hotel. Eventually I saved up a spare $50 and bought a bed off Craigslist. Sketchy, but I hadn't owned my own bed in 16 years before that. I still have the bed and refuse to part with it because I don't want to end up on the floor again. I have many chronic back problems that I don't think will ever be fixed due to being forced to sleep on a floor starting at age 7. I take pain meds when I can and do yoga, but it does not help. Sometimes when I can't sleep in my normal bed, I find myself still defaulting to the floor. When I wake up I cry because I'm worried I'll always be like this. Parents have no idea how much they can fuck up their kids. Note, most of these only applied to me, the oldest daughter. The rules for my sister were much more lenient. My childhood was riddled with household commandments. Here are some of my personal favorites. If you slammed/locked a door, my stepdad would take your bedroom door off the hinges, removing your bedroom door privileges. In a similar vein, it wasn't your room, it was his room that we were just using. If you were old enough to have male privileges, all emails were fair game for parents to read. Same goes for phone messages and Facebook. Also, no laptops/ML/phone/Facebook until you're at least 16. I wasn't allowed to message people in Japanese because my mom couldn't understand it and was therefore convinced anything I sent in Japanese was something negative about her. I couldn't even message anything in Japanese to study for my Japanese class. Absolutely no exceptions. When my sister began studying Japanese too, Japanese was no longer allowed to be spoken in the house. If you had a personal computer, desktop, not the laptop, then all of your keystrokes were monitored using some program. Parents knew everything you typed, every website you visited. Curfew was 11 p.m. for me until I was 21. Now I'm 23 and have moved out, and when I go home to visit, my curfew is still midnight. Until senior year of high school, bedtime was 9:30 p.m. Sunday Thursday. Strictly enforced. 3 hours of TV a week until 8th grade. Mom/sister could use any shoe/clothes they wanted from my closet anytime they wanted to. Permission not required. I, however, was not allowed to wear anything belonging to them. No going into my mother's room. No using the bathroom in the basement. No saying never and always, because nothing is never or always. My parents saw these words as exaggeration. For example, if I say something like man, we always have chicken for dinner, I would be reprimanded/grounded. No bringing up things that happened in the past. For example, we would be sent to our rooms indefinitely if we said something like I'm still angry about that thing you did 2 weeks ago. I could deal with all of this, but the one rule that really faked me up long term was the diary/journal rule. If we kept a diary/journal/any kind of notebook with anything remotely personal written in it, our mother would take it from us and read it. And then, she would leave us notes in it to let us know she had seen it. She would give feedback. She would punish us for things written in our diaries. Her justification was, reading them was her right as a parent, and her way of keeping us safe. I was sneaky with my diaries. I would hide them expertly. I would keep 2 or 3 decoy journals to throw her off of my real diaries trail. When she found the decoys, I would throw them out and craft new ones. I would take the real one to school and work with me. I needed my real diary because it was the only place I could freely express myself, so simply not keeping one was out of the question. It was on my person at all times. And then one day in high school, while I took a shower, my mom went snooping. She found the real one in the middle of my mattress. She took it, read it, saw where I had expressed my frustrations about her and life and about wanting to die. She then screamed at me and kicked me out for 2 nights as punishment for writing such horrible things. Bleh. That felt good to get out of my system. Lol. Not that crazy, just something that stuck with me, since I generally consider my parents to be good/caring parents, mainly just overprotective. But when I was 15, I got really depressed and kinda shut down academically and socially. My parents didn't know what to do with me. At one point, they ran out of ways to ground me, and my life was consequently made up of just going to school and coming home and lying motionless in bed, staring at the wall or sleeping. But my grades still hadn't improved, so they thought denying me of privacy/solitude by taking away my bedroom door would persuade me to get my grades up. Spoiler alert, it didn't. Lol. Edit. I feel like I should address the sentiment in some of the responses that my parents weren't good at parenting. They really are good parents, and we have a much better relationship now. I'm 20 and in college in another state. Before this, they'd tried for months to figure out what was going on with me and how to fix it with more compassionate and pretty typical methods. They really did want to help me get back on track, but my depression manifested primarily as a sullen silence and a passive refusal to do homework, study, do chores, etc. I think the combination of my attitude, refusal to engage, and an oppositional defiant disorder diagnosis from a therapist, who I still believe was biased in favor of my parents in this conflict, considering how she spoke to me, and the fact that she brought up her relationship with her kids a few times during our meetings, led them to believe that I just hated them and wanted to hurt them emotionally. I mainly just wanted to be left alone for the most part. We've moved past that year, as it was hard on all of us, and I view this incident primarily as a mistake made during a difficult time by otherwise very loving parents. No talking at the dinner table other than the occasional "do you want some more of" or "please pass the." We could not talk about anything at all. No small/idle chat was allowed. First time you did it, you got yelled at. Second time was a whooping and then sent to your room until the next day without the rest of your meal. I make it a point now with my kids to chat up a storm each and every meal. Edit. After viewing the replies and reading various PMs, I'll answer what I can. It was my dad's rule to not talk at the table. I think this was because he grew up in a very large farming family, 11 boys, 3 girls and 2 adults. Having to feed a family that size 3 meals a day was likely very time consuming, and with this being a farm there was work to do, so the faster the gang got done eating, the more work could be done. This was back in the late 40s early 50s era. I believe it was a carryover from that. He did loosen up later, when he got to be 50 plus, and to out how the 3 of us kids were 20 plus. Meal times for my family are hugely social times, especially dinner/supper, as that's when we aren't pressed for time. We talk about whatever comes to mind. We laugh, joke and just talk, and even have the occasional food tossing at one another. I rarely limit discussions, unless it's obvious that my kids are not eating. Usually a gentle reminder to have a bite or two gets the desired result. After we eat, each person then takes their dishes to the sink, and then we usually all flop on the couch to continue any bits of conversation we think weren't covered. Working shift work though does put a damper on it sometimes. When I was about 13 years old, my dad told me to clean my room. I had put it off for a good couple of days. It wasn't terrible. Just some clothes on the floor and random drawings strewn around. Definitely no old food. One day I came home to my entire room completely destroyed. Everything has been pulled out of the closets and the drawers and thrown in the middle of the floor. Even my mattress was laying on top of it. My bed was sideways. I ended up crying for hours. My mom helped me put everything back together. That was probably the most meaningful thing she did for me, cause she knew my dad went too far. Later that night I went to bed and there was 3 empty Coke bottles in my pillowcase. Edit. He had saved the Coke bottles from finding them hidden away in my room and put them there after it was already clean. Edit 2. My mother's stance on this was the strangest part. This sort of bullshit had happened to her in her childhood, so she wanted to comfort me and help me clean up, but later told me she 100% felt like I deserved what I got. My parents were very much good cop bad cop, and unpredictably either one was comforting me through a ridiculously excessive punishment or ratting me out to the other, whereas 90% of the other time they didn't give a shit about what I was up to. 0 consistency. My mom was raised in a very strict and abusive environment. When my sister and I became teenagers, she was struggling with mental health issues and also never had a good example of what level-headed parenting looked like. It doesn't excuse some of the things she did, but I'm more understanding now that I'm older anyway. Craziest, most out of hand moment. My sister and I are 16 months apart in age and had a lot of the same friends in high school. When I was 14 and she was 15, our curfew was 9, but we got a summertime curfew of 10. This was before everyone had a cell phone. Our friend was watching the time, but we got caught up in our night games. We were literally playing hide and seek that we lost track of time and realized at 5 after 10 we were late and managed to get home by 10 after. My mom was furious, made us sit down at the kitchen table for a 30-minute lecture, during which she slammed a utensil so hard on a plate in front of my sister that glass shards flew in her face. My sister got up and left the room at that point, but when I tried to do the same, my mom put me in a headlock, like freaking WWE style, and I punched her in the back to get her to let go. My sister and I were both grounded for something like 2 weeks, and I got an extra week for hurting my mom. The most ridiculous punishment? My sister at age 16 picked up smoking cigarettes. She'd been at it for a week. I told her that it was her own head, and that it wasn't worth it, and she should stop. But she kept on. Whatever, not my problem. She, like an idiot, pressed her luck and brought cigarettes into the house, where my mom found them in her room. Our mom would go through our stuff constantly, literally had to hide any CD with profanity or things like permanent markers that we could get high off of. They separated us and played good cop, bad cop. My sister, again, the idiot, totally bought it when my mom told her I'd blabbed about everything and they knew the truth. I was in the other room denying any knowledge or involvement. Point anyway, this happened a week before summer vacation. My sister was grounded for the entire summer vacation. 2 months, no friends, no going out, 10 minutes of phone time a day, no electronics, no internet, no pool, no movie theater, nothing. My punishment? The exact same faking thing. For not coming to my parents and telling on my sister. My parents also decided to sand and paint the baseboards that summer and forced us to do it all. That summer was the faking worst point. I spent a large portion of my teen years being grounded for minor things or for not being the sister spy. It sucked, especially considering I got decent, if not great grades, never drank, smoked, tried drugs, had sex, skipped class, or otherwise got into any kind of trouble. I'm almost 30 and about to have my second kid, and I'm still a little salty about it. My parents tried so hard to keep us from experiencing normal teenage stuff that both me and my sister made some really poor choices once we had the tiniest amount of freedom. My mom was overly involved in my personal life, including friends and relationships. If I used my phone too much throughout evenings, she would confiscate it and read through my texts. I also come from a very conservative Christian family from the Midwest. Had a girlfriend in high school who was half black and half Costa Rican, and that relationship started over the summer when I was 17 and a junior in high school. At the time I was paying for my own car, food, and clothes. I literally stayed at my parents' house, had a flip phone on their phone plan, and occasionally ate food there. I lost my virginity to the girl a few months into the relationship. My mom eventually got suspicious after about a year and a half and asked me one night, _salty_crab, have you had sex with her? Of course I said hell no. She then brought out a faking Bible and asked me to say the same answer, but swearing with my hand on the Bible. I didn't want to let Jesus down and eventually cracked. She tried to cut off all ties to the girl by making it to where I could only drive my car to and from school, work, and other approved places. I saw her every day at school, with friends, etc. If I didn't agree to her rules I would get kicked out and would have nothing but the clothes on my back. My car's title was under my parents' name. This went on for months, which caused hellacious fights between both my mother and girlfriend at the time. It was literally the stupidest faking thing in my life. I finally graduated and decided to get the fuck up out that beach and enlisted in the Navy by making a pros and cons list one night. The girl and I eventually split up after some time, but we tried to make it work for as long as we could under the circumstances. Looking back on it now, I wish I would just moved the hell out, but I was too afraid at the time. My mother was bipolar, eventually killed herself when I was 20 on my sister's 17th birthday, and my stepfather and stepmother were both abusive as holes. I have tons and tons of stories, but I'll stick to one story here so as not to make it too long. I've worn glasses since I was like 7, so I had to get periodic vision tests. When I was 13 or 14, I got one with an automatic machine that determines your prescription. I'm not sure what happened, but the machine definitely faked up. It said I was legally blind and I had to wear thick Coke bottle glasses. I got horrible headaches because it wasn't the right prescription. My mom was fine with giving me meds for my headaches, but she and my stepfather refused to believe me that the prescription was incorrect. My stepfather would ground me anytime he saw me without my glasses on. I kept taking them off when they weren't around because I couldn't see shit. At one point, I was grounded for 9 months straight for taking off my glasses. He would follow me around sometimes, sneaking so I didn't know he was there, just so he could bust me taking them off, which would also lead to spanking me really hard with a ping pong paddle. Did I mention they were ridiculously religious? Well, I'd had enough of the bullshit with the glasses, so when I went to Oral Roberts University for summer camp one year, I devised a plan. When the crazy healing retarded part of the service started, where you can go up and people will pray your affliction away, I went up and had them pray for my eyes. I made sure my youth pastor and several kids in my group witnessed this. The next day I declared my eyes were healed and that I didn't need such strong glasses anymore. My mom and stepfather were very skeptical of this story of healing, so they took me back to the eye doctor. It's a faking miracle. Her eyes are better. It's not perfect, but it's definitely way better than before. Praise Jeebus. They had me get up at church and testify 4 or 5 times over the next year so everyone could celebrate my miracle. I finally had the right prescription. Daily chore list from preschool till I left. We each cleaned a room of the house on Saturday. We could do nothing till it was done. Mom would inspect when we were done, just make sure we did a complete job. Well, it was never satisfactory, so I always did a bullshit job, just so she could tell me what to do. Was faster that way. Church, 9 AM, every Sunday. Same pew, every fucking time. Tried to enforce this on breaks from college. Curfew, 11 PM through HS12 senior year. She tried to pull that sheet when I came back from college too. No teen rated video games, no R-rated movies, computer is password locked even for homework. No women can come to my house. If it is just them, there must be a group. Likewise, I couldn't go to a woman's house if it would just be us, even with adults around. Must play one sport, be in one extracurricular, take a foreign language, and have a part-time job. Got a B once, they grounded me. Fakers put a tracker in my phone. No bullshit. Must check in whenever I move locations with friends. If I don't, grounded. Now, all of this pales in comparison to most of what's been said. However, it all really faked me up. I never developed a sense of self-confidence because nothing I ever did was good enough. I learned to be ashamed of having romantic interests, and my sense of self-worth was always attached to things external to me, like approval or grades. My mom still argues with me to this day that some of this never happened. My mom wasn't so much strict as she was abusive and psycho. She started beating my ass with a thick wooden stick wrapped in duct tape at a young age. One time I called her dude and she beat the shit out of me. Once, after getting off the phone with my boyfriend, who had just broken up with me, and I was crying, I said none of your business to her. When she asked what the hell was wrong, she came running at me, put her hands around my throat, and started choking me, and knocked the chair I was in backwards, so she was on top of me. She continued to choke me and spit in my face. I was 12. Maybe I shouldn't have talked to her that way, but I think her reaction was a bit strong. One time, a few days before Christmas, she got pissed at my sister and me, threw the decorated Christmas tree down, and locked us out of the house. We were stuck outside for a few hours. She emptied a bottle recipe depression meds and then went for a drive. My sister and I freaked out and called the cops. She was just faking with us and didn't take the drugs. Shit like this was my life until I was 17 and she threw a half-full Pepsi bottle at my head and then started hitting me in front of friends. I was faking done. I told my friends to get out because how embarrassing is it to have your mother beat on you in front of them, and then after she punched me a few times, I took 2 swings at her, both of them landing on her jaw. She stopped then and never hit me again. I'm 36 now, and I couldn't be happier that I live a state away from her. I find myself getting pissed at my son, and there is definitely a little nagging inside me that could almost let the chain of abuse go on, but I just draw from all the times my mom was crazy and how it made me feel as a kid, and I just can't let myself be that way. She definitely did some damage to me. I have a Japanese dad, and he's a stereotypical strict Asian. On top of the normal strict stuff, he's also a strict Christian. I'm not bashing Christians. I'm cool with them, as long as they aren't crazy like he is. So imagine combining Japanese high respect culture with strict Christian principles. It was awful. So I don't want to bore anyone with a common can't see friends unless planned a week in advance, and all phone numbers of people involved are exchanged, address given, emails exchanged, when emails were popular, home by 6 no matter what. Didn't get a phone until I was a sophomore in high school. I bought it myself. Couldn't wear shorts higher than just above the knee until I was 12. Couldn't wear tank tops if you swore or didn't do your chores or sassed or your room wasn't clean. Blah blah blah. You were spanked with a leather belt, more like whipped, because it had metal on the end, or we didn't eat. What I want to talk about is the stupid sick policy. In Japan it's polite to wear a mask if you're sick to avoid getting other people sick. My dad implemented that as a rule. Fine. Whatever. Weird. And I was made fun of for it, but okay. But the shitty part was we were confined to our rooms. If we were sick, food was quickly passed into the room once or twice a day, couldn't leave but to use bathroom, had to always wear a mask. Absolutely awful. There was nothing to do. We weren't allowed TVs in our rooms or often electronics in general, just for me because I'm a girl and my dad is sexist. Honestly, I had a really shitty childhood, and it's definitely caused a lot of problems. I'm still okay though. Like, I did great in high school, and I'm going to a state university on a huge scholarship, and I code and make art, so I'm good. But fuck strict parents, am I right? I got a ton more awful stories, but I think that's what I hated the most. Not getting love/care when I felt like shit. That hurt. Mostly just various forms of physical abuse. One school year she decided that she wanted me to start having every single scrap of paper I received at school that day laid out and home punched for her inspection. Being a frustratingly forgetful person, one day I forgot. She whipped my bearers with a belt so hard and so inaccurately that not only could I not sit, I could barely walk. My dad saw me trying not to let him notice my wincing, saw what she had done, and took her into the garage and yelled at her. Only time I was afraid he'd hit a woman. She also used to be real fond of hitting me in the face and also liked to grow her nails long, foreshadowing much. One day she pops me because I gave one of my classic responses I don't know to one of her questions I genuinely didn't have an answer for. Her nail nicked me, but I don't say anything. BC meek child for life. Couple days later she accuses me of picking at my face acne op, so I did it a lot, and yells at me. Told her she did it, called me a liar, hit me again. She had a lot of phrases she liked to use excessively to downplay any emotion I had, and no matter what I was always the biggest inconvenience or I didn't understand how hard I was thinking making things for her blah blah blah. Yeah. Worst thing she ever did was when I was 5. Yeah, 5. I'd picked up a receipt from somewhere, faking 5 I'll pick up anything, and because I couldn't tell her where I found it, she choked me. But oh no, wasn't all quick. She thought that sheet out. Got up out of her chair, walked across the living room, closed the blinds, knelt down, started choking me, and worked me down so vigorously that she was whacking my head on the floor with each shake. Still, a close second was when she beat the shit out of me. Dad calls to say he's coming home from work. I scream that I'm being abused. He hears and hangs up, and she freaks. She convinces teenage me that if I tell him all the abusive shit she's done, he'll kick us both out, and it'll be my fault. I keep her further than arm's length nowadays, and my boyfriend who went through eerily similar shit but was bigger, 6'3" barrel cheated bear man, and could defend/intimidate is better adjusted, and helps me when I slip into old dormant habits. She did have a hilarious penchant for rinsing my mouth out with soap for the stupidest shit like interrupting my babysitter or something, though. I suffer from misophonia. For those who aren't aware, it's essentially a mental disorder in which certain trigger sounds cause a severely negative emotion. In my case, I find it absolutely infuriating. Imagine the angriest you've ever been. Just the absolute most infuriated and angry you've felt. That's how I feel anytime I hear gum snap or sucks their teeth. Every time. My mother knew this and would abuse it. She knew what it did to me. She knew how it made me feel. And so, whenever she felt like she needed to control me, she'd force me to go somewhere with her and pop a stick of gum in her mouth in the car and pop it the entire way. Snap, snap, snap. The whole way, taunting me the entire time. She'd ask me questions and berate me for not having a conversation with her because she was intentionally trying to infuriate me. She'd ask me something, then snap her gum while I was answering. I didn't want to go shopping. Too bad. Get in the car. I've arbitrarily decided that I want you to come with me and I'm going to snap my gum the entire way. I did something that needed to be punished. Get in the car. We are going out to dinner, and she'd snap her gum there and back and suck her teeth constantly while eating. Ironically, going out to dinner with my mother was used as a punishment for me because I knew for the next 2 to 3 hours I was going to be pulling my hair out trying to not lose my faking mind. I'd beg and plead with her to not do it. I'd be sobbing with tears rolling down my face from how angry and frustrated it made me, but she didn't give a shit. She'd always just tell me that it's her house and that she can do what she wants. Of course, this was always met with her telling me to move out if I don't like it, which wasn't possible to do because I was underage. To this day, I absolutely fear people knowing what my trigger is or knowing that I have this disorder, because the only person I've ever trusted with knowing it used it to literally torture me mentally. It's to the point that I wanted to make this throwaway just so I could share this story without my disorder being linked to my main account. This is probably too low to get noticed by this point, but whatever. I've been taunted on Reddit for mentioning this before. People come out of the woodwork and lump misophonia in with the snowflake stereotype, which it isn't. It's a real disorder. It isn't something I can just get over or deal with, as I've been told multiple times, and it's far more than just being annoyed. Dad was a Navy SEAL. Mom was a pothead. First time I got caught smoking weed, my dad asked me where I got it from. I said, I took it from mom's stash in the cookie jar on top of the freezer. My dad's response, so not only are you smoking illegal drugs, you're also stealing from a family member and snitching on them. I had to pack everything in my room into boxes and place them in the attic. Everything except a mattress and a pillow. Then I was on a nothing restriction for a month, where all I could do was sit in my room and do schoolwork. I loved reading, even my books were taken away. All I was allowed to do was schoolwork from the second I came home from wrestling practice until I left for school the next morning. Done with homework, read the next chapter. Read the next chapter, reread it. Oh, you did that already? Teach me it then. You're an expert now. Oh, you're not an expert? Reread it then. This is unfair. Would you prefer a spanking instead? My dad didn't hit me once growing up. The closest to a spanking was him pressing one finger into my breastplate repeatedly, like a sternum rub. Years later, after joining the Marine Corps infantry and coming back from my second pump, I had a man-to-man talk with my dad. He still has never talked to me about his service, but he said the punishment was so severe because he wanted to strengthen me mentally. I guess it was better than spanking. I'm not a psychologist, but I compared it to solitary confinement. When things got tough in the Corps, my happy place was going back to that month sitting in the room. Also, a common theme growing up was getting 6 A's and 1 B. Not once did the man say good job or I'm proud of you. It was always, why did you get a B? I'll never forget in 7th grade I got a C 1/4 in algebra, which I was taking for high school credit. I didn't go home until 7 PM that night. I stayed in my treehouse. He did teach me some cool shit though. We went camping every weekend growing up. Everything about living in the field, basic first aid, land navigation, digging a fighting hole, walking quietly, living off the land, surviving alone, I had already learned before the military. The only thing he did not teach me was anything involving a weapon. He said he didn't want me to learn bad habits, and it was better to have a fresh slate if I ever ended up in the military. If it counts, I had a friend I would always hear about being abused. She was a sweet, young girl whose stepdad was excommunicated, I think that's the proper term, from the Amish community. Her stepdad and her mom had another daughter after their marriage. This is for perspective later. First problem was, she did everything. She did dishes, even though they had a dishwasher, washed floors with her bare hands, did all the cleaning and cooking, but she also did all the yard work from mowing to trimming trees. However, she was always tormented for never doing anything. They took all of her belongings. She wasn't allowed to have books, video games. They smashed her phone one time over this. Next, they started taking her money for birthdays and holidays and using it to buy stuff for the younger daughter. All of this because it wasn't the woman's place to have property. Then, they made her cut ties with her friends as they were too trashy to be her friends. She kept talking to us, though. The truly infuriating part was when they forbade her from ever entering her room except for 6-hour-long rests. Their reason for that? She was always sleeping. Her mother would always yell at her for not having a family of her own yet, at age 16, and even punished her for it. Physical torture wasn't uncommon. hitting, mostly, but she told us of times where she was held face down and sat on for hours while the city would watch TV or something. Late, but here's what I deal with. Even at 20 some of the punishments I can think of right now. When I was 5/6 I didn't finish my plate of dinner. Yeah, I was a picky little sheet. So I went to the kitchen, which is directly across from where my dad was sitting, to wash my hands. He starts yelling at me to finish my plate and I tell him I'm full. This goes back and forth for about another minute. Suddenly I feel a throbbing in the center of my face. Turns out he whooped a wooden spoon out of, but fact nowhere across the room, and aimed it straight at my face. He yells at me to go up to me room, so I walk up the stairs sobbing. Got taken to emergency, and had to get a good amount of stitches down my nose, and on my lip. I remember the night so clearly, and can still see the drips of blood on the carpet and the feeling of the needle going through my numb lip. It left a faked up scar, so there's that. In grade 2 a friend and I fooled around during lunchtime, and pissed off the teacher. Teacher ended up talking to my mom and friend's dad after school. Got home. Told to go to my room and she closed my blinds and shut the window. Mom then lost her sheet, and starting slapping the sheet out of me, and whacking me with the wooden spoon. Lasted a solid half hour, and didn't let me leave my room. She got so tired of punishing me, she fell asleep in my room. When I was around 8 or 9 my brother and I got in an argument in the car over something stupid, and I gave him a punch. Dad pulls over to a park, yells at me to get out, and shut the door. I get out, and he drives off. I remember walking around sobbing and thinking how I was now homeless. Piece of sheet comes back 5 minutes later and buys me McDonald's later in the day to make up for what he did. Was all shook up and shivering the rest of the ride home. Was 17 and I didn't feel like going to my volunteer shift on the Sunday morning. I volunteered since I was 13 and just felt like taking a break this week. Parents walk in and ask why I'm not going, and I tell them I already called in. They lose their sheet and start yelling and saying how I'm lazy and that I'm not doing anything with my life, yada yada. I don't have my driver's license yet, blah blah. I'm just chilling on my bed taking this all, and then my mom closes the blinds and dad's like, sit up. I sit up. He faking backhand beach slaps me so hard I fall over to my side. Says, get back up. So I sit back up and he backhand slaps me again, making me fall over even harder. This goes on another 7 times, and every time he told me to sit back up I would. My right side of my face swelled up red, but it didn't leave any bruises. Those punishments aren't common, but they are severe, and has led me to be hunched up at home out of fear I do anything over the edge. They're strict as hell. No drinking, no staying out late night, no boys, no sleepovers, no going out regularly. Results in pretty strained friendships because of this. They question everywhere I go and what I'm doing, even if it's faking noon on a Sunday. I really envy those who can just tell their parents they're headed out and walk out the door, planning on moving out in the future, but they pay for my uni and feed/take care of me, so I don't know what to do, tbh. From reading this thread, I can conclude that my parents were very lax on the rules. The worst punishment I can remember is my first time having a full-blown kicking and screaming temper tantrum. For context, I was a quiet kid who understood that we couldn't go to McDonald's because we don't have money, or we can't buy you that toy because it's too expensive. I never threw temper tantrums. Well, one day, I wanted to do something, and 6-year-old me decided to try and see what would happen if I kicked and screamed and had a tantrum like the other kids did when they wanted something. So I do everything I've observed other kids do: kicking, screaming, yelling, crying, the whole 9 yards. Well, my mom wasn't having any of that nonsense. She picks me up and bear hugs me as tight as she can. Seriously, she was this close to choking me. Eventually, the bear hug worked, and I stopped having the tantrum. Apparently I never threw another temper tantrum again. I have no idea how or why a bear hug worked, but it did point another fun stories. My grandma babysat me and my cousin, who was a few years older than me. My mom caught me and my cousin saying damn it on several occasions. We even used it in the proper context. I said it while trying to put a block in the wrong hole in one of those shape sorter boxes toddlers like. Apparently, 3-year-old me was getting super mad, and I shouted, "Damn it." Mom was understandably shocked, and she called grandma on the phone and chewed her out. On another occasion, my cousin was playing with a fly swatter and pretending to be my grandma while swatting flies. Well, there was this one fly my cousin just couldn't swat. My cousin got mad and said, "Damn flies." This time, my grandma said, "Little girls don't say that word." And my cousin said, "Well, this little girl does." Another story. Last one. My grandma used to tell me to knock it off back when I was being annoying or doing something naughty as a toddler. One day, grandma told me to knock it off, and I looked down at the floor and very quietly said, "You knock it off, grandma." My grandma still cracks up telling that story. Lol. Oh boy. So, my parents weren't exactly strict. If they were, they didn't keep those rules for very long. There was a summer where my sister and I had to deal with our mom writing down a schedule for everything we were to do that day. This is including how much water to drink and when, since we were on a strict diet at 10 years old. That rule lasted for about a month. The worst punishment, however, was when I was 12. I always had trouble focusing at school, and my grades had slowly started to deteriorate over the past few years. This was unacceptable to my mother, since I had once been an honors student, and she felt I had been failing classes purposely to spite her. So one day, she took everything I owned, clothes, diaries, old video games, and even the door to my room, out to the garage. For the next hour or so, I had to stand there and watch her take a sledgehammer to all of it. I was then sent to bed without dinner at 3 p.m, with her constantly checking in to make sure I was doing nothing else but sleeping. She did this same punishment when I was 15 because I still hadn't learned my lesson. It wasn't until I was 20 when I was diagnosed with autism, and it turned out that a therapist I visited when I was 5 warned her that he suspected the same thing. She ignored it at the time and gave out these harsh punishments for something I had little control over. She never apologized for any of it. 3 things currently come to mind. Thinking back on my childhood, I wasn't allowed to bring my cell phone into the basement or to the second floor. That is my room. I was only allowed to have it and use it on the main floor. I couldn't text or call past 10 p.m. on school nights and midnight on weekends. My mom would look online to see our family's cell phone records and see how many minutes I texted past curfew. For every minute passed, my cell phone would be taken away for a day. I constantly broke curfew because the best conversations happened late at night. Sometimes texting past curfew was an honest mistake though. Needless to say, I went months without my cell phone as a junior and senior in high school. Once I started driving, I would also get my car privileges taken away because of arguments with my mom about my grades. I barely passed math, my worst subject, even though I stayed after school once a week for tutoring voluntarily and tried my best, but she didn't believe me because if I tried, that meant I would have an A. Giving classmates rides to and from marching band practice when they didn't have a ride because their parents were still at work, and other random shit. Sometimes my fault, sometimes my mom being extremely stubborn. When I was younger, we had a rule that if you couldn't finish your dinner in the allotted time, usually how long it took my parents to finish eating, you would be forced to A, sit there until your plate was clean, B, go straight to bed, and miss out on spending the rest of the night watching movies and playing games with the family. Or C, option B, plus your food would be put in the fridge and you'd have to finish it for breakfast without reheating it, and it was all you were allowed to eat all day until you finished it. Now keep in mind, this was when I was between the ages of 8 to 16, and being a skinny little girl, the portions I should have had were instead 3 to 4 times as large, because whatever my family cooks, they dole it out onto all of our plates until the pots and pans are empty. For some reason leftovers weren't a thing. Additionally, I'm a slow eater because I like to enjoy my food, so I was always the last one done, and therefore the child most often punished. Eating dinner was awful. I feel obliged, after reading all these horrible child abuse stories, to tell a bit of my own more comedic childhood struggles. My mom did not allow me to have the door to my room shut and would treat my room as her own, coming and going as she wished without knocking. She didn't allow me to have any secrets or privacy whatsoever. She had PMS issues and would regularly burst into attack mode on me and my dad, digging up whatever she could remember from the past month to throw at us. When I got mad at her for becoming mad at me, when I did my math homework wrong, she pulled my hair. This happened a lot, not only because of my homework skills. She would also not accept any dissenting opinions on how to do things, requiring me to obey her 100%. Now I should mention that my mom, when not hormonal, was apart from the mentioned stuff a cool person. She was mostly reasonable on most days, but turned into a beach for a week, whenever it was time. She had a sense of humor on the good days as well. Luckily this started when I was 11 and old enough to spot a beach when one bit me in the ass, so I spent years 13. Took a while to stop fearing reprisal, to 18 doing the exact opposite of what she told me to do whenever she was acting up for no reason. I was a well-behaved kid, nothing special about me in that regard, but I did not accept total BS and would sometimes dedicate my entire day to punish my mother when she stepped too far out of line with me. It didn't happen more than once a month tops, due to the female biology, and sometimes it was nothing but small stuff. But I do remember my favorite fuck off moment. I had cleaned my room very well on my own initiative. Did not happen very often, but then my room never really got messy, even though my clean freak mother would call it a disaster, to make mom happy. When she came home from work and saw it, all she could do was sound annoyed about things she thought I had missed. The room was cleaner than it had been for years or maybe ever. It had taken 3 hours of polishing every surface and neatly sorting away any cluttered items into drawers, but all I got were the flaws of my work. I said pretty much nothing due to internal blue screening, so she flipped and went on a verbal PMS rampage about her cleaning the entire house etc. That I braved through faking compliance. She went outside to walk the dogs, saying that I now had time to do it properly while she was away. I went into the kitchen and emptied 3x cereal boxes onto the floor, added a gallon of milk and yogurt and finally a large pack of flour plus grill mix. Kitchen looked like an elephant had thrown up, and I drew an ejaculating dick covering the fridge door using permamarker, writing "You missed a spot on the shaft, then I'll be back later when you've done it properly" on a regular paper note that I left on the kitchen table. I took my bike for a 2-hour ride. After that point my dad had come home from work shortly after mom had come home from walking the dogs, and told me later that he'd found her crying with laughter saying she loved me so much she wanted to strangle me. I came home to an apologetic mother and a seriously amused father. He sympathized. I hugged her and made her a cup of tea. It was after that point she didn't quite rage at me as often as before. I did move out at 18 ASAP because we both needed a rest from each other. 7 years ago she removed her tubes plus uterus and turned into the best mom one could ever wish for. Completely different person without the cranky organs. I only wish she'd come up with that idea sooner. To this day I'm capable of dropping my entire schedule to make someone who has wronged me suffer the consequences of their actions. Thanks mom. I got grounded for a semester for a 3.16 GPA once. No phone, no TV, because in this house bees mean bad. Made me realize my parents wanted a status symbol, not a human being. My parents literally took the TV, the phones, and made me read things not even connected to my schooling like classical literature, i.e. Gulliver's Travels, and practice piano instead. I quit the piano as soon as I could. So at 17 my mother would say ridiculous things like, "If you're on the phone past 9 p.m. you will get that girl pregnant." Or even better, 300% of teenage drivers crash and get the nearest white girl pregnant. The irony in this is my mother is legally blind, but hates that I date white girls. My mother vehemently despises white women. On another instance, my mother and father jumped all the way into my first relationship and forced me to dump my girlfriend of the time because they didn't meet her parents. I was 17 at the time and have never brought any other girls to meet them except the girlfriend that came to my college graduation party since. And they grilled her about her intentions with their son, religion, and her future plans. True story. My parents almost kicked me out of the house when I brought a female friend to stay the night. Why? Because her dad had beat the crap out of her during our undergrad and, rather than let her sleep on the street, she slept in my basement. She was white, my mother, hardcore Catholic, told me it was her house, I had to abide by her rules or leave, and that I should have just dropped her at a homeless shelter and kept it moving. When I said that wasn't Catholic and that because she had forced me to go to Catholic school for 13 years, so I knew I was doing something good, she had a conniption at 2 a.m. Literally told me I was on track to being homeless. 2. My father got cool in his older age. My mother and I talk sporadically, but it's more an obligation. My mother knows I hate her. She's why I went to therapy and got into tantra, because I had no idea what a normal "I love you" looks or acts like. The tipping point was when I realized I was being a total dick to the girl I liked and didn't know why. Literally laying in bed next to her one day, I thought to myself, I really like this girl, why am I being such a dick to her? I realized and made her change though. I think the rules as well as punishments were very arbitrary in my case and varied according to whatever mood my mother was in. I was always thought that anything I touched was ruined and that I was a devil's child. Anything I did had a negative effect on other people, and my family as well as my friends hated me. One of the weirdest rules I can remember is that I was only allowed to use 2 sheets of toilet paper, and my mom was always under the impression that I used more and thus depleted the toilet paper. She'd get furious about this, and I had no idea how to respond, ever. One time a family friend was over, and her daughter used more than 2 sheets of toilet paper, and I reported it to my mom, since I thought it was really important. My mom looked at me as if I was crazy and told me to shut up and go away. Confusing times. When I was younger, I wasn't allowed to see my friends, especially my best friend, because she had pets, and my mom was sure that I would bring home diseases if I'd go over there. I went there once, and a while after I developed alopecia areata, which my doctor believed to be triggered by stress. My mom vehemently denied this possibility and blamed it on me playing with my friend's dog. If I ever even spilled a drop of water, I'd get berated on what a terrible human being I was, and maybe I'd get hit, maybe not, but usually it would end up with me having to stay in my room for the rest of the day and not being allowed to have dinner. One time I asked my mom for new mascara, since my sister got a lot of new makeup, and she threw hot water in my face, berated me, and I was upstairs in my room crying the rest of the night. I broke my phone and didn't get a new one for 1.5 years. Even when I was in France, alone, I did not have a phone. My parents and sister went to a beach resort holiday, and I was shipped off to France for a study holiday. Actually great, since I didn't want to go with them either, but looking back it was incredibly unsafe as I was 15 and without a phone. I'd go to bars and get drunk with random strangers and so on. Didn't really know right from wrong, cause all I was ever taught was that everything was wrong. Kinda backfired through my teens. Often she'd lock me out of the house if I did something disagreeable. She'd do random searches in my room and really just humiliated me any chance she got. Sometimes my stepdad would randomly punish me for something arbitrary, just so my mom would give him some kind of recognition. He'd hit me, or just start raging at me about nonsense, and my mom would always take his side. I was incredibly insecure and fueled with self-hatred, and I would cut words my mom said to me in my skin as a reminder to myself what an awful human being I was. I developed an eating disorder fairly young, and it was awful, and lasted 8 years. I would either not eat at all or purge what I did eat. This prompted relentless bullying from my mother and sister. They'd make gagging or puking noises at me, and my mom denied me any food because I'd surely purge it anyway. I was not allowed to go to therapy because I obviously only did what I did because I was an awful person and wanted to make my family's life harder. Everything I did was wrong and would cause my mom to yell at me, so most days I locked myself in my room, though when she felt like she'd burst in just to let me know I was awful and should kill myself. I cut all ties after I finished high school and moved out. I lived with random people I met in a bar when I was 16 though, for a couple of months. When I was finally on my own, I was legitimately scared to do anything. I was afraid that if I used any kitchen appliances they'd break, if I touched the washing machine it'd spontaneously combust, etc. It's funny how parents can brainwash their children. Edit. My mom always had my bank card and complete control of my bank account. I was finally allowed a job at 16, and so I worked. Never had access to any of the money I made. Since I didn't get food I'd steal. I also started binging and purging, and so needed food for my binge sessions. I ended up getting caught. Twice. Amazing because now my mother could punish me for being a criminal too, and she'd bring it up whenever she could. She is convinced that the 2 separate occasions where I actually got caught were the only times I had stolen. Even though I told her I had been stealing for over 2 years because I couldn't access my money and didn't get any food, she always dismissed my attempt at telling her the truth as me trying to make her feel dumb and, accordingly, would freak out on me. One of the worst things really was giving my mom justification for her behavior towards me. When I was a kid, I once told my dad with my limited 5-year-old vocabulary he couldn't sit on my bed because it was mine. I don't even remember the exact situation, since I was 5 for fact's sake, but it drove him into a rage and my dad then made it his life mission to drive it into my head that I owned nothing. From then on he made it clear that I was a guest in their house. I was borrowing their clothes and their bed. I owned nothing because I paid for nothing, because I was a child with no job and no money. I had no possessions. Every toy, every shirt, everything I had was a loan from them. They could choose to take away anything I had at any moment for any reason. He chose to exercise that point randomly to prove to me that he could take anything. He could take away my blanket randomly at night because it wasn't mine to begin with, since I never paid for it. Whatever toys I had he would randomly take and destroy, just to prove that he could. If I grew attached to any one stuffed animal, he would take it and throw it away. Growing up I had decoy toys that I pretended to care for, so he would take those instead of the ones I truly grew attached to. Of course all that did was drive me out to get a job and get out of the house as soon as possible and never look back. And of course leave me socially crippled in college as I became rabidly possessive over everything that I bought with my own money because it was mine and I didn't know the meaning of sharing or being generous. After all, I hadn't owned anything since I was 5, so the first time I could actually own things I went nuts. My childhood is filled with more hurt than love if anything. My first name is an old family French name. I live in Maine. Typical common names up here. Incredibly hard to pronounce, given the spelling. It made for an extremely rough time in school. Kindergarten was filled with me being bullied non-stop just due to my name. I was shoved, punched, kicked, spit on, etc. After a month or so, I taught myself to fight back. I just had enough. I walked to the bathroom, which was located in the main school building. Our class was located out of the main building, in the secondary, and approached the urinal. Kid that was in the 3rd or 4th grade came in after me with a few other kids around his age. They began to mock me for seeing my underwear, and all 3 took a turn smacking my forehead into the wall. I just snapped. I grabbed what I recall as their alpha by the throat and slammed him against the wall. My pants down to my ankles and blood are not quite relieved of my apple juice. I finished my urination on his shoes. The other 2 kids just stood and watched, not saying a peep. He began to whimper. I felt zero remorse as he was one of the main culprits for my suffering every day. I threw him against the stool and he landed down flat onto the floor drenched in my piss. With him crying and sobbing, I pulled my pants back up and walked out, with zero confrontation from the other kids. Made it back to the classroom with some sense of accomplishment. A few moments later, I believe it was the principal that called our class on the intercom and asked if one of their students just used the bathroom. Off I went to the office. In kindergarten, we had these notebooks that the teachers would write observations about us on to take home to our parents. They rarely made phone calls home back then, 1992, not that long ago, but still. We received stickers on the books if we performed exceptionally well along with notes. Well, the kids told the story in reverse. I approached them, and they labeled me as a bully. I brought the notebook home, and attempted to tell my mother what really happened. She had none of it. Wait until your father gets home. Kneel in the corner, until he gets here. I was home at 3 p.m. He got home at 8 p.m. I kneeled the entire time, confused as to what was going on, and what was going to happen to me. He came inside, and I recall the god-awful sound the screen door made. To this day, he flew inside, grabbed me by the neck, threw me across the kitchen, head first into the side of the kitchen table, bottom tooth went through my lower lip, still have the scar, ripped my pants off, and proceeded to lash me with his belt for what felt like eternity. I had no idea what was going on. I was in so much agony/shock I was pleading for him to stop. When he finally finished, he got in my face and told me that if I didn't come home with good reviews and stickers every day, my life would get worse. Every day for a few years, I didn't fight or say a word back to the countless bullies. I just let them have their way with me. My parents didn't notice the bruising or brushed it off as battle scars from the playground. I worked my ass off to get good reviews and stickers. We moved that summer a few towns over and started first grade at a new school. Same agonizing time every day. Bullied just because of my first name. I put up with it all for a good year/year and a half. Fast forward to third grade. I was approached by a 5th grader. I was in the sandbox, minding my own business, and it was usually empty, a great place for me to escape. The boy put his hand on the back of my head and shoved me face first into the sand. Crying with sand in my eyes, I leapt up and blindly swung as hard as I could for what I was guessing would be the correct height for his head. I was dead on. Got him square in the nose. I never got the chance to see the damage I did. We were pulled to the office and had our parents called. I still couldn't see much of anything. My mother picked me up and was told yet again that I was the instigator. I didn't even bother saying anything. I was brought home, shoved into the corner on my knees, and waited for him to come home. This time was different. He slowly walked in and stood behind me. My eyes were burning so badly from the sand and my vision was blurry. I tried to look back at him and cried out in mercy before he tried anything. I couldn't make out what was in his hand. He grabbed my ankle and dragged me to the center of the kitchen. Ripped my pants off and all I heard were crisp whip sounds and the smack of my ass. Over and over. I had no idea what it was. I thought I was going to die. When he finally finished, he dropped the item he used next to me and walked away. Watery-eyed from the sand and the pain, I squinted and caught a glimpse of the weapon. I recognized the lure my grandfather gave me for my birthday. It was my fishing rod. Still have remnants of the scars to this day, 20 years later. Ever since then I not once ever hit a kid or teen in retaliation. I was bullied all the way up until graduation. Just because of my name. I received punishments all throughout my childhood and bullied, but those two were by far the worst and will haunt me for years to come. My 16th birthday was just as traumatizing, but not nearly as entertaining to read. Sorry this was long, never really told anyone. Holy shit, this felt great getting off my chest. Lol. I didn't realize how strict my parents actually are till these past few years, but recently I've had 2 situations happen that made me feel very unwelcome by them. I'm going to just start off by saying I'm in my late 20s and still don't own a place. Housing costs in Canada are brutal. I do a lot of travel for work and I'd rarely be home, so it kinda just made sense financially to not have one at the moment, and most my time is spent living at my girlfriend's place anyways, but on the occasion I spend time at my parents' place, which I guess you could say is technically my home still. I'm the middle child. I have an older brother who's approaching a few months away from being 30, and he hasn't had a job in nearly a decade. He spends his days working out in his self-made workout space and keeps weird hours. I have a younger sister by 3 years. My dad's English and came from a family of no girls for a couple of generations. So when she came along, it wasn't just my dad who became overprotective of her, but also the rest of his side of the family. So she grew up with extra attention opposed to my brother and myself, and my family put a lot of stock in her being successful. She is dumb as a bag of bricks. Both my brother and sister live at home still, but only for the reason that they're both dependent on my parents taking care of them. They've had this bubble created for them where they don't have to consider those outside of themselves. I'm not sure if they realize it, and if they do they are pretty decent at hiding it. So this kinda sets up the moment where I realize where I stand in the family. About 6 months ago, my brother's sleep schedule was really weird. He had invented this new workout routine he had to stick to, and for some reason, that meant he had to be in bed and asleep by 8 p.m. One weekend my girlfriend and I decided we were going to stay at my place, cause it meant a bigger TV, a little more space to relax, and my parents were gone for the weekend. So we are watching a movie at 8 p.m. and my brother comes down and says you guys are loud, and I'm trying to sleep, turn the TV down. Meanwhile, the TV is barely making a sound, and my brother's room is on the other side of the house. So the odds that it's actually too loud are very low. My brother was just being weird. Still, I'm not going to be a douche, so just to let him know he's been heard, I say alright, didn't know you were trying to sleep. We'll do our best to keep it down. And then he leaves. About a week later, I was at home grabbing a couple of things when my mom calls me down. She starts lecturing me on being rude to my brother and being considerate to how loud I'm when it's late. I'm a little blown away for a couple of reasons. 1. 8 p.m. isn't late, it's later than 7 p.m. But when you're a grown up it's not late. 2. My brother, who is 29, essentially did something a shitty 10-year-old would do and tattled on me for something that was on the level of ridiculous. I was just confused, mostly cause instead of talking to me about something, my brother ran to my mom as an adult to tell on me. And my mom took his side without even asking me about how I saw things. Something that she's always done with me while growing up. So eventually my mom actually calls my brother from his room, to which he kinda just stayed quiet during the conversation I tried to have, resolving the situation. I said my piece in the end, which was essentially you've got to come to me with this stuff if you've got an issue with something I've done. I thought all was said and done. A day later, my dad calls me out on the situation and sticks up for my brother as if I were attacking him. Ignoring the fact that my brother brought up the whole thing and avoided talking to me to try and resolve what he thought was a problem, my dad stood by him and told me to never talk to him like that again. My dad's always been stern. He's the kinda dad that will tell you to act your age when you're trying to have a goof and you're 6 years old. This is something he always told me, act my age, no matter how old I was. And it was at this point, for the first time, I felt as if my dad actually threatened me. It was this moment that got me thinking about how my parents had treated me growing up. My girlfriend even thought the whole scenario was a weird, and that wasn't just her agreeing with me in support, it was kinda like, what the fuck was your childhood like even? I began to realize more that growing up it felt like my parents had pegged me to be the one who would be most likely to screw up. I was a high energy kid, and looking back I can say that it probably looked as if I was a menace, but I think it was a matter of not having the right methods to express myself. And it wasn't as if my parents favored my brother and sister over me. It feels as if they didn't give me the benefit of the doubt on some things, and being the middle child, maybe suffering from middle child syndrome, I missed out on some opportunities because of the age difference between my brother and I. My brother is only older by a year and a half. Example, my parents opted out to not do a dental plan for me. I got the bare minimum, cleanings, etc. But my parents spent thousands of dollars on my brother's teeth, and when it came time for me, they didn't have the money for any of it. Now give my sister was a few years younger, and it came time for her to have braces. Of course the money is there. Now I'm currently looking into how to fix my teeth, which isn't the greatest feeling when you're an adult point. So I've been reflecting on my childhood a lot recently, and my girlfriend listens and does her best to put up with stories I've probably told her over and over at this point. And then about 3 weeks ago my dad made a point to tell me to not talk to my sister anymore. The situation this time was that my sister borrowed my car for the day to get to and from work, since I was working from home at the moment. My sister doesn't have a lot of thought process, and one of the things she frequently does is not give people a heads up when she's going to be late. She's done this in the past when she's been out with my car before, and that day was a real bad time to be out later than intended. I had to help get my girlfriend's car to the shop, so we needed my car to get around that evening. So when my sister doesn't show up, I start texting her asking if she's on her way home, etc. I get a text a couple hours later, now that it's already too late to follow through with my own plan, saying she's just getting home now. A minute later she walks through the door and walks into her room while ignoring me standing there, probably looking a little dumbfounded. I never got a reason why she was late or if everything was alright. When I tried to have a conversation with her about letting me know if she was going to be running late, she just responded through a closed door. I was a little frustrated, but I walked away as I still had to meet with my girlfriend. As I'm halfway out the door, my dad calls me over. Again, he calls me out on the way I spoke to my sister. And the gist of my conversation was that I can't talk to her anymore. This time I managed to stand up for myself, just explaining that all I wanted from her was a text message saying she was going to be late. He eventually stormed off, swearing up and down the hallways. Haven't seen either of my parents since. It's been a few weeks. I got a text from both of them around my birthday. My dad wished me happy birthday a couple of days early. My mom managed to do it on the day point. Since those two specific moments, I've been thinking about where exactly I stand in the family. My parents have raised my siblings in this cushioned bubble, where things are handed to them, and somehow I managed to grow up to be independent. I think them seeing me be independent makes it appear as if I'm the odd one out, and they probably think that I may not be the normal one out of the three of us. The more recent of the two incidents, however, has me actively reflecting on who I want to be as a person and what I want to make of the situation. I'm not any more negative or bitter towards my siblings. If anything, I feel bad and worry a little for the time reality comes to beach slap them, and as long as I remind myself that my parents at this point can only provide opinions that won't have any impact on me unless I let them, I feel good and happy. I think in the end, my parents being strict kinda just made my mom passive about everything, and my dad super angry about anything that he doesn't agree with. Are they the worst parents in the world? Not really. Not the best, but not the worst. Also, for those who are interested to get a better idea of how faked up my brother and sister are. My brother is 29, sister is turning 25 in a month. Both get weekly allowances from my parents. Still pointy LDR, my parents turned my older brother and younger sister into sheltered people, and I probably suffer from middle child syndrome. Recently my dad told me not to talk to my siblings anymore after trying to resolve two situations where my siblings were being shitty towards me. This made me realize where I stand in the family. After reflecting, I realize it's not worth the effort to care or hate them. I feel fine. I have a few. All are not exaggerated. Point: my stepdad was a great guy. Point: we had a backyard that was connected to sand dunes in the forest. He would drive golf balls, and my brother and I had to go get all of them. We weren't allowed back in unless we got them all. Sometimes he would let a few slide. I've had to scrub the kitchen with a toothbrush with my brother. My stepdad had ended up leaving the house for whatever reason while we were doing that, and so our aunt babysat us, and he told her to make sure we got it done. Aunt was on my mother's side, so it was pretty shitty that our excitement at her babysitting us didn't lead to the punishment ending. Point: we would get smacked upside the head all the time for minuscule reasons, being kids basically, or get flicked in the forehead or temple. Keep in mind this guy was pretty big, and my brother and I injured his bullshit from ages 4 to 12. Point: we would have to go on our knees in the corner of a room, hands behind our back, no scratching, talking, or moving, for periods of time that were from 10 minutes to what felt like an hour. Also no looking at the clock. Point: Cass almost got involved, and he almost lost his nursing license. He had told us that he could lose his job if we kept saying to those people what we were saying, and we felt bad and stopped saying it. We had told our dad about all of this shit and he didn't believe us, thinking your mom wouldn't let that happen. Point: he pinned my by the collar or neck around age 10 for back talking. Point: in the later years, my brother and I knew we would get beat anyway and decided to make smartass remarks to at least get a chuckle out of it. He would engage us in interrogation traps as well, which would start as, him, asks whatever question, my brother and I don't know. Him, what do you know? Answers we had tried. Us, I don't know him. Wackoos, UHH, my name. Him, wackoos, UHH, 2 plus 2. Him, wacky, don't remember the scenario exactly, but I had gotten completely enough and told him I was going to call the cops on him. Point: his response: you better call an ambulance for yourself too, because if I'm going to jail, you're going in the hospital. Point: I didn't end up calling the police. I was terrified. After that event I knew that my brother and I were faked and stuck with this guy and could do nothing to get out of it. This terror led to events of confusion and miscommunication such as, keep in mind that, because we were so terrified, we avoided asking any kind of question, for fear of getting yelled at or hit. Him, both of you get in the shower now. Us, both of us. Him, yes, then goes back to watching TV, or whatever. We then go in the shower. At the same time, we were in grades 3 and 4 at this point, thinking he had meant for us to both shower at the same time. So we had our awkward shower, and tried to hurry, so he wouldn't get more pissed. We come out and he says, "You two showered at the same time. What are you, gay?" And began to laugh hysterically. I realized this thread asked for punishments, and this reply started that way, but I supposed, having to live with this monster for so long is a punishment filled with punishments. Also, one time my brother and I were having a burping contest outside in our backyard, away from anyone, and he comes up to us asking us how old we are, and what the fuck we are doing, and smacks us upside the head again for the umpteenth time again. We rebeat for doing anything remotely childlike or fun. No wonder I have aphantasia. My head's been through so many smacks, flicks, etc. My parents weren't too strict, certainly not abusive like so many of these comments, but I do remember that one time my parents pissed me off, and then I threw myself out into the street in front of a speeding car. Dad hauled me off the road in time, and then whooped my ass so hard I physically couldn't sit, because I was so bruised and sore. I don't know if I did it because of anger or because of the spiraling depression, but my parents like to say that it taught me not to run into the road again. Jokes on them. I attempted suicide 3 times, the first attempt being at 8 years old, second one at 10 and the third one at 13, with several other interspersed periods where I did incredibly dangerous things hoping it'd take me out. More stepping out into the road, cutting, starting dangerous fights I knew I'd lose, neglecting my body, and letting my heart condition go nuts. Becoming dangerously close to becoming an alcoholic, doing inhalants, etc. Seeing as they both suffer from mental illness, dad has untreated and undiagnosed bipolar disorder, mom has a diagnosed generalized anxiety disorder. Maybe they should have been more concerned with the demon inside of my body, rather than the demons out in the world. One of them has been more dangerous to me than any other threat, and it wasn't the road filled with speeding cars. Edit. If your kid is acting out, you shouldn't automatically assume they are just being shitty. Sometimes it's a cry for help. As I like to say, it wasn't the one straw that broke the camel's back, it was the weight preceding it that doomed everything. When I was 4 my mom and dad got divorced, and my mom started dating shortly after. She is the kind of person who constantly needs a companion, and will pretty much take anyone who will take her. A friend of hers introduces her to who we are going to call Bob. Bob had a daughter my age, and was also recently split with his ex-wife. Everything seemed fine and dandy at first. Bob would take our combined family out on trips and stuff every few weeks, and was really cool, and his daughter was nice. So my mom decided it would be a great idea to move out of our tiny home in a quiet friendly part of town and move us all into Bob's bigger house in a shitty part of town. Living with Bob was much worse than only seeing Bob once or twice a week. It started out with just small things like commenting on my weight. I was maybe 10 when we moved in, and mentioning how much better and in shape his daughter was over me. It grew into him becoming obsessed with my weight so much that at the age of 12 he would make me do extensive workouts and live off of stupid trend diets, and if I didn't follow these workouts or diets he would publicly shame me in front of my family, friends or his friends by discussing how much of a disappointment I was and how I would die at 30 because of my poor health. His daughter was a fit, skinny, beautiful blonde with a huge brain with perfect grades and a sparkling personality. Being perfect was easy for her, and I was not perfect. Bob hated that I was not perfect, and would obsess over any small thing that made me different. I would be punished for weeks at a time just like any other child would, but for stupid things. For example, Bob had a habit of leaving his dirty dishes all over the house. The rules in our house was that when you finished using a dish you put it in the dishwasher. This one day the dishwasher was full, so I put my dish in the sink and started the dishwasher. What did Bob do when he got home? emptied 2 garbage bags onto my bed, and made me sleep in it. He checked in on me multiple times during the night to make sure I was covered in trash and filth as a punishment for leaving a plate in the sink. I was constantly reminded that I was ugly and fat, and that no one would love me. My brother was diagnosed with a learning disability when he was about 11, and Bob would call him a retard to his face and would hit him for not doing well in school. Later we discovered that Bob was hiding $25,000 in debt that he had pushed onto my mom somehow. I have no idea how that worked. I was only like 16, so both my mom and Bob had to declare bankruptcy. My mom one day called him out for the abusive asshole he was, and so he kicked us out of his house in the middle of a Canadian winter night and changed the locks before we could even get clothing. He let us in to take some of our stuff when we threatened to call the police, since our IDs and stuff were inside his house. My family and I are still recovering from the abuse he laid on us, but shit is hard. My mom recently started seeing a therapist for reoccurring night terrors about him. I wish I could see a therapist, but every time I think about it, I remember a time where Bob found me at my lowest. I was contemplating downing a bottle of pills and ending it all, and he looked me in the eye and said, "Don't use depression and suicide as an excuse for being a horrid selfish person," and I just can't. I'm working on it. TLDR, stepdad abused me, and I still think about it every day 3 years later. Thanks for the rant, Reddit. This makes me so sad. I had issues with my mother too, but not to the extent of the abuse others describe. Lots of food issues. The worst was the eat it or wear it rule. That of course was only for me, the oldest of 3. She came up with it one day when I didn't want to eat all the food on my plate, took me into the bathroom and dumped the rest of the food on my head, and I had to clean it up. She would serve things like liver and expect us to eat it before she came up with the eat it or wear it rule it while various other punishments. Nothing too bad, like sitting in the car and making us go back to the table to finish. I'd go back and forth for hours. Sometimes, if my father was at dinner and he didn't seem to enjoy dinner, or if there was something that upset my mom, she would run into her bathroom and make herself throw up. We had a small mobile home, and she was loud with her sounds, so we could all hear how we made her so upset she'd throw up. Then other things, she punished the 3 of us kids most times by sitting us down in a row and screaming at us about how good we had it because her life had been so faked up. She'd tell us stories about the abuse she endorsed and how we were so ungrateful. Hours she would scream and cry. She pretty much did her best to isolate us. Most family, if you even looked at her wrong, she'd write you off and never speak to you again. She'd try to get me to do this with my friends. If I tried to talk to her about a tiff I'd have with a friend and then later talk about hanging out with her, she'd tell me how stupid I was for letting those people in my life. I'd get grounded for long amounts of time. I rebelled a lot, of course. I was strong-willed and knew it wasn't right to take this type of abuse, so I wasn't the best kid and did things I shouldn't have done. I got grounded for a year for sneaking out with a guy. I agree it was wrong, but a year. I wasn't allowed to do anything with friends. I could still do extracurricular but I was monitored. When I was 12 I was working on homework and I needed help. I went to ask her for help. Her and my dad had been drinking, which was pretty much a constant every night, and she told me something like no. I got pissed, threw down my pencil, and said something like, "I'm just asking for your help." She proceeded to beat the living shit out of me, pinning me down, and all that. My dad had to pull her off me. I was always the one who was beat with fights. Sister and brother never got it. We always had belt beatings and wooden spoons. My mom had wooden spoons on her grocery list. She joked about it. She had to have them, because when she'd beat us with them, she'd break them on us. She thought it was fucking funny. My dad was never around, because he commuted far for work, and worked long days. But he got abused too. They're still together today, and I don't know why. Today's situation is much worse, but I love across the country. I miss my family almost days, but then I remember this sheet. As a mother I can't imagine doing those things to my children. I used to praise her as a good mom, because gays what I felt like society made me do. I don't do it anymore. I have empathy for her, because I'm pretty sure she's got a undiagnosed, or ignored, mental illness, has PTSD, She's an alcoholic and sounds like she had a horrible childhood, so she didn't learn how to be a good mom. I'm super thankful that I got whatever DNA I did to recognize the abuse and choose to not persist. There's times I feel myself wanting to take actions that are unreasonable, but I check myself and know I don't want to do that stuff buried post, but feels good to write this sheet out. There was this one time when my school was invited for an oratory competition, but the problem was it was only announced to our school a day before the competition and they picked me as a contestant because I'm kinda good in speaking and can memorize a whole piece overnight without stuttering by tomorrow. So I accepted the challenge and started memorizing at home, but then my mom saw what I was doing and told her that the contest is by tomorrow. Then she told me she'd help me memorize. The thing was I can only memorize properly when I can concentrate and the surroundings are silent. But my mom is competitive and proceeds to tell me the lines, then I have to repeat it with proper tone in my voice. Mind you, I was only 11 that time, and whenever I get a line wrong she beat the shit out of me. The piece was 2 pages long, back to back. Sheet was crazy. I was very pressured in not making a mistake, but I also had to stop crying from the pain every time she'd beat me, because she'd only beat me for crying. Long story short, she broke 2 glasses with my head, threw a lotion at me, punched me in the mouth and nose, my nose bled, and my tooth loosened, pierced my baby boobs with a pen, and my whole body was filled with her scratch marks. Between beating me up she asked me if I just want to give up and tell my teacher I can't make it. Of course I'm in pain and don't wanna be beat again, so I told her I give up. Then she proceeds to beat me and told me I took her time when she would be sleeping right now and I can't give up. I went to the contest wearing a long sleeve and pants to hide my bruised skin and my hair in a bun so the band-aids won't be easily noticed. Good news is I memorized it. Sorry for bad English. My mum used to do this thing where, if you upset her in any way, she's a bipolar narcissist with a few other disorders I can't remember off the top of my head, she would disappear and leave what me and my siblings used to call guilt notes, which were usually her saying how disappointing we were and implying, and occasionally straight up saying, that she was off killing herself. As far as I can remember she never stayed gone for more than 3 days though. At some point a guidance counselor or something told me to write down the faked up things my mum said. I decided to do that, and my mum found out. I started eating the paper, so she couldn't show my stepfather. Naive I know, and she clawed and hit me and pulled my hair trying to get it, but fuck her, I ate the damn paper anyways. My stepfather is an abusive piece of shit who would smack me and my little sister over the back of the head constantly. If you asked what you did wrong he'd just hit you again. I think it was because we weren't actually doing anything wrong and he just wanted to hit us. But I think the one that stuck with me the most was when I came home from school one day and I thought no one was home. Mum and stepfather should have both been at work, so I went to the kitchen and started making some food for dinner for me and my little siblings. Thinking no one was home, I started singing while I worked. It turns out my stepfather was home. He was drunk, so I guess that's why his car wasn't there. All of a sudden he was yelling at me and telling me how terrible my singing was and getting all up in my face, just saying all sorts of things a little kid should never hear. I quit choir the next day and stopped singing completely. It was my favorite thing to do and he destroyed it. He made me feel scared whenever I sang, and I think that's really messed up. Point I told so many people though. I begged for help and would have given anything just to be saved. But no one listened and no one helped me. Another one, my sisters were always stealing from me. I was always finding something I had owned hidden in their things. I saved my lunch money for the better part of 5 years and somehow came out with only around $200. That kind of thing. Point well, once I had a salt scrub that they stole. I caught them, and after being screamed at they admitted it. My mother told me that, if they did it again, to tell her, and there would be absolute hell to pay for them. Well, following week, it was missing again. I told my mother, she screamed at them until they cried, and then she started screaming at me, asking if I liked being the reason why my sisters are punished. I was 17 at the time, so I'm fuzzy on the details, but somehow I remembered that I'd actually hidden it elsewhere to keep my sisters from finding it. Then I forgot I'd moved it, and for some stupid as reason I told my mother. It was around April 2010, and I was about to go to college in the fall, so she forbade me from the computer, my cell phone, everything, until I went to college. 2 reasons this sucked. I wasn't allowed out without a cell phone. My parents needed to be able to reach me at any given moment or I couldn't be out. I also had a long distance boyfriend. So because I had a brain fatched I couldn't talk to my boyfriend until college, not even to tell him that I had been punished, and I wasn't allowed to be anywhere besides church, school, and home for months. I remember sobbing and pleading endlessly to at least be allowed to tell my boyfriend that I wouldn't be allowed to talk to him for a while. Eventually my father came home and sorted out what was going on. He was able to convince my mother that banning me from my boyfriend was extremely cruel, and I got my cell phone back. But this was back before Wi-Fi and data were much of a common thing. I remember being banned from the computer for a while after that incident. But on the note of me knowing my parents and trying to get my siblings in trouble, it's really hurtful and stressful constantly being punished and screamed at, especially when it's often either an overreaction or entirely about something you didn't even do. There's a point where it just doesn't feel fair, and you want your siblings to at least get punished for things that they did do, terrible as it was. I left home. It was a big deal. Had myself removed from my house by the courts, got put into foster care. It was not a happy home life. My grandmother had gifted me a car for graduation, actually a 4Runner, Savage, which my mother promptly stole. There was nothing I could really do. I could have filed a police report, but that would have simply brought more drama into my life, and I was already far past my limit. So I'm driving down the street one day months later in my Volkswagen Bug, and she spotted me. I could see the yelling, but I chose to ignore it. Just looking ahead, not paying attention. This isn't happening kind of a thing. I had gone through a lot of therapy and learned that it was my option to react to her behavior, so I just chose not to. She was in a different car. We were in public. What could happen? Just another crazy driver on the road. Then all of a sudden she decides to ram my car. I swerve and the next thing you know I'm in a faking Hollywood movie car chase scene. Except I'm driving a faking Volkswagen Bug. This lady is trying to kill me. The thing that saved me is that she was in a complete rage, and I was in reasonable control of my senses. I avoided her attacks for a minute, maybe 30 seconds, but it seemed like forever. There was a donut shop with big old yellow poles sticking out of the ground in the parking lot and a payphone. I pulled in and hopped out. I don't know if I was going to the payphone or inside. I just wanted to get away. She rammed that 4Runner right into the yellow pole in the parking lot, missing me by nothing. She was flaming. She was screaming. She broke the key out of the ignition. "Look what you made me do. You're going to pay for this." Like I should have made it easier for her to kill me, and now since I didn't I'm supposed to arrange a locksmith and apologize. I realized that she couldn't follow. I got back into my car and drove away. Years and years later, her drug problem is gone. The mentality is not, and we establish a semblance of a relationship. At one point I asked her about it, and she was not apologetic in the least. "I was going to kill you, and you faking deserved it, my mom." Ladies and gentlemen, surprise, we don't talk anymore. My foster mom, who was more like an adoptive mom, was very controlling. She dictated every minute of my life for the roughly 6 years I lived with her, starting with the first day of junior high school. We also went to a very liberal Protestant church. There I met a girl. Being filled with hormones and no way to act out on them, I resorted to writing about my fantasies of what it would be like making love to my puppy love girlfriend I only ever saw at church for Sunday services and once in a while at some church function. Knowing mom would find it and freak out if I left these writings at home, I kept them in my locker at school. This was in the mid-70s. One day, I accidentally grabbed my such fantasy journal along with my books when I headed home. I didn't realize my mistake till home. Somehow I managed to hide it when I placed the books on the step stool in the kitchen where they were kept when inventory was taken, like it was every day. Each morning thereafter, I managed to keep it hidden, but not able to retrieve it. Then one day, she found it. My punishment was to read every word of it out loud to the entire family, including her 4 years older natural son who was in high school at the time, her adult son who still lived at home in his early to mid-20s, her husband, and of course, her. After that I was never able to be closer than about 100 feet to the object of my fantasies, and that was only because we both went to church. We would show up almost late, and wherever they were sitting, we would sit on the opposite side and end. Years later, after I left her house at 17, I lost my virginity to her, the same girl. Edit. Typo. Oh god, I could write a novel on my dad and stepmom. My little brother and I would be home alone. My stepmom told me I was disgusting because my large pants fell slightly and the top of my underwear showed. She said I had attitude and therefore we weren't getting dinner tonight. So she punished my brother for my supposed attitude. I was to clean up after myself, her 3 kids, one of which is nearly 20 years older than me, and her and my dad. I was literally Cinderella. If I got a C or lower, I wasn't allowed anything but a roof over my head. Essentially. Told me I'd end up a drug addict like my mom, because I got a C+. Made me walk the 15 minutes to school in a blizzard to find out it was closed that day. I saw her driving my stepsister there and back home. Told me I was fat repeatedly. Then bought my legs pants 4 sizes too small for my birthdays or Christmas. I was grounded for 3 months for my creative writing piece on suicide and high schools that I won a writing award for. Because how dare I be depressed when I have everything I need? Her words. I skipped band one day because my friend was suicidal and I was talking her down. Teacher found us. Said she'd talk to my dad. Yeah, I was grounded and told I should have ignored my friend because we were in middle school and nobody is that serious about middle school depression. Punished for having serious periods that had me blacking out and doubled over in pain. My mom has to take painkillers for her periods. I had PCOS. Stepmom said I was just trying to get attention. Refused to buy me Super Plus tampons or pads. So I had to go change my regular every 45 minutes to an hour. While at school, I will make this the last one, I was forced to get baptized when I was 13. My dad told me, you will do this, or you can say goodbye to anything other than school and your bedroom for the next year. You need to understand the first thing in my life is God, then my wife, then my kids. Now, they act like the world's best parents. Whatever. We weren't allowed to spill anything, as if that were ever done on purpose anyway. Laugh loudly, make noise, have the TV loud, run, get dirty, wake up early or drop lint on the ground after mother vacuumed on Tuesday. Do not ask me where that lint came from, but apparently us kids were automatically at fault if any specks of it made an appearance on Tuesday. We could not get dirty at school either, even if it was just dust. I often got in trouble for having dirty feet, but when I got older I realized the dirt was tan lines from being in the sun. In preschool, I was too terrified to participate in finger painting due to fear of my mother, and the teacher could not understand my problem. Also, we were not allowed to splash water on the faucet as it leaves water spots, nor could any water ever get on the ground when getting out of the shower, because according to my mother it could never fully be wiped up, and then dust would stick to the damp spot. We were not allowed to get the lawn soggy, because then it might get muddy. We could not go near certain trees she liked, because we might damage them. We were also not allowed to get hurt, because any injury was your fault for not being careful, so we would go through great lengths to hide any injury. Punishment ranged from spanking to whipping with a belt to getting smacked on top of the head with a ring full of keys. Occasionally my father would just smack us in the face. That was usually either for back-talking or complaining. Complaining counts as back-talking, or for spilling something. Another rule was we were not allowed to make any noise whatsoever when being punished, or the punishment would not stop. You had to be completely silent. My brother would get whipped for long periods because he could not stop yowling from the pain. He would also sometimes get hit when trying to do his homework and not understanding it. My father would try to explain, and my brother would get upset and whine, and then my father would hit him for whining. As the youngest, I sometimes worried my father was killing my brother, so I would sometimes try to sneak over there to see if my brother was injured, but my mother would yell at me because looking which was bothering them was not allowed. However, we were allowed to light fires in the far area of the yard and watch them burn, and we could fight and do badly in school, and that was okay, as long as we did not get in so much trouble that one of the parents actually had to go there. In the old days, you could do a lot more bad before a parent got called in. We were also not allowed to be weak, and were expected to fight off attackers, and not let people push us around. My father would carefully explain to us as kids, how ordinary items like a pencil could be used as deadly weapon if need be. Once I got old enough to move out, my recovery began, and it took me about 2 decades to mostly recover from all that, and more that I did not mention. Thank you for listening. It was cathartic to write it out. Okay, this is way late, and technically not my parents but my grandparents. I lived with my mum and dad, but my grandparents would take us on holidays to the beach every year. It was their way of keeping up with the Geneses and showing they care about their grandkids. We would leave Boxing Day, day after Christmas Day, to their house on the coast, and not come home till mid-January before school starts. Mum and dad couldn't come with us most of the time, because they were working. The times they did come, were the best holidays I've ever had. The times without could be downright miserable. I'm sure in some way they do love us. Especially Granny. She copped a lot of shit for us, and I'm thankful for that. Grandfather, however, well, he is a different story. Long story short, he was responsible for or possibly the cause of someone's death during his time in the national services. For him, noise was akin to murder. Everything had to be his way, no matter if there was a better way, or an easier way. Anything not done his way was a cause to be verbally abused, or if you really faked up, he would spank us, not like mum and dad would, when we were little sheets, and deserved a quick smack on the bum, mind you, straight up slapping the shit out of us. It faked me up so bad, that I used to take my brothers and cousins, and play at the opposite ends of the house, whenever he was in a mood. Here's a few of the highlights. Children under the age of 10 years of age were expected to use a knife and fork correctly at the tea table. Correctly. No elbows on the table and no conversation. Table was for eating, and that was it. Granny would run over with a damp cloth every time we got sauce on our face, just so grandfather wouldn't yell at us for being messy. My cousins had their mother cutting up their food until they were 18, just so he wouldn't yell at them for doing it wrong. Any noise after 8 PM was not allowed at all. You are watching a movie? Better have it on 4 volume, and not talk about it, or he will come down in his thin pajamas and abuse the youngest of us, because they were the weakest. This continued until I was 17. I was the eldest, there was to be no mess. It didn't matter that we were kids, and playing with toy cars. Any cars we didn't have our hands on had to be put away immediately. You must never get in his way or you will be called useless, stupid, bastard, or an assortment of other insults. Probably one of the things that destroyed my self-esteem. Nothing we did was ever good enough. Build a sandcastle, well, it's no Sistine Chapel. Paint a picture, what is this piece of sheet? Got all B's in school, what is wrong with you? Interrupting his afternoon binge drink was the easiest way to get yelled at. He would drink 2 beers, 2 wines, and 2 glasses of scotch every night. He would be sheet-faced by the time he went to bed drunk. Grandfather was mean. The constant abuse was brutal. Years of being told I was a terrible person, and I was stupid, useless, big enough and ugly enough at every possible opportunity, destroyed my self-esteem. My brother physically cannot eat sauces on foods, because it stresses him that much that it might get on his face and he will get yelled at for it. I watched my youngest brother brought to tears, because we were watching a movie, and talking about it at 9:02 PM. My youngest brother was maybe 10, so it's not like it was super late, and we were in bed watching on the small TV we brought with us for this purpose, and the movie was almost finished. We were making the whole bloody house shake with that damn telly, and you little bastards ought to shut up and go to sleep. The volume of the TV was 11. It was barely audible at the back of the room, let alone upstairs. This is not to mention how often he would beat his wife, my granny, because of stuff we did that she covered for us, blaming herself. I hate the man with a passion now, and I only speak to him out of love for my granny, and dropping him altogether would mean never seeing her again, and it would kill her. Once granny dies I will never speak to him again. I hope he dies alone, and thinks to himself maybe things would have been distant if had not been such a massive cunt. I'm genuinely worried someday he will try the abuse he used to do, and I'm just going to deck him. I'm not the scared kid he used to shout at. I've been in fights and I've learned to bleed for what I believe in now. I owe him nearly 18 years of misery, and when I do finally hit him, I'm gonna break his nose. I want him to know that I remember everything, and no I don't, and never will forgive him. Typed this on my main, but it got too personal so made a throwaway. The internet is full of cruel people that watch me and would take advantage of this info. She wasn't my mom, but a foster mother. My real mom was an otherwise good mom, other than an addiction to meth. But it never resulted in our abuse or anything, just poverty, but she always put us first. Old school Mexican Catholic lady with lots of rules and standards and major control issues, and issues with sex and sexual abuse. I was 12 to 13 while I was in her care, recently having suffered some terrible sexual abuse from my real mom's friend who she thought she could trust with me and my sister. Anyways, the foster mom would make me fold my clothes in perfect squares, make me wear undershirts with everything, even on weekends in 90, 100-degree Southern California weather, wouldn't let me hang out with friends from school outside of school, would make me, and the other boys she took, in do chores all day, and one little thing out of line or anything to annoy her, weeks isolated from the other kids with nothing to do. See, but she went further with me. I was being an average 13-year-old boy, sexually curious, and introduced to the concept early, because of my abuse, so I drew a picture of some boobs. She found it, and from that day on treated me like a sick pervert. She separated me from the other kids for the rest of the time I lived there. She told the other kids I wanted to molest them. She even once hallucinated that I said haha wanna have sex with me? Instead of haha can't catch up to me when me and one of the other boys were playing around running around like idiots. She even kept me from talking to my own biological sister who also lived there. It ruined my self-image for life. After I left her care, because me having emotional tantrums, could you blame me, was too much for her. She gave my social worker folded up pieces of bone and drew crude genitals on my innocuous childish middle school comics I drew with my friends. I explained the bone wasn't mine, and the comics didn't have that before, especially since I wouldn't draw penises, since I was kinda scared of male bodies after what happened to me. Fast forward 10 years to about half a year ago, I live with my biological mom. She's been clean for almost the whole 10 years. Her kids getting taken away was a real wake up call. Been back with her since I was 17, 24 now. I'm doing my part, helping pay rent on a small apartment while I get through college. My sister is about to turn 18 and still lives with the lady. I find out all the faked up things she did to my sister, mostly emotional abuse. Telling her that her biological mother and brother don't love her, and saying we didn't want to visit her anymore, even though the lady herself kept making excuses why visits had to be cancelled, showing her my old progress reports from school with crude little penises drawn on them most likely by her to show how much of a freak I am. The most sinister thing was my sister remembering us playing doctor when we were both small children that didn't know any better, and turning that into saying I molested her. I was what, 9 or 10 years old. I didn't even know what sex was, but to that sick woman apparently I had all the intent of an adult man. But now my sister's 18 and seeing through the lies and bullshit, originally contacting us in secret, but now she's out of that house, staying with a friend to finish high school, deprogramming herself from all the lies and emotional abuse so she can come with her real family. She knows that the foster mom was full of shit, but being told something most of your life tends to make you believe it over time, even just a little. I just really hope she doesn't think her big brother is a monster. People have tried making me feel like a monster my whole life, and I never hurt anyone, and it's just not fair. I'm insecure about being a furry, about being bisexual, about being in a polyamorous relationship, about drawing nude art, all things that would just serve to reinforce how much of a freak I'm to her. I never hurt anyone. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I just want to be myself without people jumping to harsh conclusions. Why does the world just want people to be afraid of me? I didn't mean to do anything wrong. I even considered ending my own life over the accusations once, and over what that sick man did to me and my sister all those years ago. But I feel like I'm stronger than that. Besides, as an adult I'm too nihilistic to see a point in suicide. Might as well ride it out and focus on the positives. I got a loving boyfriend and a bright future as a software developer. I had a Red Ryder BB gun. I left it on our back porch in the corner. That's where it always stayed when I wasn't using it. My sister was in kindergarten and only went to school half a day. I'm 3 years older and in grade school, so I had to go all day. My sister got my BB gun, went around to the front of the house, and shot the glass door out. It was safety glass, so it instantly shattered into thousands of tiny pieces, but it was still intact as a sheet. My mom heard the glass pop, and she opened the big wooden door to see what happened. The suction created from her opening the wooden door caused the whole sheet of broken glass to fall inwards, and it went all over the living room floor. My sister, being the dumb as she was, stood there in plain sight of my mother, threw the BB gun on the porch floor, and pretended she didn't know what happened. She had glass all in her hair, and one shard on her eyelash, so my mom took her to the doctor to get checked out. When my mom picked me up from school, my sister was in the back seat eating ice cream. When we got home, I got a spanking. That's right, not my sister who destroyed the storm door on the house, me. I was sitting at school minding my own goddamn business, while she was at home shooting the faking windows out of the house, and I got the spanking for it. She got ice cream. I left the BB gun in the corner, where I was told to leave it, by my parents, yet it was somehow my fault she picked it up, and shot the window. Total bullshit. I'm 30 years old, and I'm still pissed about that one. This is a shit you have to deal with as the middle child. I was even forgotten at a gas station one time. Like Joe Dirt to the Grand Canyon. That's a story for another day. This'll probably get buried and no one will see this, but here it goes anyways. Point the crime. In middle school, 1990s, I forged my report card using Paint Shop Pro from the old AOL server room days, even stole an envelope from the school office, and mailed it to my house, so it'd be postmarked. Had my parents totally convinced. We even celebrated. A couple weeks later, parents didn't see my name on the honor roll list when the quarterly school newsletter showed up. They confronted the office. Office shows my real failing grades. Court. The report card forgery was a work of art. Anywho, the sentence, threefold, imation, so as is whooped. Of course there's a rule that my dad implemented. You must count out each hit clearly, or it is not a valid hit. No skipping numbers, no mumbling. This always made your punishment so much worse, because by the third or fourth whip you're sobbing, and can barely get a whimper out. My dad whips in almost a rhythm. If you don't get the number out clearly, he'll say nope, I didn't hear that last one. Continues to hit until the number is clearly enunciated. After some bargaining I managed to talk my dad down to 15 hard whips on the ears. He had this special, very stiff stick that made a whoosh every time it came down, and it feels like 20 bees stinging you at once. I can't remember exactly how many I actually got, but I'm pretty sure it was over 25. My butt was bruised and sore for almost 2 weeks. I kid you not. This whipping made my little sister cry just watching. Point punishment 2. Grounded for 4 months. This was my own fault. Asians at the time didn't have the concept of grounding, just beatings, but I kept hearing about it in school and I tried to introduce my parents to it as an alternative to getting my ass beat a while back. Biggest regret ever, should have just stuck with jet and beat. Point punishment 3. This is the one I consider to be crazy. They moved the washer and dryer from the upstairs laundry closet into the basement to make a room for me. My room gets a shiny new lock so that I can no longer go in it without parents' supervision. They basically only let me in there to get my clothes. I was to be confined to the laundry closet until my grades stabilized to a B average. This meant 2 school quarters, because they had to be semester grades. So I was to live in a closet Harry Potter style except for school, meals, and church. On Sundays, no TV, no radio, makeshift bed, an alarm clock, and school related items only. Strict light privileges meant strict bedtimes. Thankfully my parents were almost never home to enforce this, so I'd have to constantly bribe my little sister all the damn time, so she wouldn't snitch me out for not being in there when my parents weren't home. Point there were so many times where I cold been caught, but got back in the closet in the nick of time. What a rush, lol. When I was scrolling through the Reddit app and I came across this topic, I was expecting to read some crazy / funny as whooping stories. But OMFG. This thread got darker and darker as I kept on reading. During my school days, I'd constantly get my ass whooped for not studying properly. But let me inform you, I was a good student and I'd get my ass whooped mostly for not completing my homework or lie about trivial things. The worst punishment I got as a kid was getting my Game Boy Advance SP and PlayStation 2 confiscated and not allowed to play them for maybe 2 weeks. Fast forward to college days. I'm doing my bachelor's in computer science engineering. Completing a bachelor's in CSE takes 4 years. But being a dickhead of student that I am, this is my 6th year now. During these 6 years, if I'd fuck up, the worst that would happen to me was I'd not be allowed to hang out with my friends, and this kind of punishment is pretty common in where I'm from. Now, my parents have every legit reason to kick me out of the house because 1. I'm a 24-year-old man. 2. Recently a high court ruled that parents could kick their adult sons out of their house if they wanted to. 3. I should completed my bachelor's 2 years back and I should gotten a job by now. 4. I'm a man. Period. And to apply for a job in my country, 6 years in CSE is a big no-no unless you have legit reasons to justify the extra 2 years. So obviously, getting a job will be difficult for me. And to this my parents be like, if you want to stay in this house, then after finishing college, you must apply for a job, no matter how shitty the pay is. Now, you must be wondering why am I saying all this? Nana, what I wrote above answers Ops question. Well, I used to think my parents were massive cunts when they used to confiscate my GBA and PS2. I used to think my parents were massive cunts when I was not allowed to hang out with my friends, even if it was someone's birthday. Hell, even now my parents act up if they find me playing video games, even if it is something as trivial as collecting resources in Clash of Clans. But I never knew the real meaning of cunt parents until I stumbled across this thread. My parents are nothing compared to most of the parents here. This post only wants me to appreciate my parents more and more. What breaks my heart even more is that it isn't the father people are complaining about. It is their mother. I guess it is time we all accepted that mothers can be faked in the head to the extremes as well. And finally, to all those who have or are still suffering, I'm so sorry for what you're going through. All I can do is hope you all go on to lead better lives and be a much better parent to your children if you're planning on having them. Peace. My mom was of the one fucks up, punish them both parenting camp point as a young teen. It was somehow my responsibility to make sure my older brother did his chores. Unfortunately, he wasn't as a computer/video game addict and would not do his chores because he just needed to finish this level point. So mom gets pissed after the millionth time coming home to find the chores not done, and her brilliant solution was to ground us by turning off the power in the whole house for a week. She moved the fridge to her room and flipped the breakers in the rest of the house, including my room. Horrendously unfair, considering I didn't do anything wrong. My brother, being the sheethead he is, waited till she left for her night shift and turned the breakers back on. I told him not to, that he'd get caught. He didn't listen. He got away with it for 2 days. On the 3rd day mom came home after being gone a half hour because she forgot something. Busted. And because of what he did, she grounded us for another week with no power. Did he learn? Fact no. He did this cheat again. And got caught. Again. Rinse and repeat until he racked us up 3 months of no power. Mom put a padlock on the breaker box at that point. And let me be clear, she didn't care. It was the middle of the school year and we needed power and internet to do schoolwork. Or, you know, that what she was doing was child abuse and illegal. If I needed to do schoolwork, or, God forbid, write a paper, I had to do extra chores to get enough money to take the city bus to the library, do my work, print out my work, and still have money to get home before dark. 4. 3 faking months. My mom did not fuck around. Proper grammar. I would be grounded for the night if I used the word ain't. Was grounded from 10 to 13 every night because I thought it was funny/rebellious southern manners. You never wear a hat indoors. You tuck it under your arm. Always say sir or ma'am. Milady is okay for those idiots who think madam is the fancy name for a hoe. Outdoors, while wearing a hat, you must tip it or touch the brim when you pass a lady. You never Salute someone that has served. If you have not, you don't have that privilege. She succeeded this because I do a two-finger proper salute, which around here acknowledges respect and give deference to the fact that they were/are more honorable than I have been. If you are walking, you don't just walk a lady across the street. You escort her where she needs to go. Carry the goddamn groceries. If you didn't buy them unless in a close friendship/intimate relationship, you agree or respect whatever politics/religion the person carries. That debate is personal and opinionated. Bow your head at grace. Even if you don't agree. Hold the door open if it's less than 5 seconds for the other person to go through. Learn to shut your damn mouth. Never swear in front of faking children. Your phone should not be in your hand or hands if you are in company while eating or mid-sentence barring emergencies. If any worker/technician/etc comes to your house to fix or diagnose a problem and you don't offer them at least a water, fuck you. Passing by someone in a small town, pulled over with hazard lights on, and you have free time, stop and help. You may save that person's life. Don't be a dick. Contested 1. Give a hitchhiker a chance. Just have your gun ready in your hand. Some people, my experience included, just had a shit day and need to get to work to pay to fix their vehicle. Fuck anyone who doesn't tip at least 15%. I'm Texan. Sorry. P.S. When you see a panhandler at a red light, give that person a fucking dollar. That whole "I'll just spend it on drugs or bullshit" makes me crazy. Fuck you. You're driving a car and they're on the streets. If they need drugs or booze, let them have it. You have a home. Don't judge. You can pay it forward so much more, and if they spend it on something negative in your opinion, at least let them sleep comfy or not in pain. Denying a buck won't fix their scenario, your judgment, the soles of their shoes, but you got them helped someone. Get some karma outside Reddit. I have lived where $1 kept me from losing my childhood home to holding it on for another month. I feel this is a good place to get this off my chest. My dad was a pretty chill guy, though kind of strict, but I just figured that was the way he was raised. I never really saw him much outside of the end of the day and weekends. Even then he was out doing yard work or doing nature stuff like fishing or hunting and hiking and whatnot. At the time he was going to med school, so he was also studying a lot, but as soon as he graduated, we packed up. We lived in the suburbs of a major city in the US and left for a small island in Alaska with about 8k population, mostly fishermen, and a general city support system, stores, cops, etc. But it was really empty and a really big change for everyone. I was 7 with 3 younger siblings, especially my dad apparently. My dad now raking in a good amount of money from working on unhealthy, uneducated Alaskans, but the fishing was good, so the money was good. Anyways, he started buying huge boats that we couldn't afford. Just after we bought a big house to properly house us all, bought expensive guns, had a sports car shipped to the island, you name it. If it made him look good in public, he had to have it, and it had to be the best. Unfortunately, those appearances were only on the outside, and almost every night, like a routine that I have engraved in my memory, he'd come home, force my mom to get a huge bottle of vodka, and he'd make me make all the drinks while he sat in the living room yelling at my mom. He would down the entire bottle of vodka, usually beat me in some form because he felt like it. He played college football as a lineman and wrestled in college as well. So he was a monster of a man. Push me downstairs, best me with the belt, sit on me, suffocating me until I nearly pass out, punch my arm until I couldn't lift it anymore. Good old fashioned stomach punches, whip me with a wire coat hanger, throw full drinks of Diet Coke and vodka mix at me, you name it, he probably did it. And my room was right below my parents', so as I fell asleep I got to hear my father force setch on my mom very time he could get his dick to work properly. My mom left him and went back to school on another continent, taking us 4 with her, and we now live in South Carolina, far away from Alaska. We are still dealing with a custody battle between my younger siblings. I had obvious evidence of child abuse, but the Alaska state courts are as holes, so my 2 brothers spend 30% with him, and my sister has to do an occasional visit. I'm living at home now, 19 years old, and it hurts seeing them leave to go visit him. I now suffer from a multitude of crap that I don't want to get diagnosed because I want to become a police officer and stop assholes like him from hurting their own blood. Also, for the record, my father is now sober, so he doesn't really beat them anymore, but he has a shot like a lion that's good enough to scare the piss out of anyone, but they don't have to go through the same thing I had to go through. He's also now married to a mail order bride from Mexico, who was shipped up to babysit while he was busy working with patients and now has 2 more kids. My only hope is that the 2 children are raised in a safe and healthy environment, even though my dad is a dick and the babysitter is ferocious to my siblings. This is really long and pretty late into the thread, but I hope someone reads this and finds some silver of hope that the shitty things do eventually get better. I grew up in a very religious family, and before I tell the story of a church-based punishment, let me just say I had a very gifted childhood and never went without anything I wanted. So on to the story. Also TLDR at the bottom, since this is sorta long point. When I was in high school we went to a large church, where the main service was held in one large auditorium style building and all of the youth services were held in a separate building that had a restaurant, ping pong tables, video games, etc. One Sunday I was really not feeling the youth church because of some drug-related drama that happened the day before with many of the people that went to the youth service. Went to a very affluent high school where prescription drug abuse was extremely common. So I tell my dad I don't want to go there and I'm going to the big service. He tells me no, to just go on to the youth service, that the whole reason we moved to this church was for the youth service. I proceed to tell him no, which is what actually made him angry. He tells me I have one last chance to go to the youth church or I will regret it. Naturally, as a short-sighted and idiotic teenager, I still refuse. Point after the service we get home, and without another word about the argument, since it happened, my dad walked calmly to my room, took my Xbox 360 out of the TV cabinet, got in his truck and drove to the storage building, where he locked it up for 6 months. That was his punishment. He told me no Xbox for 6 months because I went to the regular church service instead of the youth service. He also had other rules that I luckily never got caught breaking about drugs, sex, and alcohol, where if I ever got caught involved with any of those things I would lose all rights to anything other than a sheet on the bed, a sheet to cover myself with, and a pillow to sleep on. I have no doubts that he would have backed up that threat too. Also, another interesting side note. My family enjoys camping and have a permanent camper site next to some friends they have known since high school. My dad's strict disagreement to alcohol is so well known that their friends they camp with hide their beer and wine in the camper and get up from the picnic table to go inside and have a drink. That's how strict he is. Other grown adults hide their drinking from him like they are children. TLDR, dad is very strict. I didn't want to go to youth church, and when he told me I had to, I ignored him. I went to the adult service. My punishment for defiance was losing my Xbox for 6 months. I was a quiet, shy kid with terrible anxiety issues. I had great trouble in understanding basic mathematical concepts when I was in grade 1 and 2, and my mom used to teach me. I used to get very stressed about not getting it, so it made me cry. As a punishment, my mom stopped teaching me. I studied everything by myself from then, and I managed very well, except for maths. Not only do I lack a natural aptitude for numbers, the beginning of my mathematical education was so traumatizing that I never recovered from it, and even when I was good at calculus I screwed up my maths exams because the mere idea of sums was terrifying. I also had a bad habit of reading too much, according to my parents. Because of this, I started reading at night using only a night lamp. This gave me extreme sleep deprivation, screwed up my sleep cycle for life, and ruined my eyesight. I have myopia with -6 power. My parents didn't believe that I couldn't see the board at school for 2 years, and I was taken to a doctor only when my sister raised hell because she was having the same problem. My parents divined that I was a fussy eater and threw food-related tantrums because I cried before breakfast and dinner every day. For lunch we had rice, and I did not cry then. I told my parents specifically that it hurt to eat. They thought I was lying. 6 years later, when my teeth started bleeding so commonly that I did not even realize it, they took me to a dentist. Turned out I had severe cavities in 7 teeth. Till date, I'm teased by my parents for being really oblivious to my body and not recognizing all these problems and faking up my health. I had a very wicked stepmother and got grounded for everything. I spent about 3 years of my life being locked in my room as a child and always being threatened to be separated from my twin brother. One time my dad went away on business and my stepmother gave me diet pills. I had an eating disorder. It was actually lipizine. She cooked Alfredo sauces, my twin and I being lactose sensitive, and forced us to eat it for days. By the time my dad got home I couldn't control my vomit. To which she went and searched my room and found the diet pills that I never actually took because I was 13 and afraid and insisted I'd be put in an eating home. My dad refused. 10 years later he finally let her. She also came home drunk one night and got mad over how I fed the dog. In turn she tried to kill my rabbit and threw all my belongings in my room on the floor. She refused to feed us once when my dad was away, so I stole a box of cereal, which she bought 10 boxes at a time, and hid it under my bed. She routinely checked my room and told me that she wished I would commit suicide. When she found I stole cereal from her, I only took the cereal so my brother could eat the ramen noodles. My father makes over 6 figures a year owning several thriving businesses, and she still refused to feed us. Every time I went to a therapist and told the truth she would lie to my father and say that it wasn't true. One time a well-accredited psychiatrist apologized for even having to be in her presence and strongly encouraged my dad to leave her and diagnosed me with PTSD at 14. I'm 23 and still trying to adjust to life. Oh, I've got one. I've probably typed this out before. My parents have always been pretty shitty and were always overly strict, but there was one time where I actually got so angry that I stomped out of the house and left for a few hours. I was around 16 and was walking to my friend's house right after school. I went there frequently that year and had permission to do so as long as I was picked up by my parents by sundown. As one suddenly my mother pulls over out of absolutely nowhere. I'm just walking down the street with my friends, rolls down the window and angrily screams at me to get in the car. I remember saying, "What? Why?" Response, "You know what you did. Get in the damn car. Now," and totally shitting myself because I really had no idea what it was that I did. I got in the car. My mother, siblings and I drove home in silence. We get home and my mother is flipping out on me. Pretty much just the same screaming conversation back and forth. What did I do? You obviously know what you did. Eventually it came out that she thought I ignored her. I shit you not. I was walking down the sidewalk a couple blocks from school and for some reason I was ahead of my friends, walking backwards demonstrating something, who knows what, to my friends. Turns out, my mother happened to drive by and see me turn backwards. She thought I saw her car and turned around to avoid acknowledging her, and she responded to that assumption by flipping the fuck out. Then we had a screaming fight where she didn't believe that I really had absolutely no idea that she had driven by. Eventually I had enough and I stormed out of the house and walked around town absolutely seething. The best part? We weren't allowed to have house keys, so I eventually had to come back and ask to be let in. I was too terrified of the consequences of staying out after dark, let alone going to a friend's house. Time I put this one out in the open. Growing up with my mother, stepfather, and my half sister was pretty rough. I was assigned an insane amount of chores from a pretty early age already. One of them was going on an errand to get all of the groceries for that weekend already. Me, being a 7-year-old, walking a total of 10 kilometers around to several local shops to get everything. It usually worked out just fine, although I was struggling with carrying all of it at times. One time, however, I somehow unknowingly lost 100 Belgian francs, which is now probably an equivalent of 2.5 USD. To this day, I'm still not sure as to where I might have lost it. When I got home, my stepfather checked the receipts and saw that I was short this amount. When questioned as to where the money had gone, I told him I had no idea. After getting the beatdown of my life, up to that point, I was forced to retrace all of my steps and only come back once I found the remaining money. After following the whole trajectory again for a couple of times, even stopping by the shops I went to, I was starting to get a little desperate. So I stopped by the butcher one last time, and when they assured me once again that they were sure I was given the correct amount of change, I had a breakdown point. This raised a red flag for the owner, and he ended up giving me the missing amount, a 100 franc note. Believing this to be the solution, I return home. Once I got there, my parents were asking me where I found it and why it took me so long. After I fabricated a story to prevent any more repercussions, they dropped another one on me. The note I handed them was folded double, while the note that was supposedly missing was folded 4 ways, so another beatdown ensued till I confessed where I got the money from. I was forced to return the 100 franc note, and the moment I got home, I was sent to bed without dinner. Not sure if it's the craziest punishment I received, due to there being a lot of them, but it's the one I could think of first. Grew up in traditional Vietnamese family. Children was seen, but not heard kinda thing. Is was around 15 at the time. Parents had a restaurant that I spent any spare time working for, which I never got paid for. So I'd would have to wake up at 6, do all the prep work in the morning with the old man before school, had to rock up after school, work till 7. Every school day. Weekends, 10-hour shifts were typical. They had this restaurant for 8 years. I was told it was for the roof over my head. I would squirrel away any spare money I could get my hands on until eventually I managed to get enough to get this Fender Stratocaster in this pawn shop. Took me close to 3 years. I would spend hours after work playing it every day. By the time I was 18 I felt like I was a tired old man sick of his life. Lol. Had an argument with old man one day and stormed off the job. Came home that night to find he had put the guitar through the table and the amp. Guitar was not fixable. My heart sank when I saw this. The one faking thing that took my mind off work was taken from me. I lost interest in the guitar after that. I had been playing it since I was 7. I never spoke to him again. When he was terminally ill with lung cancer a year ago, I went and saw him. Mind you, this is the first time I'd spoken to him since I was 18. I said to him that I felt that he had taken my childhood from me working at that damn restaurant, and that I was glad that he was dying. He said that he wanted to say sorry, at which point I cut him off and said, don't bother, I wouldn't have forgiven you. All I remember of that man was how cold and emotionless he felt. In fact, my mother was the same. As an adult I would struggle with coping with feeling anything. Feeling sad or angry, I would just shut down. A lot of therapy has helped, though. One positive lesson I got from him was that I did not want to be the type of father he was. I have an 8-year-old daughter that is the center of my world. We have so much fun together. And you know what she has taught me? What unconditional love is. As long as you're there for them, they will love you without question. Another thing, she fetched better than me. While I have had the nicer side of strict parents, I've had a few that really are stuck in my head. Also on mobile and crap at writing, so prepare for walls of text and the usual crap. First, I moved a bit during my life, currently finishing HS, and have moved 3 times. This is somewhat normal for some families, but as my dad is an engineer it always surprised us. Anyway, in short, due to him not trusting us, me and my sister, to talk about his job or moving, no reason, just doesn't trust kids, he gave us a 3-month notice that we were moving from Chicago to SF. Sure, it's a bit of time, but the hardest part was packing all my stuff. So when you get to the bay you realize how small houses are and how haphazardly I packed. Since I didn't get as early as a notice as I wanted, it became a quick issue of not everything is fitting and just unpacking what I needed. So one night we have a disagreement, and like usual I lose my electronics, cell phone, PlayStation, clock, laptop, TV privileges, and I'm told that until I unpack I'm not getting them back. So now what took my 3 months to pack I need to unpack quite quickly. Some malicious compliance later took everything out of the boxes, thus being unpacked. I eventually got my stuff back. This is since school was starting and I needed a computer to print things. Went without electronics for about a month and a half or so. Second, I was just starting driving in a new town. The permit and such and just moved, so I had no idea where everything was. Anyway, it was raining heavily with construction in the area, but not actively being worked on, since it was later at night and raining. They put up one of those orange LED light boards right in front of a stop sign. With the lighting and everything, I didn't see the crosswalk or the stop words on the ground, was worried more about staying in my lane and getting used to driving in the rain, and possibly just cruised by it. My dad knew the area better and immediately yelled at me to pull over and stop the car. We stop and he starts driving and gives me the lecture of a lifetime on how I cold killed him and how dangerous it is. I just didn't see the almost worn off writing on the ground. I would have seen a person since they aren't on the pavement. Thus he gave me the assignment of a 4-page research paper. He wanted a page per wheel on how dangerous running a stop sign is before I could drive again. Overall, reasonable reaction to running a light. Just wish he understood what it was like when he started driving. He lived in a desert where there was only a handful of drivers and only a handful of highway/city to city roads had speed limits. So he had years of driving before dealing with rain or other drivers. Notable mentions: until I'm out of the house I'm not allowed to listen to songs with swearing even. Implied bleeps. Also no R movies or Family Guy. Simpsons and YouTube was allowed when I entered middle school. Think 2010ish, give or take a few years. And shooters when I was a junior in HS. Also teen games had time limited use. My parents would allow 1 hour of Super Smash Bros. Brawl every other day and would have a parental code timer and would check the logs of the Wii Day thing to make sure I didn't go over. Also they count wine bottles and weight them, have a lock on a keg tap, and would next to kick me out onto the streets if I tried alcohol. My mom thought my friend brought some one time. It ended up being my year-old computer coolant, but that's a story for another time. Last thing is the strict bedtimes. Was 8 to 9 in middle school, changed a few times, and 10 in high school. Also I'm not allowed to socialize after school for over an hour in high school, since the rest of the time I'm only allowed to study, do homework, or eat. Also not allowed a job, unless it's during the summer and I have to quit it as soon as school starts. Since I'm taking extra classes, taking a language year early, so I don't have to later. This summer if my grade drops below 92%. I have to quit as it's possible my job is affecting my single class. Those are the rules, and that is why I'm not getting a job. Lastly, since the start of high school I had to pay for food and my dad doesn't believe in allowances, so until I did pet sitting for my family and earned a decent amount of brownie points I had to pay for my lunches and dinners. If I went with friends with my birthday and holiday gift money point anyway. Hope this was entertaining to a few of you. Skype was a big thing back in middle school, so mood messages were something that everyone had to somewhat maintain to show what kind of person you are. I was a troublesome/rebellious kid. I tried to keep as much of myself hidden from my Christian parents, but they both forced me to add them on Skype. For monitoring purposes of course. They are very anti-swearing, so I always made a conscious effort to keep my mood messages PG. But one time, I can't remember what my mood message was, but I felt that in order to truly express what I wanted to say I had to include the word fuck or faking. At the time I was thinking screw what my parents say, it's my account, so I can do whatever I want. Boy was I wrong. I came home from school one day and my parents cornered me in the study. They gave me a real tough hour-long lecture about why swearing is bad and why it makes you look like a despicable human being. My mom repeating the obligatory story of the one time she accidentally cussed out loud in a public area and making it seem like it was the most humiliating experience of her life. I haven't even gotten to the good part yet. So after a painful hour of my parents drilling anti-swearing propaganda into my head, they forced me to sit down at my desk, open up a Word document, and type out an entire apology letter for that one mood message. They made me include things such as the reason swearing was the worst thing a human being could do, the awful effect it had on everyone else who happened to hear you swear, why I was sorry for posting such a thing on a public profile, why blasphemy went against the word of God, and much more. If anything, writing that letter was more humiliating than the actual swearing. I didn't realize how ridiculous it was until I told some friends about it a couple of years down the road. They thought it was a little faked up. It's been more than 6 years since the incident, and I still think about it sometimes. I've always held a pill of resentment for that over-the-top punishment for a such trivial mistake. TLDR. Added one swear word to a Skype message in middle school. Parents lectured me for an hour and then made me write a page-long apology letter about the swearing FML. I want to first preface this by saying that I didn't grow up with strict parents in the slightest. My mom and dad are the two best people in the world. So I was a problem child. I had a temper coupled with that. I generally handle stress well, but when I can't I used to just get angry. Because I was so easy to piss off. When I was younger, I was the target of every bully in the school. If I was involved in some kind of altercation, it was my fault every time. I mean, it had to be. I was a problem child, right? Anyway, this went on, and on, and on. My parents fought tooth and nail to get the stupid school administration to understand my situation. They wouldn't hear any of it. Years of this wore on my parents awful thin, and eventually they just kinda gave up. I was eventually pulled out of the school to be homeschooled, but this didn't go well at all. I also used to hang out with some friends that weren't friends. My dad owned his own business, and we were pretty well off as a result. My friends made a habit out of using me pretty hard. I was the first one with a car, so I ended up driving my friends everywhere. When we hung out, I was the one paying for everyone's food. I knew what they were doing, but they were all I had. After being homeschooled. Anyway, there was one time that I needed like 50 cents because I was short. That for something personal. I think my cell phone bill or something. Dad had this in his car, so I asked if I could borrow it and pay him back. He flipped out. We argued about everything under the sun, and eventually I just tried to run away because I was tired and stressed and everything. Dad ran after me and tried to grab at me, clipping my shirt or something, causing me to fall over. He was yelling, I was yelling, we were done. So after getting back into the house, I climbed out of the window in my room and ran away. I didn't go far. Just up the road into town, to the closest convenience store, and I used the phone book. Yep, this was a while ago, and I called my grandma to pick me up. She did so, likely calling my parents beforehand, and I stayed with her for a couple of days. Everything resolved peacefully. Mom and dad came over and apologized. To this day I maintain a very good relationship with my parents. I love them, they love me, everything's great. Where to start? So my parents blamed me for their divorce. I was 8 when that happened. My birth apparently just ruined their marriage. They had another kid after me, not sure why, but she became the golden child. My dad used to treat her amazingly well to the point that people would ask if I was him. My mum used it as the grounds for her divorce and my dad never let that go. Some notable events that happened. My dad's ex-girlfriend sexually assaulted me and he blamed me. Ignored me for a couple of years over that. I went to a friend's house, which he let me do, and upon my return I got pushed down the stairs for not spending time with the family. He left me in a shopping center, mall, when I was 9, and told me to walk back to my mother. After the divorce they lived 300 miles apart. It was only when my sister started crying in the car park that he came back for me. He used to get so angry and throw a temper fit over nothing. For instance, if I had no spare batteries for his camera, if they ran out of batteries when we were out and about, not sure why as a child I wouldn't have carried these around. Now I didn't live with my dad, but my mum hasn't been easy to live with either. We are just about repairing some damage to the relationship now. She used to drink a lot and was incredibly controlling. I guess my mum was more the strict one, while my dad was just cruel. He is very rule heavy and needs things done a specific way, but I haven't lived with him in a long time, just dealt with some shit on family holidays. When we reconnected, my sister and I weren't allowed to have friends over or to leave the house to play outside. Sometimes we could go in the garden, but I felt pretty isolated growing up. Eventually she relaxed the rules a bit with me. By that time she completely removed the rules for my sister. I always found it difficult to deal with how differently my parents treated us both, but my sister and I forged a strong relationship through all the bullshit, anger and pain. There was a time when my mum stopped looking after us, and I used to have to get her to school on time, cook, clean, shop for the odd bit of food, and I didn't get pocket money or anything to help me do so. My mum used to tell me I'd amount to nothing and told me my education didn't matter. When I went to secondary school I was in the bottom groups for everything. People thought I was stupid. It wasn't until my teachers started to encourage me that I actually started trying to be something. My mum used to lock my sister in the bathroom when she threw tantrums as a toddler. I never really was a noisy baby, so I don't remember getting that treatment. She used to smack the ears off me for misbehaving though. She was drinking very heavily during my A-level exams and that was a real faking tough time. She was very depressed and suicidal. I remember fighting with her to get knives away from her. The night before one of my exams she collapsed drunk downstairs and my sister was crying. I've never been so exasperated in my life trying to get someone to bed. Afterwards she character assassinated me for intervening too much. Apparently my disrespect would not be tolerated. For most of my punishments she'd ignore me. The longest period of which being 3 months. One of the hardest punishments was when she revoked my internet access for a year. The net had really helped me through some darker times and she removed me from a free base I'd established. I honestly don't know how I survived that point at school. She didn't let me have a training bra till late. I didn't develop early but all my peers had one, so it was embarrassing in the changing room. She didn't let me groom my eyebrows or shave my legs and that did wonders for my self-esteem. She also refused to buy me any new clothing when I turned 12. I had to fend for myself then on any birthday money I would receive from her parents. I guess it was because she struggled financially or something, but I don't know. She seemed to have enough for my sister. One of the worst things I remember was her asking me who the fuck I even was after drinking one night. It was like she didn't know me or didn't want to know me. The disgust in her eyes has stuck with me. This ended up being longer than I expected. Edit. Attempt at formatting. Crazy punishment. Dad would whip my brothers with a dog leash. Sometimes the chain one. Sometimes it was for the stupidest shit like being kids and knocking their sliding door off track. Not a big deal to fix. My dad would also be an abusive, physically, verbally, and or emotionally, asshole if someone was in his way or he felt that someone, my brothers, myself, or my mom, had done something stupid. There was a slight change in how he treated me once I stood up for myself. He started verbally abusing me, telling me I was stupid and incompetent because I didn't get the name and phone number of someone that called the house for him. Parents didn't have an answering machine and this was before cell phones were common. The caller absolutely refused to give me into in spite of my direct requests. I retorted, if I'm as incompetent and stupid as you say, how was I able to get the name and number for that other call? The implication being I played a role in his getting his job. That shut him up and disrupted the notion that I believed / accepted the negativity he spouted. As bad as it was / as an adult, I get where a lot of that shit comes from. It doesn't excuse him, but I feel like I have more appreciation for his relative success and resilience, and compassion for his shortcomings. He is the oldest son of a Filipino immigrant and APOC. His parents married at a time when interracial marriage wasn't allowed in some states, prompting them to elope to Nevada. He grew up during a time when dyslexia wasn't as widely recognized. He got told he was stupid a lot until his parents learned he had a legit learning disability, and even then he probably still got crap. His parents had their own hang-ups and abusive tendencies. He grew up poor. He was a Vietnam POW. He saw shit and was tortured. He came back with PTSD at time when seeking the help of a shrink was still stigmatized. He was the sole breadwinner for a long time, while my mom was a SAHM to 4 kids. He probably didn't want that many fighting voices telling you you're stupid and incompetent, having flashbacks / nightmares, feeling exhausted and lonely, shitty commutes, being the sole breadwinner, and scared that you might not be able to keep up with all that financial responsibility, feeling like you don't trust your spouse to understand, care, or help because she doesn't work outside the home and can't even keep the house in order. Taken together, that is maddeningly overwhelming and resentment generating. I can see why he would lash out like an abused, cornered animal. Carelessness was / is seen not just as disrespect, but as a personal threat to a difficult balancing act. TL. Doctor, Dad used a chain to whip my brothers as punishment. He was / is an abusive person, but I get how his upbringing and experiences could yield such a result. I had 2 siblings when I was a kid, and until I was 18, a brother and a sister. My sister was younger than me, and my brother was 2 years older. I never knew my father, at least not as anything more than cash flow. He seemed to know that our mother was abusive, and I mean abusive, not just angry and strict, so he always found secret ways to give us money, putting it in envelopes that looked like just normal bank statements, leaving them under the mailbox, etc. We honestly kind of wished he would either come into our lives for real or stop faking with us, to be honest. I mean, yeah, sure, the money was a great thing to have, especially when we needed to leave and go to college, but still but anyway, my mother. She was almost stereotypical in the way she abused us. She beat us for arguing, locked us in a closet if she had guests, or just didn't want to deal with us, had our brother hit us, and took photos to shame him and us later when we misbehaved, and so on. My brother moved out the day he turned 18. She tried to physically stop him from leaving, but he had packed all of his things the previous night. I'd probably blame him for leaving us and stopping all contact, but when you're brought up from birth, being treated like an animal, worse than an animal, really, I can understand it. For us, we had to wait another 2 years minimum. My sister was 16 when I was 18, so I decided to endure for 2 more years so I could bring her with me when we moved out. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. She committed suicide about 2 months after her 17th birthday. My mother pulled out all the stops. She became an alcoholic. Hard to believe she wasn't before. When she wasn't shouting at me, she was ranting at nothing, asking God why he had given her weak-willed children who wouldn't accept her love and care. I wish I could make this type of story up. It sounds like the epitome of what people envision when they think of abusive parents. It's like she read a novel with an abusive mother in it and took that as a parenting class. I moved out. I feel horrible in a way because when my sister died I didn't feel anything. When I was finally away and able to talk to a therapist I was a lot better off and able to get in touch with my feelings, but that took a while. She kept trying to guilt me into coming back. This was in the early 2000s, when I was in my 20s, so the internet wasn't that polished yet and she couldn't harass me through it, but she found other ways. Sending photos in the mail. Heartfelt, not letters begging me to come home. It's horrible to say, but thank God my mother died. From what I heard she died in a car crash about 4 years after I left. I honestly and truly don't care. I put myself through a law school with a mixture of my saved up money and the money from lifeguarding. The one good thing my mother did was put me through lifeguarding school. Funnily enough, I never heard from my father since when I was 17. I don't know if he died, stopped caring, moved away, whatever, but it doesn't really matter to me. Edit. I realize this is pretty off topic from the question. Sorry. I just had to get this off my chest. Late to the party, but hey, I live in Europe. My mom always made my dad punish me according to her instructions. All she did was tell me wait until your dad's home. My dad made me stand in the freezing hallway in the dead of night for eating in bed. Would throw his slipper across the room and made me return it in person. I wasn't allowed to go out past 10. Seriously, what's the point in going if the fun starts at 9? He would either lock me in my room or take the door out. All my electronics would be taken. For some reason we were only allowed 1 drink after school and no more, not even water, and they think it's crazy I had a secret stash in my room. I wasn't allowed to do the study I wanted because the grade I would get was too low for what I can do. My younger brother did exactly that study. I had to do a study close to home so I could commute every day. Bye friends and cool school. My mom has always been like, you have to save every cent because you don't know what will happen. While my dad is, I have money, let's spend it. This made my mom order my dad to take my bank cards hostage. Even when I finished my study, had a full-time job and a car to pay for, I still had to beg for my card when I needed to buy gas. And at that point I was allowed to go out and beg for money to go. But after all those years of not being allowed to go and not having any money, I had no friends left to go out with. My mom says it's to teach me how to handle money. Needless to say, I didn't learn how to handle money by never having any in the first place. After moving out got flat out broke and started learning from there. Still am figuring things out at 29 now. My parents were surprised and devastated when I told them I was leaving. My 2 younger brothers still live there and keep complaining that I was the bad one in the family because they don't have the same rules as I did since I left, and they forget to mention that my parents pay everything for them so they can spend their money freely. I had to pay for everything myself. I understand why my mom saves everything. Her parents had to after the war and build quite a nice living, but my mom never buys something nice for herself. I also understand my dad's spending and violent behavior. As a kid from immigrant who don't have a thing left, everything you can get your hands on becomes valuable, and being tied to the bunk in your underwear at 8 years old and being whipped is not the best thing in your development. A little late to the party, but I have a couple of weird shit my parents did. Disclaimer, my parents are amazing. I'm incredibly close to my mom, and she has definitely loosened up over the years and has admitted to being really uptight. I was never abused, but she sometimes had ridiculous punishments for me. I won an invention convention at my school for making a scooter with a fan attached. 5th grade. The prize was a day at the tech museum and getting to showcase my piece there. I did something wrong, maybe had the wrong tone of voice or something, and never was reprimanded that night. I was allowed to have a friend spend the night, and I was so excited and couldn't stop talking about going to the tech museum the next day. Next day comes, and I get ready to go. I go to wake up my mom, and she refuses to get up. Turns out my punishment for whatever I did was to not go to the tech museum that day. I was furious. So having a friend over was fine, but doing something revolving around science and my education was getting taken away. Personally, I think she just didn't want to get up early on the weekend and drive 1.5 hours. Had tickets to a Suga Cult concert. 8th grade. My dad was having a BBQ that night at his house, and I was helping. He told me to get the mayo out of the fridge. I couldn't find it. He said if he went in and found it, that I couldn't go to the show. I searched again. Couldn't find it. Dad comes in and looks in the fridge and the pantry, and it's in the pantry. Couldn't go to the concert. I didn't check the pantry because he said it was in the fridge. A year later I got tickets again to the same band with my best friend. My dad agrees to take us, and she can stay the night after. My dad finds out the name of the band is Suga Cult. Says we can't go because cult is in the name of the band. First moved back home with mom after college in New York City for a couple years. I find a job right away at a local restaurant. I'm sharing a car with my mom at this point, trying to save up for my own. I have a shift scheduled and need to go in. I tell my mom. She says once I clean the kitchen. Okay, would been nice to know before I needed to leave. I clean the kitchen. She inspects. Not good enough. I'm running late at this point and don't want to lose this job as I just got it. I hurriedly clean again. Still not good enough, but she won't say why. I get a tone with her. She punishes me by locking me out of the house at 4 PM in the winter wearing only my uniform while she goes out to calm down. I have to call out of work as I have no way to get there as my mom decides she needs to leave the house and get away for a bit. She returns at like 10 PM. I'm faking freezing and really pissed because I got an earful from work. Mom went shopping. She explained I didn't wipe the water droplets from inside the sink and that's why it wasn't clean enough. Literally had never heard this rule before. If my mother suspected that I hadn't done everything to her exact wishes, she would take everything I own. She wouldn't sell it or break it, but she would go through every single last text message, Facebook message, email, browser history, etc. Then she would come back, tell me about how horrible and gross I was. I had just started getting sexual with my girlfriend, we were 16, and tell me that I'm never allowed to see her again. When she found out that I lost my virginity, she picked me up from youth group and started screaming at me how I'll burn in hell and how horrible of a person I was because I had sex once. She also refused to let me learn anything about sex education. I was allowed to see the boys' development video in 4th grade. I was not allowed to see girls' development video in the 5th grade. Both of your bodies are changing, and here's to know a little about sexual situations, but not sex in the 6th grade or sexual education in any of the years they offered it, but she would not talk to me about how all that shit worked. She actually would laugh at me when I asked, because literally no one had talked to me about it. I had to learn everything I know about sex ed from girlfriends and born. I'm normal now, but Jesus mom edit. She would also hit my brother, sister and I, and say that her marriage was failing because of us, and that my dad is a lazy bum that is having affairs, and she pulls in all our money. My dad travels in his company a lot as he is a higher up, and helps in different company locations around the company, and he pulls in way more than she ever will. She kept throwing things at us, and shoving us into things and hitting us, until I hit back. She once hit me while I was learning to drive, and there was somebody that their car had died on the side of the highway. The hits were making me swerve, and I was terrified that I would kill someone due to her. I yelled at her saying that I would kill us both, and that I didn't care, because she was insane. I got screamed at last night by my mother for telling my dad that my brother told me he was afraid of my mom. I'm 20, my brother is 17. I have an audio file of her screaming at me in piercing volumes. She made me sit outside in the cold at the train station, a 2-hour walk from home, while she screamed, and I just had to take it, or walk home in the cold. Last year she kicked me out of the house for not cleaning my room, when I had a term paper due the next day that I had to finish. In high school I got grounded for kissing a girl. No TV, no books, no internet, no friends. As a child I always got my books taken away for disrespecting her. Because I didn't obey orders without question. She would constantly scream at me for losing touch with friends who weren't really good friends, but ban me from seeing my real friends because she didn't like them. This still happens, even though I'm in college. I got into a car accident 2 weeks ago because the axle on my car snapped. I clipped a curb, and now I'm banned from driving until she says I can. Because an axle breaking is totally my fault, even though I was only going 10 miles per hour and the car had clear rusting issues. All through high school my teachers would post my grades online, and she checked it every night. I was in 4 advanced placement classes, where he grades are curved at the end of the semester and the raw scores were posted online. When I inevitably got anything less than As on quizzes, I would get screamed at for 45 minutes, because I was an ungrateful bitch and should have studied harder. Mind you, she was taking up study time by screaming at me. The list goes on and on. Raised by a narcissistic dad and an amazing mom. Dad would always buy me things such as games, consoles, and toys, but would take them away from me as punishment. He would just take anything that gave me joy for the pettiest reasons. We fought constantly. I never put up with his shit, and neither did him with mine. My mom would always have my side, and he would berate Northeast for turning my mom against me. I can't count the number of times I've gone go bed crying, depressed, null of any purpose or meaning. Having something given to you and taken away as quickly was devastating. To this day I deal with, now mild and under control, depression, and absolute lack of value to material things, such as money or personal items. Nothing has meaning, nothing is sacred. Everything can come and go, nothing matters. It truly faked me for life. I hate my dad and what he had made me be. I dream every day of making his life living hell, and having my revenge. I know this won't change a thing, and the damage has been done, but reading this thread made so many things rise up again, and the memories with it. My parents are now divorced, and I live with my mom. I love her more than anything, and if not for her, I would have ended my life long before. I don't know if anyone is reading this, but it feels good writing it all up. Compared to the stories here, mine is pretty okay. No physical abuse, but sometimes I've wished to get beaten up physically and not emotionally. Not me, but my childhood friend growing up. Her mom was super strict and even her dad was aware of how crazy she was. Her mom was a health nut and she wasn't allowed to eat anything that wasn't organic/healthy, etc. She'd force her to drink these barley green concoctions and she'd have a green mustache every morning at school, much like the average kid's Kool-Aid mustache. The ironic part was her dad was a little Debbie delivery truck driver and would give us some on occasion. I remember us trying to be hella quiet opening the wrappers when I stayed the night because her mom would flip out if she caught us eating them. They were church people too, and I went with them a few times. Once I brought a Harry Potter book with me because the kids service was always finished before the adult service and we had nothing to do while we waited. She flipped out on me for bringing pagan literature into their church and asked if my mom knew I had that kind of book, and I was like, oh yeah, I got it at the book fair at school. Never went to church again lol. Then in middle school when she got grounded they'd take away all of her macup, so she'd have to borrow macup in the morning and do it in the bathroom at school. They also refused to start buying her thong underwear because only hoes wear thongs, so she'd have to buy new underwear with her allowance and then lie about it. When they caught her sneaking out in high school her dad boarded up her windows. When I started asking him what they were going to do if there was a house fire he must have got to thinking because he took the boards down a few days later. Faking crazy. She ended up partying and blacking out a lot after high school, taking her shirt off at parties, etc. Ended up having a kid outside of wedlock with a black MMA fighter lol. I feel like this was a good lesson for them. My parents were strict and punishment happy. I'm pretty sure I've been grounded more often than not in that house. So let's recap some bullshit that got me punished. In 9th grade I started cutting myself. My parents found out because the school called my mom. Instead of asking why or seeing if I was okay or anything, I got yelled at and all they did was scare me into not doing it again. This is when I took to forms of self-destruction that were easy to hide. I wouldn't eat. I'd throw it up when I did. A few years down the road I took to painkillers. More on that later. I was granted no privacy. I wasn't to close my door, and a parent would accompany me to the bathroom every time I had to go. When I took a shower it had to be with the curtains and door open. 9th grade I started exploring my sexuality. I came out to a close friend of mine via text. A few weeks later my parents took my phone and gave me a lecture on why I can't/shouldn't like girls. This was not the last talk we had about my sexuality. Upon finding out, the punishment was that I couldn't do anything. No Wi-Fi enabled devices, no TV, no video games, and since I loved to read, they took that away from me too. Fun fact time. Up until then home was my solace from school. I was bullied and tortured to no end in middle school, and even early high school I had a hard time. School became a safe haven for me. 10th grade they found out I was still talking to online friends they disapproved of, because to them, every single person on the internet was, and still is, a child molester. My iPad lit up with a notification, and since this Twitter account was still a secret from them due to the previous year, I got protective. My dad grabbed me and threw me to the ground to grab my iPad. They went through all of the content of my Twitter. It was a supernatural fandom page. I was really into the whole superholock thing at this time. I had so many friends on there and actually felt comfortable talking about my sexuality so openly. It helped with confidence for me, but they made me delete my page without being able to even say a goodbye to any of them. I had to give up my emails and passwords to every social media account I owned. I had one Tumblr account that I think to this day is the only media of mine they haven't seen, and deleted everything else. 11th grade, I got into opiates. Then after being a few months clean, last March I relapsed, and they found out about my prior use from that. Same thing happened with the self-harm. Got yelled at, they offered no help, took everything away, despite being generally better. I still have problems managing my urges to take them, but I can gladly say I've been over a year clean from that point. Basically, I was viewed as their property. There's so much more I could go through, like them reading my texts with my boyfriend and slut shaming me for what I'm into, etc. I moved out, and although I'm not happier, I get to have privacy. I don't have to hide anything from anyone, and if I want to, I can. All of my problems with them started when my mental health started declining. I realized some of their actions might have had good intentions, but it never came off that way. They didn't want a daughter who had mental health issues, because somehow it was a reflection on their parenting skills. If they would have encouraged therapy and medication, my parents are against meds for mental health, I don't think I'd have as many problems as I do now. I'm still depressed and suicidal just as I've always been, and I struggle with controlling myself around various substances. They were helicopter parents on top of everything, so now I feel like I'm making up for lost time, but that usually comes and goes. Very late, but where do I start? I have dyslexia that wasn't diagnosed until I was in high school. Math was my worst subject, and no matter how much I'd study, I'd still fail pretty much every test. No matter what, it was always my fault. I didn't study hard enough, or I purposefully failed the test to sabotage my life and embarrass my mother. Once, when I was in like 3rd or 4th grade, I can't remember grade/ages very well. It's one long blur. Anyway, my mom threatened to ground me for a whole summer if I didn't pass math. I tried so hard, and I got a D, but it was passing, and I thought I was safe. But it wasn't good enough for mommy. She took all of my games and toys, forbid me from going outside or even reading. She even took the paper in the house, because I loved to draw. It was a long and terribly boring summer in which she constantly reminded me that if I just cared more, I could be outside with my friends. It was sheet point then. There was high school, and she hated my friends because they held me up and let me be me. She'd change her mind about outings at the last second. Like end of the school day, as I'm walking to get some food from the gas station, she'd call my shitty pay-as-you-go phone and ream me out for not being on the bus. Then I'd be grounded, and she'd come get me and chew me out all the way home. Of course, this led to fights, because as I got old I took less BS, because I had exposure to what families should look like. This went on through college. She'd try to control my life through my college funding. If I didn't do what she said, she'd try to revoke my funding and cause me to drop out. She was starting to get despite, and it got physical, and when I defended myself, because fuck that noise, she'd threaten me with the cops unless I apologized. It all culminated with her trying to accuse me of statutory rape of my then girlfriend, now wife, who was 19 at the time. When she found out that we had sex, she kicked me out, and my wife's family took me in. I didn't realize she left any lasting damage until very recently. I'm working on it. Oh lord, here we go. My dad has a history of marrying crazy abusive women. None of the instances below happened with my actual mother, but the 2 wives that followed. My brother, a diabetic, drank my ex-stepmom's chocolate milk, so she called the police, said he was suicidal, and got him locked in a psych ward for a week. I'd frequently have to stand in a corner or stand with my face pressed up against a mirror for minor crimes. Once my ex-stepmom said I was eating like a pig, so she taped my nose up and made me oink like a pig while eating off my plate like a dog. No hands. Additionally, she thought I was eating like a slob, so she made me eat under the table like a dog. Another time, again, thought I was eating messily. All of these instances I was around for, and not yet coordinated, especially since I was ambidextrous. So she put food crumbs in my drink, claimed I backwashed it because I was disgusting, and made me drink the whole thing. I wasn't walking fast enough, so I was pushed, fell, and cracked my head open at the age of 5. Wasn't walking fast enough, so I was hit with a frozen meal, making my head bleed. Sometimes as punishment for stupid things she'd take out a measuring cup, pour in a cup of hot sauce, and make me drink it. When she wanted to air out the couch cushions outside I put them in the wrong spot, so she slapped me hard. When my face was still red, half an hour later she slapped the other cheek, just as hard so both cheeks would be red, and when my dad came home she could say I was out playing in the cold. She didn't believe I was wiping properly, so she put that clear packing tape on my girl parts and made me take it off to go to the bathroom, put it back on, and she'd check it a bit later to see if anything was there. Chopped off all my hair in 5th grade because my hair, not to brag, was adorable and Shirley Temple-esque, while her children had straight brown hair that was rarely complimented. She got jealous and chopped it all off. Think Halle Berry as Catwoman, but I was not a grown-as woman that could pull that off. Was wonderfully as Hall. Had summer book reports, made me start them over for the dumbest things, half a letter outside the margin, writing on the back of the paper, not writing on the back of the paper and wasting paper, etc. Accidentally sharted in kindergarten. She told me she'd call all the news stations, radios, newspapers and tell them to make it headlines news, that I was a pants-sheeting baby. Made me shower in cold water and pack Up all my underwear and undershirts, because that's all I'd be allowed to wear in prison, and in prison I'd only be allowed to take cold showers. This was at the age of 4, 5. Got in a fight with my bio mom when she came to visit, called the cops, then came upstairs and told me it was all my fault and the cops were there to take my dad away. Oh lord, here we go. My dad has a history of marrying crazy abusive women. None of the instances below happened with my actual mother, but the 2 wives that followed. My brother, a diabetic, drank my ex-stepmom's chocolate milk, so she called the police, said he was suicidal, and got him locked in a psych ward for a week. I'd frequently have to stand in a corner, or stand with my face pressed up against a mirror for minor crimes. Once my ex-stepmom said I was eating like a pig, so she taped my nose up and made me oink like a pig while eating off my plate like a dog. No hands. Additionally, she thought I was eating like a slob, so she made me eat under the table like a dog. Another time, again, thought I was eating messily. All of these instances I was around 4 and not yet coordinated, especially since I was ambidextrous, so she put food crumbs in my drink, claimed I backwashed it because I was disgusting, and made me drink the whole thing. I wasn't walking fast enough, so I was pushed, fell, and cracked my head open at the age of 5. Wasn't walking fast enough, so I was hit with a frozen meal, making my head bleed. Sometimes as punishment for stupid things she'd take out a measuring cup, pour in a cup of hot sauce, and make me drink it. When she wanted to air out the couch cushions outside, I put them in the wrong spot, so she slapped me hard. When my face was still red, half an hour later she slapped the other cheek, just as hard so both cheeks would be red, and when my dad came home she could say I was out playing in the cold. She didn't believe I was wiping properly, so she put that clear packing tape on my girl parts and made me take it off to go to the bathroom, put it back on, and she'd check it a bit later to see if anything was there. Chopped off all my hair in 5th grade because my hair, not to brag, was adorable and Shirley Temple-esque, while her children had straight brown hair that was rarely complimented. She got jealous and chopped it all off. Think Halle Berry as Catwoman, but I was not a grown-as woman that could pull that off. Was wonderfully as Hall. Had summer book reports, made me start them over for the dumbest things. Half a letter outside the margin, writing on the back of the paper, not writing on the back of the paper, and wasting paper, etc. Accidentally sharted in kindergarten. She told me she'd call all the news stations, radios, newspapers and tell them to make it headlines news that I was a pants-sheeting baby. Made me shower in cold water and pack up all my underwear and undershirts, because that's all I'd be allowed to wear in prison, and in prison I'd only be allowed to take cold showers. This was at the age of 4, 5. Got in a fight with my bio mom when she came to visit, called the cops, then came upstairs and told me it was all my fault and the cops were there to take my dad away. Locked the door and fell asleep, so didn't hear my stepsister trying to get in after school, so she picked me up off the couch by my hair and threw me to the floor. Current stepmom, no cell phones after 9 p.m. She'd check our online account to make sure we weren't texting in church, even though we had to leave our phones in the car, in school, or after 9 p.m. or before 6 a.m. She'd go on our phone accounts, and if she could figure out the numbers of friends she didn't like, she'd block them. Occasionally would steal or throw away our stuff and claim she had no idea where they were. We must have been irresponsible and lost them. Couldn't use the desktop after 9 and wasn't, even when I was in college for a period of time, allowed to have the Wi-Fi password because they didn't want to hear me laughing / hear my music / etc. after 9 p.m. Have to give her the number of wherever I went, and if I picked up the phone when she called, she'd hang up and keep calling till I didn't answer, and then make sure that whoever was on the answering machine matched up with where I said I was going to be. She's just all around a controlling, crazy woman. Not into cruel and unusual punishment like the above lady, but more manipulative and emotionally cruel. Made it so that I had to sneak out to have any semblance of a life, and of course got caught, but would be isolated from my friends for months at a time, and it was horrible. I wasn't allowed to go to sex-ed school because my mother thinks that you should wait till marriage to have sex. My brother was reading a novel for English which mentioned something about a girl being fingered, and my mother realized this as she read the novel. Before he was allowed to, she ripped the pages out of the book that contained anything sexual and went into the school to complain. My brother knew nothing about this until the next day in English they were about to begin reading, and the teacher asked him to leave the room in front of his class because my mother didn't want him reading it. He was like 16 over 17. I wasn't allowed to watch shows like The Simpsons until I was 18, and if any shows showed homosexuals my mother would rush for the remote and change the channel. Whenever I behaved badly I would get grounded for months at a time, which meant no talking to friends, no internet or TV, no leaving the house except for school, and no sweets. The only way I would be allowed to be ungrounded after several months would be if I'd done really well on a test. So I used to just write a mock test for a random subject on a sheet of paper and grade it myself, pretending to be a teacher, so I could get out of grounding. Myself and my siblings were made pray for 30 minutes every night, and if we missed prayers we'd be grounded. We were also made go to mass like 3 to 4 times a week. We weren't allowed sleepovers ever. I wasn't allowed to watch movies that were over 12s until I was 18. Whenever there was injections at school, like to help prevent against ovarian cancer, my mother wouldn't sign the form allowing me to get the injection. The first time my mother heard me listening to heavy metal she told me I wasn't allowed to listen to music like that anymore because it was ungodly and apparently made me too angry. One time I was sick of being grounded and my mother wouldn't unground me, so I snuck out while she was at work, and when she came home and realized I was gone, she called me and told me she was driving around the town looking for me, threatening to cancel Christmas if I didn't get in the car. When she found me, I didn't get in the car, so when I returned home there was nothing in my room but my bed. Literally nothing. She even took my light bulb and my bed sheets. This started as a reply, but I ended up making it way too long and decided to just post it. Not so much any specific punishments, though the general one was just a grounding. That meant I had to lie in bed and stare at a wall 24/7, as it is just how my parents treated me in general. My grandmother, who looked after me about as much as my parents, always took me and my cousin out together because we were her last precious grandbabies to brag about. Despite the fact that I hated him, was 7 or so years older than him being about 3 when my childhood long imprisonment with him started, and was miserable constantly. Anything I brought with me when we went out, to drown out the 50th viewing of the same goddamned SpongeBob episode, was immediately forfeit because he just wants to see what you're doing. Let him have it. Snatch, throw, smash. Oh, well, you should know better than to give him your iPod. He's too little to have that kind of responsibility. If I ever got any money, not often, I basically had no choice but to spend it while out with one of the weekly mall trips with the two of them. Dad worked almost 24/7 and my mom had agoraphobia, couldn't leave the house. But of course, since I had money, it wasn't fair that he didn't have money, so I had to give half of it to him. Oh, and at one point, when I tried to get out of being with him, because he injured me constantly, usual roughhousing, biting, kicking me full force in the face, dropping heavy things on my head, normal kid stuff like that, she decided to implement what I now know is basically a Safiwad system, which I find creepy as fuck. We had some word where, if I ever said it, he'd stop whatever horrific thing he was doing to try to hurt me. He wouldn't, but he'd claim he did, and he could do no wrong, so it didn't matter, and whenever he said it, I'd stop whatever I was doing. He once told me to quit breathing. I think quit was the word, something to that effect, and she punished me because I couldn't hold my breath forever. Because that's what the rule said I had to do, and I was being a bad role model for him. So now I have trust issues when it comes to, well, basically everything, but especially letting other people borrow/use anything of mine. My dad thought I wasn't adventurous enough as a kid. I'm autistic, though not to the degree that everyone expects. When I say that, I don't like new things, and I was particularly stubborn as a kid. Really good at following rules, though, which everyone faking loved to abuse. So his general tactic was to scream at me that my life was going to be horrible and I would be depressed and nothing good would ever happen to me. This happened whenever I didn't want to do something. New food I didn't like, He'd stand and scream at me for 2 to 4 hours until I had to choke down whatever now cold food he'd made for me that I hated. He made a shitty, unstable zipline between our house and a half-dead tree. Yup, 3-hour lecture that I wasn't a good enough human being because that scared me. Did I just casually mention I don't like a food while out at a relative's birthday party? Looks like I'm getting nothing but that shoved in my face for the next 3 hours while I cry and get screamed at for that. We are at Disneyland and I don't wanna ride a ride because it goes upside down and that makes me throw up. Welp, time to ruin this trip by dragging me all the way out of the park and telling me how everything in my life is going to be miserable and sad because I'm so much of a failure. Guess what, Dad? I'm a faked up wreck now because anytime I try to do something new I get faking flashbacks of being screamed at for hours and I lock up and have a panic attack. The other tiny bit of money I managed to scrounge together went to my mom because she always had to borrow it if I had even a penny and she somehow didn't ever find the time to pay me back. There was I think between 4 and 8 year period where she owed me upwards of $500 that she'd borrowed from me. That might seem like a lot of money to borrow from a kid, and yeah, I'd never have that much cash. That was actually a time when our house had been broken into and robbed and everything of value I owned was stolen. She never bothered to replace 2/3 of it and just kept the insurance money for herself. The few things she did replace she held over my head. How generous of her it was, and some of them she decided to take the logic that, well, your PlayStation got stolen, I bought this one with the insurance money. It isn't yours anymore, so you aren't allowed to play it anymore. I found out about 3 years ago that, actually, none of my things had been stolen. We got robbed, and they took a bit of jewelry and her TV. Then she thought, oh hey, I can make a buck off this, and hid everything of value I owned, then claimed it as insurance. She couldn't give anything back to me, though, because then my sadness wouldn't be real enough, and I was too stupid to lie, so I faked it up for her. Oh, and another time, she decided to take my perfectly functional PS2, this was before it got stolen, and take it into GameStop to upgrade it for me to a newer one. Didn't ask or anything, but since she'd decided to do it and had to pay the full price of the new one because mine was too old to be worth shit, I had to pay her back for it. Oh, and I love that PS2 specifically because it had been a gift, but I was just being ungrateful for her generosity, so I wasn't allowed to play with the new one at all points. So now, if I ever get extra money outside my usual budget, I have to have a constant mental battle with myself not to just spend it because, despite what every fiber of my being expects, she doesn't have the power to make me give it to her anymore. Oh, and on an unrelated note, I currently have a friend that's 20 years old and in college. His parents aren't even paying for it, just giving him housing while he's off campus. But he missed a single assignment during the last year of college, so they took away his computer and phone, so he can't communicate with me or any of his other friends in any way. They didn't take his PS4 or other games or anything like that, just had to isolate him from any human contact outside of their insanity. When I was starting high school, my insane stepmother started getting this weird jealousy of my twin sister and I. She was constantly scared that we would grow up prettier than her. She's always had self-esteem issues which, we believe, sprouted from her father walking out on her. She was in her 50s, a retired professional bodybuilder, still worked out at our home gym, and dressed like an 18-year-old skank. I'm talking mini dresses and skirts that barely covered her hooch, and like 6+ inch heels. Fake boobs, hair, eyelashes, the whole shebang. My dad was the most respected doctor in our town as he was the only interventional neuroradiologist in like the tri-state area, and she just mooched off the cash he was making. Anyways, when we started high school her self-esteem got worse. She refused to buy my twin and I healthy food because she didn't want us to be thin. We were already pretty slim, but we wanted to be fit and remain slim. We'd make her a grocery list each week or two, and she would literally ignore every request for fresh fruits and veggies for lunch, healthy drinks like juice instead of soda, and healthy ready-made meals. Instead, she would buy sugary soda and junk food and really cheap crappy frozen food for our dinners. But, she'd buy my dad fucking salmon and ribby steak and fresh fruit. Everything he wanted. It got so bad that in the middle of the night I would sneak into the kitchen and shovel blueberries in my face, then smooth out the craters I had made to make it look like the carton wasn't touched. One day she caught me eating strawberries, and she grounded me for 2 weeks. My dad was, unfortunately, oblivious. We would try to tell him, and when he'd confront my stepmom she'd lie her ass off and make it seem like we were trying to throw her under the bus. My dad and stepmom also traveled the world and were sometimes gone for weeks at a time. Sometimes they'd leave us a little cash to buy groceries, and those were the best days. Nothing made me happier than going and buying a fresh mango, my favorite fruit and something I was never allowed to have. One time though, before my twin and I had jobs or cars, they left for India for an entire month and didn't leave us any money. We relied on the school lunches for the first week, but then my stepmom refused to pay for the rest, so we literally ate frozen waffles and popcorn for 3 weeks. We were so terribly sick by the end of it. I have plenty of faking stories about how shitty they treated us. I could go on forever. Most people I tell about my childhood with my twin are always surprised we've turned out so normal. I'm finishing my bachelor's degree in video game design and my twin is at the Air Force Academy. My dad always credits our success to his parenting, when in reality the only thing he taught me was how not to parent. TLDR. Stepmom was a jealous hoe with self-esteem issues, so she refused to let my twin and I be healthy in fear we'd be prettier than her. Grounded for 2 weeks for eating fresh fruit, and starved us when gone for a month. I made a C on a test freshman year in college. Went 2 years to community college for free. The reason they knew was because they had access to my school profile, and if I tried to change it, they would shut off power to my room and turn off the Wi-Fi. Well, I emailed the teacher and asked for a retake. He accepted. So I finished studying and started playing video games. My dad comes in and rips my headphones off my head and out of the computer, throws them against my wall. He then started yelling about my C and said that he will break everything if I keep slacking off. I explained about the test and he said okay and turned off the power to my room so I couldn't play video games. Well, my headphones were shot, the wire was ripped and the plastic was broken, so I ordered some headphones online. A day later he comes in and starts yelling about me wasting my money. My aunt worked at the bank I used, so she would tell my parents when I spend money, so they always knew what I was spending money on. This starts a fight where I'm just asking why can't I use my own money to replace something you bought. This caused my mother to storm in and pick up the monitor and throw it down, saying I shouldn't be talking to my dad like that. I was fed up with this and said I'm moving out. I started grabbing my clothes and my computer after they tried to stop me and kept saying it's their stuff because it's under their roof. Threw it all in my car and stayed at my friend's house for the night. It's been a year since then and I'm doing better in my own apartment and I will talk to them from time to time, but I have yet to go and visit them. TLDR parents broke headphones over C on test, got mad at when I bought another pair, broke monitor, so I moved out. When introducing my brother and I to people, my mother will describe us as such. This is my son. He has a house and a job and he's in a band. This is my daughter. She just runs around the country and doesn't do anything important. When I got my first phone when I was 12, primarily to be used to call for a ride home, she would text me during times when she knew I was busy and then threaten to take the phone away because I didn't answer, no matter how many times I explained to her that I was working and there wasn't signal the majority of the time. Even now, she will text me questions and follow it up with, if I don't answer within 5 seconds. Currently, I have a GPS tracker locked on my phone and have since I bought it. The app is password protected, so I can't even delete it. She uses it to spy on me. Once when I was 19, I'd just moved back from Georgia and was visiting a friend. We ended up driving around, and when she saw I wasn't at his house anymore, she grounded me before I even got home. When I went to college, she looked up my class schedule, so she knew when I was supposed to be in class. On a day that we had an exam and nothing else, I got done early and went home, like we were told to do by the professor. The second I pulled in the driveway, she asked why I was skipping class and refused to believe that I'd only had to go for a half hour. And most recently, as I was preparing to move permanently from Wee to New York, she showed up at my work, 3 hours away from their house. I never once told her where I was working, and beforehand I said it was private property and I wasn't allowed to bring anyone there. She showed up anyway, using the GPS to stalk me. On several occasions she's threatened to report my car stolen if I stayed out too late or went somewhere she didn't like. This was also when I was 19 plus. Once, while kinda dating a guy who lived 1.5 hours away, he was over at my house really late. I asked if he could stay over, since it was such a long drive, and her response was, well, since you're both over 18 and can't be accused of statutory rape. Nothing else. She said it as a joke too. So the guy left, and 2 hours later I get a call from him because he fell asleep while driving and crashed into a tree. My mother's response? Oh, he could have stayed here. Side note, this guy eventually did end up attempting to rape me, but that's irrelevant to this particular incident. My mother also minored in psychology, and she loves to try and diagnose me with different things. I have been called autistic, anorexic, bipolar, depressed, accused of having anger management issues, and probably more that I'm forgetting all those insults. I learned pretty quick to not tell her if anything was wrong, but even if I did she'd dismiss it, or say I was faking, or just wanting attention, which is quite frankly downright disgusting. Thinking I'm X is fine, but using it as a way to punish me for not acting the way she wants is just wrong. Related to this, we once got into an argument in the car because I was trying to read, but she kept making comments like, "Hey, did you see that turtle?" and getting pissed when I didn't answer. This escalated to her saying that I had to talk to her in the car because she was a human being and I was required to talk to her. My reply of, "I'm also a human being and no, I don't," got her to shut up for about 10 minutes. Same topic, she tried to make me doubt my friendships. When I was returning to New York for the summer, she kept asking if they actually wanted me to come back and saying that they probably didn't and were probably just saying they wanted me back to be polite and they certainly didn't care about me. To which the people in New York were like, "What the fuck? Of course we love you, come back." I'm 22 now and I still can't open up to people because of her. Everything I said was another way to get into my head, twist my words into whatever she wanted me to sound like. Last year I met someone who's almost exactly me, but 15 years older, and she helped me realize just how faked up the whole situation was. Not only that, but she also is the only person that has my back without question, one I can talk to without being judged. Frankly, it's weird, because I've never had that, not from my own mother. But she gets it, because she's been through every part of it. It's going to be a couple years before I can fully cut ties, but someday I will, and I'll never look back. My mother would beat me for talking in church. I sat on the front row with the kids choir, and she was in the adult choir, so she could see every move I made. If I didn't sit perfectly still at 5, she would go home, braid 3 belts together, and whip me until I had welts she'd have to later put calamine lotion on. When I was 6 she told me she was going to tie me up, drive me down to the Ohio River and throw me in. Then she went to her bedroom to find a belt to tie me up with. I was so terrified, I quietly left the apartment and went knocking on other doors, and when someone opened the door, I begged them to hide me. She found me and took me home saying I had an overactive imagination. When I was 11, we went to live with her boyfriend. It was a 1-bedroom apartment. Actually, it was a fairly nice place with one problem. No room for me. So they got me a pull-out bed, which I was responsible for wheeling out and putting back every day. No exceptions because my bedroom was the fashionably decorated living room. I had no personal space, but I just started middle school. No one ever checked up on me in the perpetual party that they were having, so of course my grades dropped. The biggest drunk pronouncement of that year was that I was a bad ungrateful brat who didn't deserve to get anything for Christmas, and because she had said it, she wouldn't go back on her word, and I woke up that Christmas to no presents. Not because they couldn't afford it, but because she was just mean. My aunt and uncle, who would start molesting me a month later when he figured out I was easy prey no one looked after, took pity on me, and got me the Thriller album, which honestly allowed me to save face at school, because MJ was hot at the time point. When her boyfriend went back to his wife and we moved to our own place, things got better, because she stopped drinking as much. But one day she gets mad over something petty, and pushes me out of the house in my nightgown, locks me out, and won't let me back in point, so I walk to the closest adults I can find at this tiny fire station. They call the cops, who take me home. Mom says I ran away. Oh my god, she figured I went to my friend's house and she would get me later. They swallow her story and I go to bed point. That was the end of the most blatant crap for a while. My life wasn't always like this, but it was punctuated by unpredictable moments of cruelty like this that made it all the worse when they did happen. I was every day of 25 before I realized they were mostly fueled by daily drinking, which she hid pretty well. TLDR, my mom treated me like an unwelcome appendage for a lot of my life, and it's a miracle I'm a functioning adult. Some weird rules growing up. I was never permitted to go anywhere besides places with my parents, home or to school. I was never allowed to visit a single friend's house growing up, and they were never allowed over mine. Strict NOAC in the summer rule. My mom thought it proved how hard her life was growing up. My house had heat during the winter, but only in specific rooms. My parents' room had heat, but none of the other bedrooms did so in the cold winters of New York. I had to manage. I was not allowed to have a winter coat because my mom was too poor to provide one for me. I never owned anything warmer than a hoodie until I was around 18. When friends and school teachers were concerned about my well-being and bought me one, I was forced to throw it away because it embarrassed my mother. If I ever slept in, I was thrown into our pool. This happened often in the winters when school was cancelled and my parents assumed I was making excuses for sleeping in cold winters in New York, so I got sick often from this alone. We had a strict clean your plate rule. My sibling was a picky eater, so she never finished her meals and was force-fed her meals by my parents. If she didn't open her mouth to be force-fed, my mother and her boyfriend would hit her until she did. I was a heavier child, so my mother monitored everything I ate and allowed me to diagnosed with anorexia by age 7. We were never allowed to speak ill or talk about the abuse going on at home. I don't know how, but my mother would always hear from my teachers, therapists and other family members if we ever spoke bad about her or tried to explain the abuse, and then we would be beat for doing so. I had extensive trust issue from this for so long. No locked doors and all doors must be partially opened at all times. My parents would come in and make sure I was bathing or showering. If they were shut, again, thrown into the pool or beat. My parents were divorced, but when I visited my father on weekends, I was forced to sleep in his bed. If I chose not to do so, then I had to sleep on the concrete floor in the garage. If I missed the bus home from school or to school, I had to walk. It was only 5 miles away, but it wasn't in the best neighborhood, and as a young female, it just wasn't safe. Just some of the rules that stuck with me in my life. I was forbidden to watch a lot of shows. As in, everything with what you could vaguely said it has a devil or demon in it. Shows like The Simpsons ain't understandable somehow, but I couldn't watch Dragon Ball. In Latin America, Hercules called Mr. Satan. Sakura card captors. The fire card looked like a demon. Digimon, Myatismum's giant form and its biblical theme. The PPG, him, and Cow and Chicken, the Red Man, are some of the few cartoons I was forbidden of watching. There were a few more like Grandma, That's Not Right, How Can a Boy Become a Woman, That's Scandalous, and plenty of others that I just can't remember right now. I'm surprised I managed to watch Pokemon at all. I was also severely punished if I got anything lower than a 9 in any assignment, though this one stopped when I was in 4th grade, I believe. Not the punishment. I was cut off of any form of entertainment for 3 months when I got an 8 in chemistry, but at least it wasn't physical anymore. I was getting literally perfect scores on everything but chemistry, and I would still be swiftly punished for not being perfect. I also would be expected to do all this work that I had never done before in my life, without guidance and with much insults coming my way whenever I did it wrong. Sadly, this helped with my self-esteem issues later in life. I wouldn't care that much, but this did make me resent my younger sister years later. She was never pushed and punished as much as I was. She got worse grades overall than whenever I was in the same grade, yet none of the punishments felt her way, and because she was a girl she wasn't expected to do much to help around the house when it came to repairs or going put to the store. I was grounded pretty much all my life. I technically had a TV, VCR, and a couple game consoles, but most games I had/played when I was younger I never got around to beating till I was either almost an adult or already an adult. I'm not saying, if your kids get bad grades, that they shouldn't be punished, or at least given a talking to, but when I got bad grades I was spanked, all the way up to 16, and then grounded from everything, except reading for pretty much the entire year. This also kinda led me to never doing anything in the summer, because I was always desperately playing games/watching TV. I had missed point I wasn't allowed to play outside, unless my mom could watch me, and since she didn't really want to sit watching me, I never really went outside. Point once told my mom I didn't like church. I was younger than 10, and it was a small church in the sticks with no other kids and so no Sunday school. Something I could understand. My mom told me that if I didn't like church it meant I hated God, and people who hate God go to hell. I don't know about anyone else, but I spent all my childhood/adolescence terrified of death. I was sure I was going to hell. My mom had a dream that I was sitting next to the devil, and on the other side was a boy. My stepdad concluded this meant that my best friend, I was 13 at the time, was the devil's advocate, and that I was not allowed to see him, talk to him, and they were going to call the school to make sure we never saw each other there either. To give you an idea of how much of best friends we are together now and have been for 9 years. He was/is literally my very best friend/and now so. There were so many weird punishments that happened, but one that sticks out is I got in trouble at school for having Pokemon cards. It was during the craze and the school made a rule that no one could bring Pokemon cards to school. I had thought they just meant during class, but when I took out my cards around break my teacher told me I couldn't have them at all. Okay, fair enough, I won't bring them again. Well, my mom and stepdad decided this meant they needed to burn all my Pokemon cards to make sure they wouldn't distract me anymore. A lot of crazy shit had happened up till this point, but I think it was the Pokemon cards that finally broke me, as in I finally realized they weren't actually doing what they thought was right, they were just crazy. We were poor-ish at the height of OG Pokemon card popularity, so why the fuck didn't they sell them? Why the fuck would they burn them when they knew they were gifts from other family members? Why the fuck didn't they just take them away till I had learned my lesson and then give them back? Literally at least $300 in cards at their sale price, and who knows how much they were worth if you'd have sold them to a Pokemon fan. These people weren't operating on logic, and I don't even know what they were operating on, because for all the world it seems like it was hate. Christ, this thread is bringing back memories. Nice to see that a lot of people shared the same shitty home life I did growing up. At the time, 80s/90s, it seemed like no other people I knew lived like we did. Anyway, I could write a book, but here's some highlights. Was on holiday with my mum in Belgium. We had a row about something, so she sent me home on my own at age 12. That was the last time I went on a holiday with family. If I didn't clean my room to my parents' liking, they'd trash it. Say I missed a crumb when vacuuming, or a water spot on the windowsill, all cupboards and drawers would be emptied on the ground, the contents of my desk, bookshelves etc. Everything dumped in a heap. I then had to put everything back. Had chores to do every day from age 8. If not done perfectly, to arbitrary and ever-changing standards, then I'd have to redo them. My golden child eldest sister would often preside over these. Couldn't have any friends until my parents had vetted them, their parents and their house first. I was often called home early from friends' houses because I had chores to do, despite always having done them before going out. Free time had to be earned by doing chores first. Honestly, a lot of this sheet revolves around chores. Seems like my parents thought they were running a farm they needed help with, not a suburban house. Friends could only come round to play if they agreed to help out with chores before we played. Needless to say, I didn't have friends round often. Church every Sunday, no matter what. In 16 years I missed church 3 times. Once because I wasn't baptized yet, another time because I had German measles, but only if I confessed to the priest, and the third time, because we were on holiday and my parents couldn't find a Catholic church in time. Had to pay for all my own stuff from age 12 by getting a part-time job. I'll stop there because it's honestly ridiculous. My whole life was basically all about chores, church, work, and school. Even now I feel guilty about enjoying my downtime. Not considered abuse in my Asian country, but when I was 4 or 5 there was a punishment called the dark room, where I was locked in the toilet at night with the lights completely off. I was caned for getting 9/10ths out of a spelling test when I was 7, and for many other perfectionistic reasons, until I stole the cane and broke it in half. My mom would do she'd like yell at me for being ugly in the departmental store. I had a skin problem when I was younger and constantly ask me what's wrong with my face. But the part one hated the most was her not making sense. When I was an older teen and went out till 9 PM, I did inform her beforehand to her agreement. She would spam my phone at 7 PM while I was still with my friends and yell at me to come home. When I did run home and was just right outside the door, she locked it in front of me and left me there. I developed social anxiety disorders and depression in my late teens. Now I realize probably because of her. And I remember one particular incident when I was in a depressive cycle, when I was suicidal and had slashed my wrists. I had stayed in bed all day and my wrists were bleeding. She came in and she yelled at me for being useless and spending all my time in bed. She saw my wrists and she cried and made it all about herself and how I was faking ungrateful, and was I not happy in this family. My dad was a faking coward and he spent time placating her, coming into my room to apologize to her, but then telling me that I should not make her mad and apologize to her because she's always been like that. Even now as a grown-as adult woman with a professional career and all, I have very low self-esteem and get butterflies when 6:30 PM rolls about because that's when she used to come back from work. The best part is that no one in my country would ever think of this as child abuse, probably just as another unreasonable mother who wanted what's best for her child. I don't know how to undo the faking damage all the anxiety has left on me. There are no closed doors in this house. You have to schedule your shower. If you haven't taken it by a specific time, then you don't get a shower today. My dad will literally lose his mind over a water bottle being out on the counter/table, even when you're sitting next to it, and tell him you're drinking it. Because we leave sheet everywhere and don't know how to faking pick up after ourselves. Same goes for if there's even so much as a single spoon in the sink. Letting things soak before being washed is apparently not a concept he's okay with. Everyone says our house looks like a museum. That's because lived in is my dad's idea of a faking mess. Thankfully, this has stopped, but he used to log onto my laptop and look through it while I was sleeping and lecture/yell at me if he found anything he didn't like. I learned to password protect basically every electronic device I own, and sometimes I'm still paranoid that someone's spying on me. Used to drag me and my brother out of bed as little kids to pick crumbs out of the carpet. We'd be crying while we searched for whatever mess he was screaming about because we couldn't find anything on the floor the night the trash goes out. All the barrels are empties and he places a plastic bag on the door. There's to be no trash in the barrels. All of it has to go in this bag. God help you if you forget. I'm the only one of my siblings who pays my own bills, car/insurance/etc, and works a full-time job, which is not their fault, but I still don't know the value of a dollar. My brother has a part-time job while he gets his master's degree. My father likes to alternate between telling him he's taking too many hours and he's going to get sick, and telling him he doesn't do anything and he's a lazy prick. My brothers have their girlfriends over frequently. My then girlfriend was visiting from Alaska and my dad lost his sheet when he found out I planned to have her stay with us. I still think deep down he has a problem with the fact that I'm a lesbian, though he doesn't say so. The laundry has to be done every day. It has to be done by a certain time. If it isn't, I get sheet for it, even if I'm the one that's doing it from start to finish. My brother and I work third shift. My father gets upset that we do not operate on his time. If he wants something done, he wants it done on his time. He will pester us relentlessly about it until it's done. For whatever reason, he has a huge problem with us doing it during what are normal hours for us. And don't faking wait until 1 AM to do it. Like that's when we are awake though. My dad always hated the fact that my mum started bringing me and my brother to therapy when we were roughly 12 and 10. His family doesn't believe in it, never mind 4 kids. I stopped going for a few years when I got older, and then here's it from him when I had to start again. He saw a prescription for antidepressants out on my nightstand. I'd forgotten to hide them. And ridicules me for being on them and said I should get off them because they are just a crutch and sometimes you just have to learn to deal with things. He creates situations for himself to get angry over. Like he's not happy unless he's got something to be mad about. He'll do something no one asked/expected him to do, like pick up dinner for example, and then get angry at us because he had to do it. This isn't nearly as bad as a lot of other posters, but when I was in middle school I had really bad anger management issues, since my dad was physically and verbally abusive, and I never learned healthier coping mechanisms, so I kicked in my door not knowing how else to express my anger. I destroyed the bottom half. My parents put it back up a few months later, figuring that was a pretty good way to punish me. Okay, that's fair. Next door, my dad knocks down on me because he's drunk and angry at me, made me throw it away, told me it's my fault and I should have never knocked down my first door, and he's allowed to destroy his new door. I don't get a new door until a year after I graduated high school, only because my neighbors were renovating their house and happened to be throwing away a door that fit my door perfectly. Point not exactly strict. More abusive than anything really. My temper has calmed down and warped into major depressive disorder with a side of anxiety as well. Edit. Another strict rule involved them never letting me and my brother have friends come inside. We were like 79 at the time. Just wanted to play our Nintendo with friends. We always had to play outside and call them every hour, but I don't consider that incredibly strict given texting wasn't an option. It was kind of weird. Dad never would take us anywhere growing up either, since he worked full time, and since our mom didn't start driving until recently. Her mom was a whole different level of crazy. Never let her drive, but let my uncle/her brother drive. Our childhood involved playing outside with neighborhood kids. It isn't that bad until you remember the Florida heat usually goes into the mid 80s to high 90s. Then these kids eventually either moved out or became involved with drugs and not fun to hang around. I don't tell many people this. My parents divorced back in 02. I was about 7 years old, and there was a 50/50 child custody schedule drawn up for myself and my 2 younger brothers. My dad is a pretty good guy, my mom not so much. I don't know why, but I pretty much got the most of the blame when she was angry. She drinks too much, and I never looked forward to going to her house. Any mention of my dad to her resulted in a beatdown from her, followed by literal hours of her muttering how I liked him more if I talked back to her or even questioned something she wanted me to do. Hit me hard in the head with whatever was close by, usually a shoe, but once a beer bottle, and had me sit on the stairs for timeout and taunt me if I showed any distressed emotions throw away my GameCube. When my brother decided to ignore her, as she proclaimed it was my fault somehow, I dug it out of the dumpster and do still have it, works fine. Once her shoved me down the stairs because I accidentally slammed the bathroom door and took too long to pee. She claimed she didn't feel well. In high school, once I got my license and was using a car she bought for $700, she controlled it by threatening to report it stolen if I visited my dad with it, and she did a few times if I didn't answer my phone and report where I was. Even though I had a job at a local fast food place, my dad got remarried when I was a freshman in high school. Any mention of my stepmom resulted in hours of my mother berating and going, "Oh, she's your new mommy, you don't need your old mommy. Your birth mommy." Faking hated that sheet. I can't even type all the sheet she'd done, but hopefully you get a gist of it. Her beating me stopped once I got taller and bigger than her, but nothing stopped her emotional abuse, not even now. I'm now a senior in college. I actively avoid talking to her on the phone and always drag my girlfriend with me. When she insists on meeting for dinner, she behaves well in front of non-family members. Needless to say, I visit my dad whenever I can. We had certain rooms we were not allowed in for no other reason than my mother had just vacuumed and she didn't want footprint in the carpet. Formal living room and dining room were off limits for this reason. They always looked like staged areas of the house because we never went in there. Also, on the rare occasions that friends came over, my mother would constantly yell at us for stomping around above her in my room or listening to music too loudly. Needless to say, most of my hanging out with friends was done at their respective homes. Punishments, well, there were many. Whippings with paint sticks and spatulas. Standing with our noses pressed into the corner of a wall. But one that always stuck out to me was the time mine and my sister's rooms were messy, so our parents took our rooms away from us. We had to sleep on the floor in the hallway and were only allowed back in to clean under parental supervision. I don't remember how many nights we slept like that, but to this day my parents still talk about it like that idea was a stroke of genius. I grew up afraid of my mother's anger and my father's disappointment, so I did everything I could to be an obedient daughter. Whatever they said or wanted, fine, I'd do it. Whatever it took to avoid confrontation. I wanted to learn French. My mother signed me up for German. I didn't want to continue playing flute. She found a tutor to give me private lessons once a week for an hour, so I couldn't quit. I pay all this money for you to do this. I wasn't allowed to listen to rock music, but some friends made some cassettes for me of songs they recorded off the radio, and I'd listen on my tape deck with the volume as low as it could possibly go, and my ear pressed against the speaker. My older sister bore most of the brunt of the punishments for the simple fact that as we grew older and she wised up, meaning she understood that no matter what we did we always seemed to be in trouble or not good enough, she just did not give a fuck anymore. She figured if she was in trouble anyway, she might as well live it up and make the punishment worthwhile. She spent most of our adolescence being grounded and confined to her room. When I was 27 I moved back home to save money while attending graduate school. I'd quit my full-time job to go back for a master's, and I started dating this guy, who I'm now married to, my second year in. When spring break rolled around he and I decided it would be fun to take a trip together, so we made arrangements to rent a house in Tennessee for the better part of a week and go canoeing. When I told my mother she immediately gave me the cold shoulder. In the days leading up to the trip she didn't speak to me at all. She was horrified that her unmarried daughter would take a trip overnight with a man. What would her friends say? What would people think? The day my so and I left for Tennessee, a letter came in the mail for me from my gynecologist. My mother started bombarding my phone with texts about, "Are you having sex? Is there something you aren't telling me? We need to have a discussion when you are home." She did it not out of concern, but to ruin my trip, because she knew I'd be worried sick about coming back. I finally screwed up my courage and wrote back to her that I was 27, soon to be 28. It was a smart practice for a young woman to be in the habit of going to see a gynecologist, and no, we would not be discussing anything regarding this when I got home. Fast forward, after the canoeing trip I came back to see that she'd kicked a hole in the drywall by the front door. My father gave some ridiculous story about the wind was really strong one day and blew the door open while we were coming in. No. Sorry, Dad. When my so and I decided to move in together the next winter, it was more of the same. What would her friends say? What would people think of her? She failed as a parent. And when my so and I eloped, again, cue the routine. My sister got engaged 2 years ago and moved in with her fiancé, and I was the first person my mother called to lament to, saying where did she go wrong with her 2 daughters. She thought she had raised us better. My mother gets a factor of the blame here, but my father was and remains complicit. It's easier to go after the more active force, but I'm fully aware that he isn't blameless. I'm 33 now and still terrified I'm in trouble for any decisions I make for my life with my spouse. It's a constant fight with myself to understand and believe that personal choices and preferences are not things to be punished for. Not on par with some of these, but my parents are really all over the place. I recently turned 18, so things have had a slightly different vibe than they have in the past, but not by much. I'm constantly being screamed at for my room being a pigsty or disgusting when I have basic clutter. There are a billion other things, but this one is the least subjective. For example, last night I was working on a project / hobby type thing and my neighbor brought over their foster kid. I was told to entertain him, playing Madden 17 for 4 hours faking shoot me, and he didn't get picked up till 10:11 p.m. I didn't mind helping out or whatever, but I got pretty pissed off when he left, and my parents started beaching that I had done nothing but slacked off and gamed all night. Whatever, they beach at me all the time, so I moved on. Later, 11:30ish, I finally got to sit down in my room and I organized some of my project stuff. Laptops LAN together, because I'm trying to self-teach networking. I then sat down to browse Reddit and FaceTime my fiancée before she left for work, and my father comes to say something to me and opens the door. Before the light is even on, he starts screaming at me that my room is disgusting and how he's going to throw away everything in my room regardless of who owns it, and that it's a pigsty blah blah blah. I stayed calm, said yes dad till he left. For my mother's sake I quickly straightened up my room, literally 5 minutes to make bed, fold up laptops and cables, and pick up a shirt. Then my room was spotless. In the morning my mother comes in and says she appreciates me spending a few hours cleaning it and that it's my fault for letting it get so dirty. This wouldn't really matter if it was like a once in a while thing, but these incredible exaggerations and irrational responses to situations have worn me out over the years. I'm glad I'm moving out in the fall. My fiancé hears all these conversations and agrees it's kind of really ridiculous. Without her to sympathize, I'm pretty sure I would just walk out and give up the free college that my father's job offers me. For fun, some other examples are, consistently, at 5 minutes in the shower I'm screamed at for taking 20 minutes, timed. If I use the restroom for my average 10 to 15 minutes I get screamed at for being in there. A half hour. I'm going to be a computer science major, so I fix the tech issues that arise in my house. It's almost always trivial stuff, but my father blames me for the gov't security card readers that rely on Internet Explorer not working. They're a shit show of miserable design, so he can't check his email and it's my fault for not just fixing it. If the cat card verification server they use for when he isn't at his workplace is even running, so I can try. We face driver issues, that is issues, shitty laptop syndrome, and etc. As follows. Like I said, any single event every so often wouldn't bother me, but it's every goddamn day. It's ruined our father-son relationship and I honestly have just given up on trying to communicate with him. It doesn't help that my younger brother can't do a thing wrong in the world according to them. Sorry for sheet formatting from mobile and the choppy writing. If it becomes a popular-ish post I'll spend the time cleaning it up. Constant criticism. Bringing up small transgressions for years. Physical abuse, hitting. Mental abuse with constant name calling. Always had excuses about money, even though she was loaded. Stole my school grant because she had to keep me. Would borrow money from me. I had a part-time job from 16 and never pay me back because I owed her. Failed to give me any sort of preparation for adulthood. I had no idea why university would be a really good idea. Given one pair of trousers to wear for the entire year. Moved to the US for a year's exchange in the middle of college. Again, I had no idea why this was terrible timing. I easily passed the first year. While there, made promises to take me around on a grand road trip, then cancelled at the last minute to go with her new boyfriend instead. She'd like the worst thing I ever did was to have kids, and the classic you faked that up. Like you faked everything in your life up. I had picked up box of wine and the bottom fell out of the box. Nothing broken, just a shitty box. Promised to buy all the alcohol for our wedding. Turned up with enough for one glass of wine each for guests of the most disgusting undrinkable sweet sparkling wine. It was truly vile. Luckily we had gone to France to buy what we knew we needed and spent around £500. When she found out on the day, there were howls of what a waste of money and nobody would drink that much. It all evaporated in a couple of hours. The nail in the coffin was stripping my grandparents' house of everything with my sister and giving me a box of crap that was worthless and making out that it was a box of treasure. There was literally tens of thousands of pounds worth of items that went missing, but most of all, the stuff that had huge sentimental value of my granddad, who was a truly amazing and perfect human being, and the only person who was ever really nice to me. There is a ton more. TLDR, mother's a cunt. Growing up and even to this day, I've never been allowed to say anything negative about my childhood. My father was a truck driver growing up and was only home on weekends, but my siblings and I used to live in fear of him coming home. I don't think he has OCD, but he would always say he wanted things picture perfect and the house was never perfect enough. So he would fly into a rage when got home, destroying the house because it was clean enough. Makes sense. For years, I thought everyone's dad would turn off the computer monitor as soon as someone walked in the room, until one day he didn't hear me walk in the room and I saw what he was looking at. Born. After that, it all made sense. When he was home, he used to tell us to go outside to play and would lock the door for hours. I thought he was sleeping, but apparently not. My older brother and sister are not my mother's children. I'm her firstborn and have a younger sibling. Despite being her first, she noticeably prefers my siblings to me even now when I'm 22. There are 100 things my older sister was allowed to do that I wasn't, but now my younger sister is allowed to do. My mother lost her job right after my older sister moved out and promptly informed me that I needed to get a job. I had one job at 15, two at 16, three at 17, until I moved out for college, all in violation of labor laws, because I was working 40 to 50 hours a week while in school. If I question anything my mother asked me to do, she proceeded to tell me what an ungrateful bitch I am. I just got married and hadn't seen her in a year and a half, but was prepared to be cordial so my younger sister could attend the wedding. I proceeded to have weekly screaming matches with my mother that end in her crying and me throwing things. A week before the wedding she says she isn't coming. Fantastic. A couple days before the wedding she asks if I don't want her there. I told her I 100% do not want her there. She responds with, too bad, you already invited me so I'm going. She then shows up 3 hours early the day before the wedding for dinner with no warning. She threatened to make a huge scene if I didn't stand with her to take pictures and give awkward hugs. The whole reason I stopped talking with her was because I specifically asked if my brother was going to be there on Christmas, and she said no. I haven't spoken to him in over 4 years. I go over for dinner, and who is there? My brother. I tried to get in the car to leave, but she takes the car keys and will not return them. I proceeded to spend the whole evening a room away at the kitchen table because my brother brought his half-brother and girlfriend and there was no available seating, and the kitchen chairs are attached to the table. My mother again forces an awkward photo with my brother that she posts online with something along the lines of all my happy kids together. Ever since, we have been fighting over the fact that I want nothing to do with my brother because he is exactly like our father and is a terrible person. My mother is unable to comprehend this and is convinced my brother had to have tried to molest me or something. She proceeds to say that he was born addicted to drugs and lacks empathy, not exactly a selling point, and I'm supposed to make every allowance and excuse because of it. Now, unless it's really repressed, I'm pretty sure nothing sexual ever happened to me, but my brother did use to torment me. He hogtied me with duct tape and left me in front of my parents' bedroom door for hours. When my father finally came out, he just said to untie me. My mother refuses to believe this story despite both my older sister and brother saying it was true. DCS, equivalent to CPS, had been called by my school numerous times because I was always covered in bruises from my brother hitting, pinching, biting, etc. All this to say, my mother has never let me say anything about any of it because her childhood was worse. Oh man. Late as hell, and I have a lot of stories but a few stick out. My mom loved to take away things I would be looking forward to at the last minute. Being withholding was her thing. One night I had a date with a guy I'd been pining after for a while. I get home from school to find my bedroom is totally trashed. Bedding was ripped off and thrown on the floor. Books were thrown off the shelves with pages torn out. Clothes were pulled out of the closet. Trinkets and small items broken on the ground and stuff just flung everywhere. I was standing in the doorway in disbelief. Then my mom comes up and smugly tells me your room is absolutely disgusting. There's no way you're going out tonight unless you clean this sheet up. I ended up having to throw out a lot of stuff as most of it was broken or destroyed. The guy wasn't too thrilled about me cancelling last minute. I was 15. Another one is, my mom was really laying into me at a family dinner one night. Don't remember for what, but of course I started crying, because I cry at everything, and was a very emotionally fragile kid. My grandma got fed up with listening to it, and came to my defense, and my mom turned on her, and they had a huge fight right there in front of everyone. Aunts, uncles, cousins, etc. We ended up leaving early. When we got home, my mom cancelled the family vacation scheduled for 2 weeks later, and told me it was my fault we weren't going on vacation, because I would just make her and grandma fight the whole time. Then she threw a book at me and hit me in the back when I left the room. I was around 12 to 13 I think. My mom loved to punish me for shit by taking stuff away, clothes I liked, toys, my computer, regular stuff. She would take that stuff away then tell me to read if I got bored, which I was actually fine with because I loved reading. When I stopped getting upset by having my stuff taken away because I was okay with reading, she started to forbid me from reading as my punishment. She'd take all my books away and would leave me with nothing. She would also contact my teachers to tell them that I was not allowed to have any books to enjoy during recess or free time. I could only read for required schoolwork. That started around 5th grade. Last one, because nobody is going to read this comment anyway. My mom wasn't satisfied with my grades, mostly B's with a C here and there, and so she decided to keep my accountability up by giving me a notebook. Every Friday, I had to go to every teacher I had and have them sign a dated page in the notebook, confirming that I had done all my homework for the week. If they didn't sign for whatever reason, they were absent on that particular Friday, and we had a sub, I missed an assignment, or they refused to because they thought it was ridiculous, I would get punished by usually having something taken away, but always being berated for hours and hours. She would just stand over me and faking scream at me about how useless and stupid and selfish I was. Doesn't sound too terrible, but I dreaded it and was, still am, terrified of her and her disapproval. It was incredibly humiliating to go to each new teacher at the beginning of a semester and nervously explain the situation to them and tell them they need to sign so my mommy would know I did my homework. Sometimes classmates overheard. I cried a lot due to how humiliated I felt. This went from the beginning of my junior year until maybe 3/4 of the way through my senior year of high school. Not quite sure if this fits here or not, possibly falling under the punishment category, as it's one I still find myself dealing with to this day, well past my 30s. Nothing nearly as damaging as the other stories, but this has influenced my behavior drastically. My father was the type that would get real angry, real quick, with little to no provocation. I invoked this in him, just as much as my mother did. He never got physically abusive, but he would lay into anyone that upset them. Simple honest mistake, where I understood what I did wrong, and knew not to do it again. Doesn't matter, I'm gonna hear about this for the rest of the evening. Couple that with me being the problem child, and this was daily, if not a couple times a day, lasting all evening. This occurred all throughout my childhood, and I still see him get upset with my mother. Just went home the other weekend, Memorial Day, and made an honest mistake that I had no idea of. Legit only way I would've known was for him to tell me or me to get lucky and guess, and I could see it welling up in my father's head, wanting to explode, containing it only for the understanding that if he tears into me, it'll be another 2 to 3 years before I come home. I too have a short fuse. Every romantic relationship falls apart within 3 to 6 months when I lose my temper over the smallest, most inconsequential bullshit that shouldn't even be an issue. I can't even count how many I've attempted, every one failing. I can spot it coming from a mile away, and no amount of inner strength I put into it, telling myself to calm down, will actually work, and it gets pretty embarrassing for everyone around us. I'm not sure how much it has to do with him influencing my behavior, but you'd have to come up with a real compelling argument to tell me it's not a factor. All my childhood punishments feel as though they've had a lasting impact on me and shaped me into a pretty bitter person around love interests. At this point, the thought of even bothering to get into another romantic relationship seems futile enough to me, because I'll just wind up hating the other person within a couple of months. Why bother? Probably late, but my mother was never really strict, but my father was. He is the most Northern English working class man you can imagine, and was a boxing trainer. One day, when I was 16, he found out I was getting into fights at school, and on Sunday, when he found out, he calmly sat me down at the kitchen and looked deep into my eyes and said, "You like to fight?" He held a steely gaze with me, and I muttered back some excuse of me not starting the fight or something, while looking at my feet. He stands up and tells me to go to sleep as I had an early start the next day. I was confused, but I did what he said and went to sleep at 6 p.m. He shook me awake at 4:30 a.m. and told me to get dressed, since I'm going to his work with him, and we went on a 6-mile run to his gym. When I got there, he was drilling me hard with lunges, squats, star jumps, literally any sort of cardio you can think, followed by 30 minutes sparring with him, and boy, he did not ease up. I would get home by 8 a.m. giving me enough time to shower and change and get to school by 8:30. We kept this up for the entire week, and on the Saturday night he told me that I've got a fight tomorrow with a locally known boxer. Needless to say, I did not sleep well that night, so fight night comes around and I got absolutely destroyed. The training I was doing had me so tired out and saw there was no way I stood a chance against him. And after the fight, my father told me, if I want to fight ever again, I keep it at his gym. Don't waste your time and effort doing it at school. To my surprise, I found myself going there regularly. Despite all he put me through, my father had his moments, and this is one of them. I miss him. My father is well off, so we always had shelter, food, clothes, etc., but he was abusive while I was growing up. My mother had 2 daughters from previous relationships before she married my dad, and he never really adopted them as his own. I remember my oldest sister telling me that when she was 4 was the first time she was alone with him. She said something along the lines of, "Hi, Dad," and he smirked at her and told he wasn't her father. This was just after he married my mom, and she was probably pregnant with me at the time. Well, I come along, and 1 year later my dad's father managed to convince my dad that my mom was a gold digger, and so they get divorced. She settled for some extremely small amount, child support wise, maybe $1,000. The judge even told her that if she wanted it changed to just come back, because it was absurd. My mom had nowhere to go with us 3 girls. We ended up staying with my dad after the divorce, my mom included, because my dad just wanted the control, I guess. 3 years later, my mom was pregnant, and I had twin brothers. My dad was very abusive. I always bore the brunt of it, because I was fiery and stubborn, I guess. I'm a ginger, and I really took after my dad's mom too. She was the last ginger in the family, and I was named after her. My older sisters didn't get beat up. I don't know what I did differently, or if I was held to different standards in my dad's eyes or something. I was hit with metal coat hangers daily, wooden spoons, and whatever my dad had lying around. The coat hangers would bend, and the spoons would break, and he would still hit me. The abuse wasn't just physical. My dad loved to point out how stupid I was, how lazy, useless, young, and whatever he thought he could use against me. I distinctly remember him always rapping his knuckles on the top of my head and joking about how there was nothing there. Up until my mid-teen/last 2 years of high school, I believed him point during all of this. My mom is a type who just wants to have a good time. She loves parties and having fun. Most of my life she was high on Xanax and/or drunk. When drunk, she would always make us girls promise to not tell dad simple things. I don't even remember what anymore. I just remember that it scared me. They would always fight too. Every night. Sometimes my mom would get so pissed off that she would drive away and we wouldn't know if she would come back. She always did though, because of us. Other times my dad would break things around the house. There was this one glass table my mom and us girls painted with sponges, and he tossed it out a window on the 3rd floor during one of his rages. Eventually, he stopped hitting me. I don't know why. Maybe I got older and learned I could fight back or something. Thankfully, they decided to fully separate when I was 17, when my dad shoved my mom through a doorway and I had to intervene and yell at them both. Both of my parents found people on Match.com that made them better people, literally. I love my dad's new wife and my mom's new husband. They're wonderful people. This will be kind of long as I tend to add too much detail, but I'm late to the party so this will probably be buried anyway. I could write a novel about this bastard. My mom's ex-husband, called him dad at the time, not anymore, had anger issues. He would constantly scream his lungs out at my mom on a near daily basis over money or disturbing his WoW time, which he was playing WoW almost 24/7, not sleeping or at work. WoW. Never spent time with me or my mom and wouldn't let us leave the house, or rather, wouldn't take us anywhere. My mom had a fear of driving, so we were stuck in a tiny, moldy and broken down trailer down in Georgia every day. Place was so infested with mold it could have killed us. I was homeschooled with social anxiety, therefore I didn't have any friends I could go play with, so I was also on the computer a lot. Anyway, I was scared to ask him for anything I needed help with or just talk to him in general, because I knew he'd probably yell at me for interrupting his game. Anyway, the biggest rule, for me, no crying. He would scream at me whenever I'd cry, no matter what I'd be crying about, and call me a baby or a whiner. So now I don't ever cry, period. If I do I go hide somewhere to do it, because I was taught that crying makes you weak and dependent, and I know that's not really the case, but when I cry I feel so embarrassed and stupid, so I avoid it whenever I can. He hated my crying so much that one night, when I was having a panic attack, he leaned over me on my bed and started choking me so I would stop making noise. My mom came in my room when she noticed the abrupt change in my screaming and took him out and threatened to kill him if he ever touched me again. He didn't. That was when I was around 8 years old and I'm almost 19 now, but I still remember it clear as day. When I was 12 he asked my mom for a divorce over the phone when she was in the psych hospital for her depression. Over the phone. Fking coward. We later found out he had been cheating on her for some time and I've never talked to him since. Good riddance. TLDR. No crying or you get choked and or screamed at. I'm reading through these and realizing they're not normal. Mainly mom. I got away from my dad and don't remember it anyway because fuck that. Anyway, general things that have happened. Lied to my mom to try and get shit done that I didn't have done. Didn't get it done. Grounded from all electronics and taking my phone to school for the rest of the year after I'm ungrounded. Yelled at for not having my phone and texting her I forgot something at home. Mom is very good friends with girlfriend. Constantly talking and hanging out. They steal my shirts constantly. I don't mind but a little warning is nice. Once got screamed at to pack my sheet and leave for. I think I locked my door, packed my sheet, and started to leave. Got screamed at that if I tried it, she'd drag me back kicking and screaming. So help me God. Constant yelling matches between random people in the house. Little brother is ignored, lonely and depressed. I'm too, just better at hiding. We generally sit upstairs in our rooms playing our respective games because we don't want anything to do with our mother. Repeatedly broke down and threw shit at people when my father moved nearby, as in 20 miles away. They don't get along very well. Half the time she goes to sleep at 9:30 and leaves a mess of the house. Gets angry no one does anything when we take out the trash and do the dishes and I normally clean up after people. No allowed to vent at all. Any rage, anger, pain, sadness or anything else has to stay in my head because my mother can't deal with it right now and I have an ingrained distrust of therapists for some reason. Also massive trust issues. Got told it's my girlfriend's fault my grades failed. They only went down after we broke up. Then blamed me for being a bad boyfriend. Don't make my bed. I don't care. Mother calls me a slob and tells me I'm never going to do anything with my life. I want to be a programmer of some sort when I get out of college. Mother has me signed up and planned out the rest of my high school career so I can be an architectural engineer. Her dream job. The list goes on, but I don't care enough to continue. I just can't wait to get my permit and then my license. I'm taking that tiny black car and going wherever the hell I want and no one can stop me. My parents don't give me much privacy or let me faking grow up. They're also very controlling. I'm 19 and living with them. While I go to college BC it's faking expensive, and it's so hard BC of the lack of support I get from them. I'm a double major, they accept nothing less. They expect all A's, but still constantly keep me from doing schoolwork or studying by cleaning the house. My mom loves doing this. I'm the only one who has to clean the house, while I have to spend anywhere from 8 to 12 hours a day at school due to my schedule. I couldn't and still can't decorate my own room, and it always has to be clean. It's not my room, it's this. When my sister and I lived in the same room, it was hell BC. I would get blamed for her mess. They can walk in whenever they want. My boyfriend can't go in my room for some reason, even though we've been together for 3 years. They know we have sex. He can't come over without anyone there. No food in my room. They used to go through my messages and Facebook, but that's just stopped. I have to ask for permission to go out. My mom used to read my diary and punish me if I ever said anything bad about my parents, so I don't keep a diary anymore. I also got grounded for a whole summer because I was seen as a bad kid for doing some things they didn't like a few years prior. They constantly yell at me for not having a job yet, when the reason I don't have a job is them. I can't drive my car anywhere except school since they pay for it, and we only live within walking distance to 3 fast food restaurants and they are never hiring. They also said I can't work when school is in session BC. I need to focus on my studies BC. It's important. But they prevent me from doing schoolwork to clean for hours all the time, all while saying if I had a job I wouldn't be cleaning so much. Also, my cleaning job, along with everything else I do, is never good enough. Congratulations are always met with how I can do better next time. My little sister is also their golden child. They've slowly taught her that it's okay to lie. My mom is basically at the same level as God, and I'm to be treated like shit. So I get in trouble constantly for any ridiculous lie my sister makes up about what I did. Like I've gotten screamed at for chasing her, hitting her and pulling her hair. I was literally gone all day and couldn't possibly do those things. This is lengthy and there's a lot more I'm not thinking of and I'd rather not mention, but yeah. Living here isn't fun, but it's impossible for me to move out. Where to start? I could write a book. The biggest problem is that there were no set rules. I never knew where I stood or what I'd get in trouble for. Things that were okay one day were punishable the next. Things I thought I wasn't supposed to do. My dad would say, "Why didn't you just do this?" When I responded, "We are not allowed to." He'd say, "Who told you that?" He is the king of gaslighting. I got in trouble a lot for things I didn't do. I was at the public pool with my friend. I was in the 8th grade. She was a year ahead. She was chatting it up with these guys that were clearly older. I was uncomfortable and went to swim by myself on the other side of the pool while she flirted with these guys. Later that day one of the guys comes to my door looking for my friend. She lived next door. My dad was livid. He wouldn't listen when I tried to explain they weren't looking for me, but for my friend. He smacked me, said he wasn't going to have the town hall living in his house, and grounded me. Another time, that same friend wrote me a note, yeah I know, back before texting, and we'd write notes. In it she detailed how we should break into these houses being renovated. We lived in base housing. Her mom saw the note before she gave it to me, showed my parents. I got into so much trouble. I hadn't even seen the note, had no plans to break into any house. My friend got into no trouble at all. There was physical punishment as well. I was still being whooped on the bare ass with the belt as a teen. There is nothing more demeaning than having your own father make you bend over the bed with pants down so he can whip you. The one time I tried to stand up for myself, he held me up against a wall by my neck until I passed out. And those are just the stories I'm willing to share. Late to the party, but well. My dad always had anger issues. He would fly off the handle all the time and the punishments never fit the crime. But the craziest punishment was when I was 7. We had a big blizzard, so I was out with the neighborhood kids playing and having snowball fights. When I had come home from an awesome school-free day of playing, I knew my dad was cleaning the house, so I didn't want to bring my soaked clothes in. I stripped down to my underwear and left my clothes on the porch to pick up after I took a hot shower. Well, the only thing my dad saw was me walking in the house in just my underwear. He flipped his sheet He thought that I had went outside and played in my underwear. Total misunderstanding. I couldn't get a word in edgewise before he made me lay in the snow as punishment. I was crying and it was so cold, but the worst part? The kids I was just playing with walked past and they started laughing at me. After my dad saw the wet clothes and I was able to explain myself, he was felt bad and apologized. I still went upstairs and sat in the shower for half an hour crying. That's how it went growing up. Crazy reaction and intense punishment followed by deep regret and apology. My dad is really a great man with a big heart. When I was a teenager, he was diagnosed with manic depression, and although it doesn't justify how I was raised, knowing some of the shit he went through as a kid, I understand him. I love him to death, and after a lot of heart-to-hearts and standing up to him, our relationship has turned into friendship. Sometimes I feel like his handler because I can calm him down quicker than anyone else. Those years built character, and with 2 kids of my own now, I've broken the cycle. My dad makes a way better grandpa than dad anyway. Late to the party of degenerate parents, but I have a contribution. My mom and stepdad are recovering heroin addicts. Found out about this in late middle school, and the problem peaked in high school when I had to be recovered from my HS by CPS. Turns out they robbed village pantries and Pizza Huts with fake weapons, while my 3-year-old brother was in the backseat. My stepmom and dad are a bit of a different turn. My dad was, still is, pretty much always working on something. He would have his normal 40/HR/week job, then he'd do side jobs out of his garage. He's a mechanic. This left my stepmom the primary supervision for my stepsister and myself. She would make me clean the house every day, laundry, dishes, vacuuming, and when she was feeling particularly spiteful, cleaning the bathroom, except it was never satisfactory. Because of this, I would often get woken up to fix my mistakes, while also enduring the barrage of being told that I was worthless and would never amount to anything. This wasn't too bad at first, because I only went there every other weekend, but once my mom/stepdad got thrown in prison, see above, my dad had sole custody. I had to endure this for 4 years before finally getting married to my high school sweetheart and joining the Air Force. Honestly, the stepmom thing is what messed me up the most. Been suicidal since early high school, but I completed my enlistment in February this year and work in the same building for different people for a contracting company. Self-worth has always been a real problem for me, but I have been doing solid since late 2016. Also, ironically, my stepmom and dad are the side that I keep in touch with more. I would be a lot more concerned with them being in my and my son's lives, but we live 2.5 hours away, so they have minimal influence. I'm 30 and a woman. Honestly, I think mentioning I'm a woman is important for context. Due to lack of funds and trying to get my career started, I'm living with them at the moment, not much longer. I still run into weird problems all the time, mostly centered around the fact that they are terrified of me doing anything alone. I mean, sure, I can just go do whatever I want, but god, the guilt trips. Somehow my mom and dad have found a way to manipulate me emotionally into canceling plans. Most especially there was one where I planned to meet a friend in downtown Chicago. She was flying in from Switzerland and we were gonna have lunch. Also, I'm in my mid-20s at this time. My dad steps in, gives me the most pathetic pleas for me to cancel, because a girl going to Chicago alone is dangerous apparently. After a long time of this back and forthing about how it's not a dangerous area, confirmed from multiple sources, dude, I was even calling a friend who worked as a Chicago cop. He wouldn't relent. Honestly, to this day I don't know why I even cared enough to convince him. I should have just gone and said fuck it. But no, I was convinced to feel that if I did go do this thing, I would be responsible for making my dad suffer the anxiety. The level of minfuckery is quite an insidious one, because how do you argue with that? Finally, I'm growing wise to the game. Only took 30 faking years. It makes me livid how many things I've been guilted out of experiencing because I couldn't bear to make my parents suffer. Now they are pulling this on me because I plan to make a solitary road trip later this month, just over a couple states. I honestly get tired of arguing, but I just don't want to give in again. It's odd to me how a lot of the worst things I remember was after I turned 20. It's like they couldn't come to terms with me being an independent adult. They wanted me to stay the baby forever or something. Also, I'm a girl, which I'm 100% sure has everything to do with it. Throwaway. For obvious reasons, I grew up with my mom's entire family, which meant that her sisters both had influence over me from the time I was about 13. For years I was convinced one of my aunts was a total beach and out to get me, but over the last few years I realized that the reason I thought this was because my other aunt made her out to be this way. Once we caught on to what she was doing, she was relentless in making our lives hell. She would never consider her actions to be punishments, but they were. We were punished because we saw her for who she really was instead of the illusion she'd created for us. When I was in high school, she did everything she could not to let me go to college. She threw away my homework assignments, refused to take me to see college campuses if they weren't in our city, and would badmouth any school that I liked. At one point, she tried to manipulate me into staying because if I moved, who was going to help her out around the house? She even told my baby cousins that I was abandoning my family. When I eventually went off to college, she stuffed my backpack full of candles because she knew it was against dorm policy to have candles and figured that if they saw candles in my bag, they'd force me to leave school. That didn't happen, but I did end up having to move back home because I'd injured myself and wasn't able to walk for a couple of months. When I visited my dad during the summer, she would go into my room and get rid of anything she didn't think was appropriate. The first time I went to visit him, she decided to repaint my room without my permission or knowledge because she didn't like the color. I only found out because my other aunt called to ask me why my recently painted room was being painted again. My final year of college was when she decided to go full on crazy. I was taking classes 5 days a week from 8 to 3, but getting my degree wasn't important to her, so when I would get home, she would harangue me about the state in which I'd left our apartment. We lived in the basement apartment of her house, and that I needed to clean it. There was one day, I'd spent close to 2 hours cleaning the entire apartment before studying for my history midterm. Less than 20 minutes after I sat down, she came to inspect the apartment and of course it wasn't clean enough for her, so she started yelling at me to get off my lazy ass and clean the whole place all over again. I refused and told her that if it wasn't up to her standards, that she could clean it. That, obviously, was the wrong answer, and she started freaking out, having a full-on temper tantrum at 52 years old. She told me that I was an ingrate and that I didn't deserve to live in such a nice house and have someone take care of me, all because the apartment wasn't clean enough for her. Finally, I told her that my brother could clean if it would make her happy. Her reaction to this was that he was a boy and should be expected to clean anything. After this incident, I started staying late at school and going to the library on the weekends. A few years ago, my mom and I were supposed to go take the test for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. My aunt knew this and was afraid that if we got on the show, we'd win a lot of money and move away, so she wouldn't be able to control us anymore. She decided the best way to do this was to have a temper tantrum at 3 AM. She was pissed that I had a ceiling fan on when it was nearly 100 degrees at night. She claimed that she could feel the vibrations of the fan through the floor, and it was keeping her awake. She stormed into my room, screaming because I was doing it on purpose. When I told her that I needed the fan to breathe, she went psycho, claiming that only people with asthma cannot breathe, and since I didn't have asthma I was a liar. I moved out just over 3 years ago and now live across the country from her. My mom and my brother came out to visit me last fall and as punishment, she deleted everything my mother recorded on the DVR. Every single show my mom watches somehow disappeared, and when my mom mentioned it, my aunt apparently sat there with a smile on her face. 17, 18 in a couple weeks, about to graduate high school. Some of the shit I have to deal with includes 9:30 PM curfew, no matter what day of the week it is, or what's going on the day afterwards. If I'm even 1 minute late I get in shit anytime I go out with friends. I have to give hourly updates as to my location and what I'm doing. Not allowed to watch any R-rated movies, or play in M-rated games. No alcohol, parties, sleepovers, or anything similar. To the point where it's a running joke with my friends that I have to be home before the street lights come on at night. Not allowed to have other people at my house unless they're approved by my parents. The problem is, there are literally 2 people that meet their requirements, and that's it. Point to make things more frustrating, I'm not a perfect student, but I haven't had anything lower than a B since grade 8. I play high level soccer, and I have a part-time job and a savings account with a lot of money saved up. All my money, not birthday or Christmas money. My sister is almost 15, and with the exception of the alcohol rule, she's basically allowed to do whatever she wants without consequences or punishment, which is very frustrating. My dad is a lot more lax on rules, but my parents are divorced, so he lives a half hour away, and I'm only there for 1 to 2 days a week. So I don't get some of those rules lifted due to him not really having the authorization to lift them, such as parties. And there's other shit he does that add up to the reasons why I'm at my mom's. This basically makes my life very frustrating, and also makes certain things more difficult, such as having a girlfriend. Not saying it's their fault, just saying it makes things a little more difficult. And I'm staying at my parents' house, so I don't have to pay the fuck ton of money is normally need for dorm that I don't have, but I'm considering changing my mind, just so I can get out. So yeah, that's my life. My mom was a stressed, single mother, who also did in-home daycare, to make things worse, until I was about 9, when my parents married. I was a rebellious kid, and paired with how stressed my mom was up, until I was about 12, it was a deadly combination. About once a month there would be episodes where I would, unintentionally, do something wrong, such as look at my little sister wrong, and she would geo off the faking wall. She would bang counters and scream, and go through the whole dictionary of curse words, while little 7-year-old me stood there wishing myself away. Several times she would grab me, and pin me up against walls and bang the top of my head up against the ceiling. She would go from 0 to 200 miles an hour in 3 seconds. Afterwards she would be pissed at me for 3 or 4 days, forget about it, and things would run smoothly for about 3 weeks. Then hell would repeat itself. The times when she was livid at me, but would act so sweet towards the daycare kids, all the while ignoring me, made me nauseous, and after everyone went home, I knew I was in for it big time. Not to say it wasn't my fault she was mad, I did bratty things, but she just went 10 levels above the appropriate reaction. One time sticks in my mind. I had annoyed her about something, and she locked me in the bathroom with a sponge and a bucket of water, and told me to clean it from top to bottom. I was 10 by now and nearly as big as her, so I decided I was done with this shit and refused. I was old enough to scream back at her, so I did. She grabbed me and stuck my face in the toilet and screamed at me to clean it. I shook my head and she pinned me up against the wall with some difficulty, since I was strong and heavy, and banged my head against the ceiling, dropped me, and started kicking and slapping me. I saw the hellish 4 years flash before my eyes and lost the tough gal attitude and just angry cry screamed at her. I went so far as to blindly try to hit her. She left and slammed the door, and within an hour was her normal self. This sheet fizzled away about age 12 when she realized I was too big. She wasn't crazy, just had serious anger management issues. That aside, I had a great childhood, believe it or not. I'm probably a bit late adding here, I'm usually more of a reader than a poster. But this is one Aiden definitely add to point. I'm the oldest of 3 daughters and my mum developed postnatal depression when my little sisters were born. It was a lot for her to deal with, and rather than take it out on these 2 babies, she decided to take it out on my dad and me. I was about 4 years old when this started, when I was in primary 2. I'm from the UK, and I sure, if American equivalent, so I was about 5 turning 6 at the time. I started having problems with wetting the bed. Obviously this isn't abnormal for a young child, however my mum decided, rather than get me nighttime protection or sheets for the bed, that she would tell my teacher at the time. They made me write in a book every morning when I got to school about whether I had wet the bed or not. If I had, then I would get overall class points taken off me by the teacher, and I wouldn't be allowed to go outside with the other kids for playtime, recess. However, when I got home my mum would make me strip my sheets and turn my mattress over by myself and then put new sheets on. If she was particularly mad I would get spanked. Another incident I remember vividly is when I was about 7 years old and my mum was pissed about something or other. It was probably because I didn't do the dishes or something. But anyway, she sat me down in our dining room at the time and started screaming and berating me, telling me that I was the worst child in the world. She hated me and she just wanted to run away and never come back, so she never had to see me again. I, being 7 years old, was a mess, crying and apologizing over and over again. She ended up asking me why she should stay. Now, me being 7 at the time, I was more worried for my little sisters than anything. The resentment towards my mum has already started, so my answer was, who's going to take care of my little sisters? That made her go crazy, and she started shouting about how I didn't love her or appreciate her. I don't even think she remembers this incident, but it's one of my most vivid childhood ones. She's a goddamn psycho, and I'm unlucky enough to still be living with her. I have many crazy / strict parent stories. When I was 16 to 17, I decided I wanted to go out with a boy to do an extra credit project for a class we had together. My parents decided that I couldn't go right when he was leaving his house to get me. So, like a teenager, I left the house and he picked me up 10 minutes later. My mother calls me in hysterics, telling me she's going to call the police and get the boy arrested. Since I was sheltered and 16, I believed her, so I had the boy return me home. All of my belongings were in a trash bag on the porch, and my parents removed my bedroom door for about a year. Another time, I was 18. I made plans and was told I could go 15 minutes before I was due to leave. My mother decided I wasn't allowed to go. I told her I was an adult and that I had already confirmed with my friend that I was going. Long story short, my mother chased me down the street to my car and, while I was trying to drive away, opened the driver's side door and tried to stop the car herself. When I was around 6 to about 14, my parents' favorite punishment was to verbally abuse me, beach, worthless, etc. And, if I still resisted, physically punish me. They would chase me around the house to beat me with wooden cooker or table me to hold me down until I stopped fighting. I would be punished for any number of things. I sounded like I had an attitude. I wanted to read or talk to my friends before doing homework. The list goes on. Lastly, I was only allowed to have friends over or go to a friend's house if my parents approved of the friend and their family. This was fine in elementary school when everyone knew each other, but left me all but isolated for the rest of grade school. One thing that always baffled me was the rule that no one would take a message for a child living in the house. As in, if someone called you on the phone, you had to take the call, no matter what else you were doing, because no one is your secretary. This was before voicemail, and we didn't have an answering machine. No matter what you were doing, if you weren't an adult, you had to stop doing that thing and answer the phone. So, if you were on the toilet and a friend called, you had to pinch it off. Or if you were in the shower, you had to get out and then go to the phone and tell whoever it was that you'll call them back. I would have to explain this to my friends when they wanted to know why they would have to wait 5 to 10 minutes for me to get to the phone, only to tell them I would call them back. They just started hanging up if I didn't come to the phone right away. My mother was paranoid about intruders, so it wasn't until I was over 18 that I was allowed to sleep in a room with the door closed and all the lights off. When I was a kid, my parents took all the door knobs off the bedroom doors, and we were forced to sleep with the doors wide open, with the hall lights on. In the winter, my parents had a huge, loud humidifier going right outside my bedroom that I was not allowed to turn off. Even still, in our house, the oldest kid at home had to have a bedroom downstairs because we'd be more likely or able to fend off intruders. Unfortunately, right outside that bedroom window was this ultra bright, extra sensitive sensor that shone directly into the window. I used to think I was an insomniac as a kid, but I realized, after I moved out, that my parents are just faking selfish and insane. When I was finally able to sleep, I was 13 at the time, and my mom was insanely strict. She got a night job, so she wasn't home when I got home from school and came back long after I went to bed. I started rebelling, mainly by having sex with a guy 4 years older than me all over the apartment. I had attempted suicide once before this, and a few months after this happened, I attempted again. She was off work that day and hadn't fed me. It was past 2 p.m. and she asked what I wanted to eat. She got upset because I suggested stopping at the place next door to the place she wanted to go. She screamed at me and left me in the house to go eat by herself. There was no food in the house. There was never food in the house. It was the last straw for me, so I attempted suicide by medication. I was in and out of it all day, laying in bed. She got home and ignored me. It was finally around 8 or 9. It was dark. I don't really remember, and I confessed what I had done. She called the cops. They took me to the hospital, belittling me the entire time. I had to go to a psych facility for a couple weeks, and during that time she found out I had had sex, so she burned all of my clothes and kicked me out of the house. I was homeless at 13 years old. I moved in with my aunt, whom my mother told that she'd better take me or she would kill me herself, and every few months my mother would call the cops and tell them I ran away. The cops made me move in with her every time she called, and every time it was just torture. One time she actually beat me until she was out of breath and I couldn't feel my body anymore. She said I hit her back, which I definitely should have, but all I did was push her away until I realized it was just making her more angry, so I slumped and laid there until she was done. When I graduated, no one showed up except my mother. I moved in with her for a while because my aunt had kicked me out. Whole other story. It ended about 2 weeks and with another first fight that ended in her pushing me into a bathtub, hitting my head on the soap holder and almost blacking out. I moved in with my abusive boyfriend instead. Okay. My mom is a neat freak and hates how I have my room organized, so even now she will go through my room and rip stuff out of my drawers because she didn't like how I folded them and leave them for me to find when I come home from school or work. The worst incident happened when I had my first sleepover for my 9th birthday. I was excited, but my mom said my room needed to be clean, so I did. I had my big sister and dad check it out, and they said it was fine. My mom however didn't like it, and an hour before the party started ripped everything out of my closest drawers and toy box and dumped it on the floor and told me to clean it all before my guests got here. I told her I cleaned it, and dad said it was clean, but she said that it wasn't up to her standards of clean, and my sister was forbidden to help me. I wasn't able to clean it in time, but the party still happened. My mom greeted my friends and then showed them my room, saying that we were all gonna sleep in there, but I liked living in mess. Ruined the whole night, and I got punished for crying because according to my mom, if I had went by her standards of clean I would not be embarrassed. The girls at my party told the kids at school, and I was bullied for being gross and nasty. After that I never invited friends over, and I was never invited over to someone else's house until high school. Speaking of high school, my mom never let me go over to my friends' houses at all, and actively made me cancel outings with my friends. I had a curfew of 11 PM, which was hilarious because she never let me leave the house without her, and the only time I broke it, it wasn't my fault. I was in the debate team and there was an accident on the interstate, and we were stuck there for an hour. Then our bus driver was able to get off of the interstate, but then got us lost in the backwoods. Our debate coach called all of our parents and told them the situation. We didn't get back to school until 2 AM. When I got home, my mom was up and yelled at me for breaking my curfew and grounded me for a month. I told her what happened and that the teacher called her, but I wasn't believed. That morning I took my mom's cell phone and saw that the teacher had called and left a message, but my mom didn't pick up nor listen to it. That Monday I told the debate coach what happened, and she said she had called my mom again at work and explained what happened. When I got home I got punished again for trying to get out of my punishment. Yeah. My mom also told me that she doesn't need to apologize to me when she messes up and did something wrong to me because she's the adult and parents don't need to apologize to their child. Oh. And I'm not supposed to say hate or say I feel sad because there are other people suffering in the world and I have food, clothes and a home. I got scolded for crying too much after my dad died. My dad isn't free from this either. I learned how to read early, and so by the time I was 7 he forbade me from reading picture books or any book with pictures, even chapter books with pictures. I used to get in trouble at school when I wouldn't read the book because it had pictures. I told the teacher this, and she said to just read it at school and parents wouldn't find out. My dad also tried to teach me French, and I used to get spankings. When I came home from school and he greeted me in French, and I responded in English, or I just didn't know the word in French. There were days I wouldn't speak at all, because no didn't want to get punished for not speaking on French. Of course I got punished for not greeting and responding to my parents. It was a lose-lose point, so yeah. Right now I'm a depressed and sometimes suicidal reek of an adult, which my mom also refuses to accept. To her and to everyone else in my extended family I'm lazy, and I don't appreciate everything my mom does for me. Geez, where do I even start? I would easily say my parents were a mixture of strict and straight out abusive. Bit of background. My BO dad left when I was 18 months old. Mom was seeing a guy from when I was about 3. They married when I was 8. The guy is a serious narcissistic control freak. Even tells my mom what color underwear to wear. Nothing other than white. A few memories from growing up, having to call mom's other half big. Insert name. Learning to spell in primary school, my dad would make me sit there for hours learning words until I got them right. This would involve him yelling at me and me crying for hours. I will never forget how to spell circus. Left a pair of jeans on the floor in my bedroom once. Had my door removed for 2 months. Anything I did wrong I got the wooden spoon, and I don't mean a light spanking, I mean black and blue bruises, so I couldn't sit. Physical abuse escalated in my teens to being punched and having my hair ripped out in fistfuls. No objection from my mother. Having my dad announce to everyone at my 16th birthday that I was spawn of Satan. I was sent to boarding school when I was 16 as dad didn't want me around. I wasn't allowed off school grounds except once a week on a Sunday to go to church. Again, against my will. I'm not Christian. Finally being told I could have a belly button piercing for my 16th birthday. The day comes, I was told that never happened. I was lying, and my sister went and got her ears pierced instead. I was very rarely allowed to have a friend over, and I have never been to a house party. TV wasn't allowed unless it was something dad wanted to watch. I was told I was lazy and I should get on with something productive. Constantly being told I need to lose weight. I was a size 8. Parents constantly fighting with him hitting my mom. She refused to leave because apparently I wouldn't take care of her when she's older. Constantly being treated differently to my 2 sisters who are his BO kids with my mom. I worked from when I was 16 as I wasn't given anything. Anything I wanted beyond the basics had to be earned. To sisters full trips through university and private rentals. Bought cars for their 18th, 21st, a 1-month trip around the UK, and it carries on. My parents refused to be there when I first got married. That didn't work out after 10 years anyway. Getting married for the second time was meant to be in May. Again they kicked up a stink and ruined it all. We are now getting married in Vegas in September. I left home when I was 19 and moved to the UK. I very rarely see my family and they've never come to visit. I'm used to being the outcast of the family, but I've made a life for myself. My parents punished me severely for doing anything they disliked or thought was bad. They went overseas for a month on vacation. While they were gone, I got a new job and took a cab to work because we moved and our house is in the middle of nowhere. There aren't any buses. Yes, I paid for my own fare. Each way was $27. I would work a 7 or 8 hour shift and then pay just under $60 for the cabs there and back. It's fun going to work knowing you're earning barely anything because your parents decided to take a vacation. They're always too busy to help me drive. I still don't have my license, and I'm 19. They don't let me drive if the road isn't dry and the sky isn't clear, because it's dangerous. Anyway, back to my main point. They told me before they left that for every class I missed at school, I would have 1 week without internet or any devices whatsoever. Mind, since I just moved, I have no friends, no way to contact anyone outside, and the internet is all I do. I don't do drugs. I don't skip classes to hang out with friends. I don't go out. I do well in school. But I slept in one day, so I took a cab in the afternoon. I lied and tried to hide it. Of course. They found out. Of course. They must have specifically called the cab company to ask, because on a sheet where they showed me the prices, it showed where the cab took me, but not the timestamp. So they must have specifically asked. They dig and dig for reasons to punish me and look for things I've done wrong. I had an issue at work, and to keep myself anonymous, I won't detail that issue. However, it was relatively harmless, but bad given it was a new job. I was fired after they returned from their Mexico vacation. But when my father learned about all of this, he berated me. He told me if I continued being so incredibly irresponsible, I'd become an invalid. He said I was retarded. He told me you just don't care about anything, do you? He told me this and much more. Directly immediately after being fired and calling him to pick me up from work, he said all of this while I bawled in the car. He told me that I was trying to manipulate him with crocodile tears. Of course, my punishment beyond this stood. So after all of this, I had everything taken from me, but I refused to give him my phone. I phoned my mother and told her everything. She made me repeat to her, I'm a wonderful young woman, and I'm moving by the end of this summer. I'm sure he'll tell me that in my mother's house, I will become lazy and will be useless, and I'm sure he'll tell me he's disappointed in me. But I'm sick of being abused. When I was 18 I wanted my cartilage pierced. My dad absolutely vehemently refused it. So they said no to that, but yes to a belly button ring. I still don't know why. My dad never gave me a good reason why the cartilage piercing was worse than a belly button ring. That at 18 I was for sure going to show off. One summer, I was maybe 10, my future Sil was watching us, cause she could also watch her baby, my niece as well. We had a B swim meet in the middle of the week. These were more for practice and didn't count for points in the league. I was supposed to be ready to go when my mom got home, but I forgot about the meet and my Sil took us to 7-Eleven, a good mile walk. We got junk and candy, a huge no-no before a swim meet, and my mom drove past us walking home. So I was going to be late to the meet, maybe 15 minutes, but my parents wouldn't let me go, even though none of my heats had swam yet. The next day I had to go up to my coach in front of everyone and my parents, and they made me say this long drawn out apology about how irresponsible I was, and I'm sorry I let the team down. The coach was a 20-year-old kid who didn't even care. He just laughed awkwardly cause he could see I was upset, and it wasn't even a meet that counted. Lots of kids didn't show up. Junior year I had a C+ in honors physics after 2 quarters, and I had to drop swim team, even when the coach said she'd tutor me herself and make sure my homework was done before I even touched the water after school. Never mind that I had straight A's in all my other classes when I was a senior and struggling with AP Calculus BC, a faking class I didn't even need as I already had my 4 math credits, but was forced to take, not to mention almost a second year college class. I had to quit my part-time retail job because I got a D+ 1 quarter, again making all A's in all my other classes. Just really struggled with that class. I literally had to call them crying the day I was supposed to work and quit. I didn't get to do club swim team when I was 17 because I didn't get the info from the pool when my parents had always signed us up. They left me to figure out how to register, and I was a very shy kid with no car or cell phone. As we drove past the pool the last day to register, my dad lectured me about not swimming that summer. My parents were the type who assumed we knew how to do things because we were present when they did them, but I was always in my own little room. As a kid I needed clear step-by-step instructions before I would talk on the phone or with adults. Not very strict parents, but crazy strict school in India. Listen to this. We have 3 coins, 1, 2 and 5 rupee coins, 1 for not speaking in English, 2 for using slang/abusive language, and 5 all not wearing proper dress code at school. Headmaster would circle these coins to top monitors in different classrooms and ask them to find kids that did not obey these rules. For example, a monitor would spot someone not communicating in English, would give them 1 rupee coin, and this kid had to go around look for another person who wasn't communicating in English, and he would give it to him. And that coin would go around 10 to 15 people. End of the day at 9 p.m. headmaster would come to our dorms and ask the monitors to give the names of students they have given the coins to. Everyone gets a massive beating on their ass with a cane starting from the name of the person the monitor gives. Last person with the coin who couldn't get rid of it would get double the beatings. Ridiculous. There were so many confusions with this stupid rule and so much of lying by students to avoid beatings. One of them was this. If kid 2 got a coin from kid 1, he would try to find mistakes in kid 1 and give him back the coin. Kid 1 now don't want to take double beatings, so he just doesn't mention kid 2's name and saves one beating for both of them. Kid 1 getting away. And these beatings were really bad. One cane on your ass and you wouldn't be able to sit on the beach next couple days at school because the pain is really bad. Some kids would also try to wear 425 underwears to have least damage on their ass. Haha. And they would steal these underwears from fellow roommates. Happened to me. Most of my answers are already present in this thread, so I'll pick something that caused me a great deal of distress. I was not allowed to watch The Simpsons until I was 13 because it was rated PG-13 on TV. I was born in the early 80s, which meant everyone in my class watched each new episode of The Simpsons religiously, then discussed it at length Monday morning at school. Everyone except me. I was laughed at and taunted constantly because I couldn't watch The Simpsons. Of course everyone knew, because I had nothing to say about the new episodes and couldn't participate in the discussions and wasn't very good at telling lies yet. No amount of explanation to my mother about how stressful the situation was would make her budge. If anything, it somehow reaffirmed her belief that I shouldn't watch the show. Explaining that everyone else watched it and mocked me for being the only one who didn't got me the usual. If everyone at school jumped off a bridge, would you do it too? Bullshit wisdom line. She tried to make me feel superior because I was the unique one, but I didn't give a shit about uniqueness. I wanted to be part of the group. This was just one of many examples of my not being allowed to join in with popular things other kids were doing, whether because of strict parenting or because the kids themselves excluded me for being that weird kid whose mommy wouldn't let him watch all the popular shows on TV. By the time I was a teenager, I just wanted to spend all of my time alone, playing video games. I belonged to no group or subculture at school and was only friends with a few assorted other loser kids. By the time I became an adult, I had obtained a bitter resentment of society along with a feeling of not being human, but rather an observer of humanity. I later learned I have schizoid personality disorder, some characteristics of which include weaker or absent emotions, severe apathy and anhedonia, inability to find pleasure in pleasurable activities, a strong desire to be alone, a lack of respect for societal norms and laws, and a lack of empathy for other people. Now, in my 30s, I feel like part hermit and part zoologist hiding in the bushes examining a curious species of animal in the wild, humans in this case. There is no cure or effective treatment for SPD, unfortunately, so I'm likely to turn into Mr. Bean by my 40s, and then a dude rocking a 6-foot beard living in a cave by my 60s. Oh boy, this takes me back. For my family, bringing in stray animals to feed them, my father would give out the worst kinds of punishments. We lived out in the country area, as a lot of cats and dogs would sometimes wander up and get stuck underneath our porch or just hang around looking for some love. My father was super strict and absolutely hated having any kind of extra animal near the house and would lose his shit if he found them. One day we ended up finding a little black puppy that had wandered out in the backyard. It was absolutely covered in fleas and ticks. He was really thin, and you could tell he was pretty sick. My younger sister and I brought him inside and at least gave him a bath and fed him a little bit to make sure that he was going to be okay, but didn't realize our father was getting home. He came inside as we were drying the dog off in the bathroom. My father absolutely lost it. He began screaming and flipping out about how we had brought a random stray animal into the house and that we could have given our other 2 dogs at the time some kind of disease. He said we were lucky that the other 2 dogs didn't rip the little puppy to shreds and that he would make sure that we were never going to bring an animal in the house again. My dad grabs some extra leash out of our closet and wraps around the puppy's neck, turning it into a choke pull collar. He ends up dragging the puppy down our front porch steps all the way out to his truck while the pup is yelping and struggling to breathe. He pulls us into the truck and drives us all the way back into town to the nearest shelter. Once we get there, the shelter is obviously closed because it's after he got home from work. So my dad made us both get out of the car, drag the puppy up there, and tie it to the front door of the shelter and leave it there. My sister and I never touched any animals after that, and it faked us up for a while. Point to answer any questions. No, I don't know what happened to the puppy. No, I don't speak with my father anymore. And yes, he was very abusive towards me and other animals that we had in the home. Point strict parents can be douchebags. One time me and my brother were playing around in the doctor's office while my dad was in the back being seen. I guess we were pretty loud, and after about the third time with him telling us to keep it down, he came into the waiting room and slapped me so hard I had his handprint on my face for the next 2 hours. This one really sticks with me. There's other stuff like I never got to go to high school football games, homecoming, or prom. They never celebrated my birthday or my brother's. We never got a birthday present, ever, until this day. Point I was not allowed to play outside with my friends because I was a girl. Instead I had to read books in my bedroom. Sometimes I would watch the neighborhood kids play catch, frisbee, jump rope, etc. through my bedroom window on the second floor. Whoopings were a common occurrence. It could be either with a belt, a long switch, or his hand. My brother got the big leather exercise belt that bodybuilders use once. I don't remember what he had done that time. Sometimes there would be marks like welts. Sometimes there would be blood, never a lot though. Mostly we got whoopings because my brother and I acted out in school, but on many occasions it was because my dad felt we were being disrespectful. For me, I think the worst was the psychological verbal abuse from my father. The whoopings I barely remember, as they became less frequent the older we got. It's the psychological and verbal abuse that till this day I still remember. When I engage in negative self-talk, I know that it stems from the verbal and psychological abuse I endured when I was growing up. I still speak with both my parents, and they are still together. It's weird because some days I'm able to say I forgive them, and then others I feel like I'm still working on it. I'm an 18-year-old Vietnamese male residing in Houston, Texas. Regarding this, my mom would be the strict and slightly emotional one, and my father the more lenient or logical side of the parentship between them. Point last semester, I was seeing a girl. Let's call her Jenny. Jenny was not Vietnamese or anything remotely Asian. If anything, she was a Hispanic goddess who looked up to my drive and knowledge into the car community and my desire for a better future for myself, even if it meant not being there for her. She was everything I could have ever asked for. I came home late one night. My father works night shifts, and my mother is home. She comes into my room, asking why I was late. Obviously, lying is a huge no-no, so I outed and told her the truth. Hey, mom, I was out with a girl, and we hung out. Of all the things she does, she grabs my phone and proceeds to go through it, looking for a picture of the girl I happen to be hanging out with, or in her language, dating. Now I don't know about you, but usually I either tell them or I don't. This time, I chose not to, because I refuse to be made fun of for my emotional interest and mental health and support from my friends and significant other. I got tired of my mom constantly putting my friends down, and in the case of a relationship, she would never let me live it down. As such the case with my Hispanic and Bengali girlfriends previously. She grabbed my phone and started to bang my phone against the footboard of my bed, going harder and harder as time went on. By the end of her first session, she cracked my phone, thus ending my ability to take care of my phone, because if you're like me, you keep things in good condition, or else they go to crap. Point she also ended up taking away my tablet, and my laptop, and my computer, and my monitor, despite my ability to talk to her at all. Considering this, my grades in college dropped because I had no way to do my homework at home, and whenever I spent my nights out, I would get driven away from my house for the constant disrespect against my mother when I decided to stay at the university library to study late because of the lack of internet access I had at home. TLDR, my baby sister's father is a complete piece of human trash. Years ago, my little half-sister's father, no longer with my mother, thank the Lord, would take complete control over our other siblings and I. We were always grounded for long periods of time for the most minor things, even non-existent things. Our older brother moved in with my dad soon after, used the excuse of wanting to play sports cheaper, where my daddy's, so to not hurt our mom's feelings. My mom at least let us read. I was the top reader in 5th grade, because of having nothing else to do. One time my half-sister's dad grabbed my younger sister, half-sister's older sister, by the front of her clothes, and held her off the ground, and against a wall, screaming at her. He also threatened to beat us, BO sister and I, half-C's was an infant at the time, with a wooden spoon, until we were bloody pulps on the ground. Outside at the bus stop, he feigned regret, and made us come over, and give him a hug in front of everyone. That was particularly damaging, because I said nothing to anyone about him, and didn't want any of the other kids to think I cared about this man. What's really ironic about this guy is that he would always scream at us kids about using common sense. I mean, really .0. I remember being grabbed by the back of my neck and thrown off my bed. I whacked my head pretty hard on the bed frame after my mom finally realized all the crap that was going on. She worked odd hours and us kids were too little to fully understand how huge this all was. We find out from our brother that Ding Dong had been stashing weed. Not that I have a problem with weed, but it was my mother's apartment, in the vent in the downstairs bathroom. I always wondered why Douche Canoe and a few of his buddies would disappear into the bathroom for a long time. Apparently, though, he'd shown my brother the weed and told him not to tell anyone, or else. Nowadays, when my half-sister visits her dad, we all dread it, because we're 100% sure he doesn't give her medication. With her ADHD, she's a freaking hellion. When she comes back, he says he gives it to her, but there's no freaking way. Anyways, sorry for rambling, it feels great to get this stuff off my chest. Of course, there were a ton of other incidents and all that, but it was years ago. My biological sister still has issues, though. For semi and related mental health issues, I've been admitted to the hospital on several occasions, and one of many reasons I hate it there is because I have to relay these events a few times each visit, and then they're all, oh, we have to report this, and blah blah blah, even though I know they can't do shit with it, because he's no longer an immediate threat. This guy ruined me for years. After my dad died, I suppose my mother went through a mental illness that caused her to act this way, but the doctors had none of it. Although she enforces these today, she's becoming more looser with the rules, and are ignoring them. Do not eat when a TV within 5 feet of you can be heard. Verbatim. It plays in my head, try to run away again, and I will strip down and beat you outside, since you want to see how the real world feels. If you ever turn out to be a TR/NNY or F/G, I'll choke you. Rice is only eaten with a spoon, use a fork, and she'll find a way to otherwise make your knuckles bleed. Basically she can beat me to a bloody pulp. Has happened 5 times, and if I hit back I will get in trouble, because I'm being disrespectful. I've instinctively began hitting myself instead of anything around me, because she'll fuck me up for it. No eye rolling. No sighing. Don't look at her angrily. If you're drinking something, don't look her in the eyes, that's disrespectful. Basically, you must close your legs, pull your shorts down, wear a bra, and never wear tank tops in your own house, because your stepfather may or may not, even though he's a grown faking man, may have a reason to assault you. Edit. I haven't reported her to the police yet because I'm waiting until I'm 18, so she'll go to jail for life instead of just 10-30 years. Assault. Child abuse in my state. Also edit. I forget, cause I do this often. If you're washing the dishes, don't run the water, make the sink fill up, and then wash them. She will stand over me and call me names if she catches me doing it more than once in a week. Jesus fuck, this thread scares me. But anyway, here's mine. Not allowed to celebrate Halloween, because it's the devil's day, and Satanists are out killing cats and beheading children. And fuck me, if a kid the next town over didn't get killed and beheaded when I was 15, the first year she allowed me to do something Halloween related, hadn't happened ever in our state before that, I would get grounded. From books. I never got to watch what I wanted on TV anyway, so taking that away was pointless. My dad intervened when he eventually heard her grounding me from books though. I wasn't supposed to be allowed to date till 16, but I skipped a grade and graduated at 16. So when I was 13, my mom decided I could date an 18-year-old because she liked his mom. I once got grounded for 2 weeks because I lost a cell phone my dad accidentally took to work. After he came home with it, I was still grounded because I argued with her that I'd already checked my car for it about a half dozen times and she wanted me to go out there and faking find it. It has to be there, and something about me lying to her. I spent so much time as a teenager grounded, it didn't matter anymore. All over stupid shit. I wanted to finish the chapter I was reading before cleaning my room. I didn't remember to vacuum the threads off the floor after cleaning up a sewing project. I messed up the Tupperware cabinet. I got on the internet while she was out of the house because I was only allowed on to check my email and only when she was home. I didn't have friends and no one knew my email address. Welp, that was a fun trip down memory lane. I think I'm gonna head over to r/I bleach for something cute now.